Hello, everyone. It's good to be back with you all. Welcome to the Racing Statistics YouTube channel. I am your host for the morning. My name's Evan. Hope you're all doing well. You're probably doing better than I am. I've got a bit of a frog in my throat, so hopefully I'll be able to make it. I got 1.8 liters worth of water lined up here with me, so I should be able to make it through to the end. Here for the third day of the second Bahrain test. And I must say, things are turning out very, very interesting in this test. So I hope you're all as excited as I am. I'm very excited about this. Morning from Munich, Germany. Pleasure to have you in. Yes, if you are in watching, tell us where you're watching from. We'd love to hear. Of course, Formula One is an international sport spanning the whole world. We'd love to know where everyone is watching from. Tucson, Arizona. We've got a couple of Germany. Of course, if you do enjoy the stream, please leave us a like. It helps us a lot. And subscribe. Now, important information. Who is going to be in the cars this morning? So, for McLaren, we will have Oscar Piastri in the morning and Norris in the afternoon. Mercedes will have Kimi Antonelli in the morning and George Russell in the afternoon. Red Bull will have Isaac Hadjar in the morning and Max Verstappen in the afternoon. Ferrari will have Charles Leclerc going across the whole day. Williams will have Carlos Sainz going across the whole day. Racing Bulls will have Arvid Lindblad going across the whole day. Aston Martin will have Lance Stroll all day. Haas will have Esteban Ocon in the morning and Ollie Behrman in the afternoon. Audi will have Nico Hulkenberg in the morning and Gabriel Bortoleto in the afternoon. Alpine will have Pierre Gasly all day. And Cadillac finally will have Sergio Perez in the morning and Valtteri Bottas in the afternoon. Yeah, so all be hoping to get as many laps up on the board. I believe, if I'm not going crazy, yesterday every single team, excluding one, which I dare I say you could probably guess which team that might be, achieved 100 laps across day two. With I think it might have been McLaren who set the most laps yesterday. Don't quote me on that one. But yes, the team that did not complete 100 laps yesterday, and I don't think has completed 100 laps on any day of the Bahrain testing this week or last week, was Aston Martin, which it's hardly surprising. The car has currently horrendous reliability. I believe I saw conflicting reports. I saw some people saying it was a power unit issue. I saw some people saying it was a drive shaft issue, a throttle issue. So it was some issue. It could have honestly been a mix of both. I would imagine it wasn't the throttle because if you watched the onboard, you could hear him revving the engine Alonso revving the engine very loudly. So I doubt that was the issue. Morning from Somalia. We've got someone watching in from Somalia. I hope you're having a great day, and I hope the day continues to be really good. Luxembourg as well. We've got some niche countries coming out that most people don't even know where they are on a map. We've got 9 minutes until everything gets underway. Who's commentating right now? You have Evan commentating for you. I go as Mirex online, so you might see me as that around the place. If you, of course, join our Discord, our wonderful Discord, you'll see me about fairly often. I'm pretty active. But yes. And the best part is for you all, I'm going to be able to give you some slightly better commentary than I did last time because I've actually got TV pictures, which is really, really exciting. In hindsight, I did not expect trying to commentate for 4 hours without TV pictures would be anywhere as hard as it was. But um, but yes, I managed to deal with it, and here we are. Hello from Turkey. My apologies, Turkey. Yeah, I should pronounce that properly. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. Hi from the Philippines. Um, Aston feels like Red Bull from 2014 testing. Yes, I would. Sorry, I would tend to agree. For those not aware, 2014 was Red Bull's. Red Bull was with Renault at the time, and I don't think they. No, they hadn't just moved to Renault. They'd been running Renault for a bit, I think at least, if I'm not going crazy. But of course, new regulations, V6 engines arriving on the grid in 2014, and to say Renault didn't nail it is an understatement. Of course, I had Adrian Newey designing the car, which meant it still had some decent power, but beyond that, um, but yeah, beyond that, it is quite similar to the position Aston Martin, and of course, that Red Bull still proved to be competitive once they were able to complete laps, with it getting three race wins with Daniel Ricciardo and various podiums with Ricciardo and Sebastian Vettel across the year. Luxembourg is well known, even had multiple Luxembourg Grand Prix. That is true. For those unaware, late 1990s, we got to see the Luxembourg Grand Prix, which I forget, was it actually in Luxembourg? I know it were. Okay, let me. Uh, no, it was at the Nürburgring, or at least in 1997. Um, but yes, so not in Luxembourg from what I'm saying, but still, I mean, we say we have a San Marino Grand Prix, or we used to at least. Aston Martin, 55% full throttle, but still the fastest time is only 1:35.9. Yeah, I know. It is quite rough. Well, here's a nice visual for you all. Track dominance from yesterday. Um, Now I'm looking at that, and what I'm noticing a whole lot of, one, the Piastri's sector one was a ripping sector one, but um, but the McLaren seems to be best down the straights because it's literally like you've got the corner, uh it'll turn either blue for Antonelli or blue for Verstappen, and then we'll go straight back to orange the moment we get to corner exit, which I mean is good for seeing that McLaren is good under acceleration and probably has slightly better straight line speed. But that's about it. Who's going to win race one? Um, Honestly, I used to believe that I was fairly confident. I have no idea, which is exciting. I'm genuinely excited at the fact that I don't know who's going to win the first Grand Prix of the season. Like last year, you probably could have already guessed that it was probably going to be Lando or Oscar or Max or maybe George. You probably could have guessed it was going to be one of them. Oh, here we are. Here's some data I wanted to see, which is the uh, race pace. And just having a drink. I'll be 2 seconds. Of course, this is data from yesterday. So having a look, of course, all done at slightly varied times. So we see Hamilton had the best race pace on the hard tires, no less, sitting in the 137s, 138s range, which is pretty good. Oscar not far off that. Then Russell, Verstappen, Antonelli, Bortoletto, Ocon, Behrman, Hulkenberg, Norris, Colapinto, Lawson, Perez, Bottas, Albon, and Alonso. So that's looking quite promising for Ferrari because I know Ferrari were concerned a little bit about their race pace. I think they were, at least. A lot of teams are concerned about a lot of different things. So I think they were a little bit concerned about the race pace. So it's good to see that they've got that. And you want to know what else they've got? They've got some insane race starts. If you have not, I know the official F1 Instagram page posted Lewis Hamilton's start from yesterday, and by God, that was an insane start. For context, he started on what was the equivalent of P9 on the grid, and he led into the first corner. Oh, he was 3 wide, to be fair, with Ocon and Antonelli. But yeah, the 2 Ferrari power units there coming in handy for Ocon and Hamilton. So yes, is anyone else having transmission video issues on F1 TV? I'm unaware of any issues. I'm not using F1 TV, so I can't confirm. Yes, stream is broken. I'm hoping you mean the F1 TV stream and not ours. Because from what I'm seeing, ours is working just fine. F1 TV is having a moment. Apologies to anyone watching on there alongside us. I will, now that we've got a couple more people in the chat, I will give a quick reminder of who will be in which cars in the morning. So McLaren will have Oscar Piastri, Mercedes will have Kimi Antonelli, Red Bull will have Isaac Hadjar, Ferrari will have Charles Leclerc, Williams will have Carlos Sainz, Racing Bulls will have Arvid Lindblad, Aston Martin will have Lance Stroll, Haas will have Esteban Ocon, Audi will have Nico Hülkenberg, Alpine will have Pierre Gasly, and Cadillac will have Sergio Perez. And also, I'm going to say now, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Pre-season testing, generally speaking, is a relatively slow-paced endeavor. So we've got time to answer questions, mull over stuff. So feel free to ask anything. I mean, preferably Formula One related. I can do my best. I probably couldn't tell you the meaning of life, but hopefully you can all figure that out for yourselves. I mean, if you ask me, you best believe it's Formula One. We have just under 40 seconds until we get underway. Sky Sports works fine. Yes, watch on Sky Sports if you are trying to get some live pictures and are struggling with F1 TV and you have access to that. YouTube issues, I think that might just be on you because I'm not seeing anything on my end, at least. Not gonna lie, as long as Max is on the grid, smart man, who's a true generational talent. He is the definition of a generational talent. Really, he is. Max is definitely a strong bet for winning the first race. As long, I mean, the Red Bull is competitive. Max has looked good in it. Isaac has looked good in it. Definitely not quite as good, but then again, what are you going to do? So I think that is definitely reasonable. Speaking of cars on track, I'm just seeing Liam Lawson. No, sorry, not Liam Lawson. I've got the list of who's in the cars, and I'm still messing it up. Arvid Lindblad has just gone out on track with Esteban Ocon, Charles Leclerc. Who else is following him out? We've got a couple following him out as the session gets underway. Kimi Antonelli has followed him out. Nico Hülkenberg, I saw Isaac Hadjar in the Red Bull. So we are getting underway. I will work to try to sync, because of course I've got my live TV pictures, but they are slightly ahead of the stream. So trusting you're all okay with it, I will be giving, my commentary will be slightly further ahead of what you will necessarily be seeing in your pictures. But that means you just get it even more live. So that's exciting. Anyone watch Formula E? A little bit. The issue for me is, as an Australian, Formula E is at horrendous times. So I usually only watch the highlights, but they can produce decent racing. And the social media creators that they had in genuinely produced some entertaining racing. If you have not watched the highlights from that, I would recommend it. I'm going with Stroll to be last in Melbourne. kindly, that is a very bold prediction that he finishes in Melbourne. I think Carlos Sainz has gotten out on track. Don't know why it says Esteban Ocon stopped at the end of the pit lane. I'm fairly confident he has not. Yes. Whoever crashes first will be last. Yeah, but I promise you, yeah, if Gasly's just left the pit lane. Okay. For those wondering, when I saw Leclerc at the end of the main straight, well, at turn 1, he was at turn 15 on the visual. So that just gives you guys a rough idea of how much further ahead. I can try to sync it up a little bit. So I'll pause it there. Just trying to, of course, improve everyone's commentary experience. Okay, there we go. That should be synced up a little bit better. Yes, that should be good. We will be a little bit behind on my broadcast, but yes, unsurprisingly, Charles Leclerc out there on the C3 tyres doing some purple sectors. I will have some times for you all in no time, which is rather exciting. F1 TV have fixed their issue now. That is good news. Speaking of purple sectors, Arvid Lindblad has just nicked that. He's on he's on hard compound tires. I don't know whether that's the C2s or the C1s, but that's a mighty effort from him. Of course, we don't know fuel. Oh, and Hajar's now taken the purple sector 1. Of course, the track not having run since last night might be a little bit dusty, so this is somewhat to be expected as we see Charles Leclerc setting a first representative purple sector 2, and it is immediately snatched away from him by Arvid Lindblad. Florida here. Welcome from Florida. Hope you are enjoying the broadcast, enjoying the stream. Charles Leclerc crosses the line to set a 1:38.360. So that looks like a race pace sort of results as Lindblad tops him with a 1:37.3. Hadjar sets purple sector 2. So, of course, those who are unaware, we are into the sub 1 minute 33s for best lap times of the weekend, with Kimi Antonelli and Oscar Piastri setting sub 1 minute 30, sub 1 minute 33s, both in the 32.8s, as Isaac Hadjar crosses the line for a 1:35.011 for the fastest lap of the morning session so far. Commentators are trained not to say it. Yes, I apologize about my ums and ahs. I know I'm not brilliant at it. I'm getting there. I've up there. Goodness me, I haven't done much commentary in a while, so still getting used to it again. So hopefully, once I'm warmed up, I'll stop a bit. Of course, still got a lot coming in early in the session, so trying to keep track of it all. As I'm seeing, oh, what's that? Oh, okay. We've got some very interesting work being done on the Mercedes on the front left. Yes, that's the front left. Front left axle, where they seem to have put what I would assume is Flowviz paint, but it's white Flowviz paint. It looks like kind of glue sort of thickness. So, yes, as we see, I'm seeing who is that? It's Pierre Gasly coming in, doing a front nose change. So from the looks of it, he's got some brakes about halfway down the car. So I would imagine that they're testing a different spec of front wing. Now, I have not had I'll try to grab a look at the Ferrari next time that Charles is on track. Of course, he's entered the pits. Try to spot if he's got that, which spec of rear wing he's got, whether he's got the kind of standard DRS-like rear wing, or if he's got the 180 rear wing, which I believe, if I heard correctly, was referred to as the Macarena rear wing by Fred Vassell, which is I think is an absolutely brilliant name. Just getting a replay of after that. Oh, had a bit of a lock up into the first corner and ran deep just a second ago. So I would imagine he will probably have aborted the rest of that lap. Yes, that's a rather nasty lock up on the front left. Just as he's getting onto braking very early on in the session. So I imagine he's probably got a fair bit of fuel in the car. So I would imagine that would be contributing to that heavier weights. He hasn't been in the car since the first morning session. So just getting to grips with it again. Of course, the track's evolved a fair bit since that morning session. I'd keep an eye on Hadja this year. He's got talent. Damn well he does. Last year, I mean, it was a really good year for him. I saw a lot of people touting him as being the best rookie from last year, and I would tend to agree. In my opinion, it was very much a three-way fight for who was the best rookie, and they were all really good. Antonelli, in my opinion, like he somewhat underperformed from what I would have. I would have just hoped a bit more consistency. If he was a bit more consistent across the season, like even if it was like he was finishing 7th and 8th most weekends, but it was consistently 7th and 8th. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know the stat off the top of my head, but I wouldn't be surprised if he missed out on points in over half of the weekends. It's just that lack of consistency was a bit of a concern. Where, say, I look at Behrman in the second half of the season, that was the definition of consistency, and made him a lot of people's favourites for being best rookie of 2025. Of course, trusting there aren't any mid-season swaps, dare I say Arvid Lindblad's probably got best rookie of 2026 under wraps because he doesn't have any competition. Being the only rookie of the season. He's currently out there on the C2 tyres, setting some pretty respectable lap times. The only one out there alongside Isaac Hadjar, who is on the medium tyres. Once again, if you are enjoying the stream, feel free to leave a like. Currently it's 73, which is very nice. And subscribe if you are enjoying the stream extra. And that means a lot to us. Shows us support, and it means you will not miss out on a single session across the whole year because we live stream every single session here. I will be commentating for some of them. Other people will be commentating others. Did you like the F1 movie? Give me a minute. I'm just taking a drink. Yes. I liked bits of it. I think the cinematography, if I were to step back and acknowledge it as a movie, I think it was a fun movie. And the ideas that they went with weren't bad. It's just they wouldn't. The issue is they would never happen. They would never happen in Formula One. Well, of course, we've got a new team on the grid this year. Imagine Cadillac doing that. That would never happen. And that's my issue, is the F1 nerd in me absolutely despises it. But if I can, once I get past that, the soundtrack's absolutely amazing. I really like that. As Isaac Hadjar has just entered the pit lane. Sergio Perez is out there on the track currently. He has... just having a look. Okay. Because he's got an air brake on the back of the car, and I'm just having a look. There are some interesting connection points, and I thought that might have been an extra spec of the rear wing. When is Norris going to unpit? Probably at some point this afternoon. He is not in the morning session. Oscar Piastri will be in the morning session. Speaking of Sergio Perez, he enters the pits. clearly just testing out some specs, which is often which is very common in preseason testing. Indeed, it was a fairy tale. Yeah, if you treat it like a fairy tale, I think it's a good movie. Just don't treat it like it's that's something that would ever happen. And that's the issue. Is I hope it doesn't produce a new like breed of fan who think that that's the normal and that actually happens. The last time some of that stuff happened, people got lifetime bans from the sport. To put it really into perspective, I was just watching Oscar Piastri pull out of his garage to do a practice start at the end of the pit lane. Clearly something that McLaren need to do a fair bit at practicing their race starts, because they have been terribly inconsistent. Of course, I don't think the issue that Oscar had yesterday evening, where they were struggling to get where they had to pull over because of the fact it couldn't. It was weird. It was almost like the pit limiter stayed on when he left the pit lane, so we had to pull over, fix that before they did when they started the first formation lap before then doing a second. So yes, Rush is also a great movie. Rush is probably my second favorite motorsports movie, only behind Ford vs Ferrari. Ford vs Ferrari, not only does it follow one of the coolest stories in motorsports history, but it's a really well made movie. I know we're not here to talk about movies, but I love that movie with all my heart and soul. And if you have not watched Ford vs Ferrari, do yourself a favor, go find it somewhere. Yes, just passing on the message that Grash just sent. Do be careful with the content of your messages. We do like to, all Formula One is a sport to be viewed by everybody. So hopefully we can try to keep the chat as close to PG as we can. That would be much appreciated. Thank you very much. Is there any Aston Martin news? Well, Stroll hasn't left the pits. Or that's first bit of news. Lance Stroll will be in the car for all of today. He has not left the pits yet. So, in that sense, you're not missing out on much news. So, really, I'm just hoping they could maybe get some laps in today. If they could get above 80 laps today, I think we'd be happy with that. As Oscar Piastri is going on his first push lap, he's on the prototype tires. Now, I saw an explanation of the prototype tires recently, because I did not understand what was going on with those. I was confused because I thought, oh, surely Pirelli will have organized what tires they're going to use. But what these are tires not made at the main Pirelli factory. They are the prototype tires are made in Turkey. Now they are checking that the Turkey tires, as they've been nicknamed, are basically of the same spec. I believe they're all C3 tires, so that's why you're seeing a lot of people set relatively competitive lap times on them, is because of the fact that they are practically C3 tires. So I hope that explains it for some of those who are struggling to quite understand what that's on about, as Oscar Piastri now approaches the line to set a 1:37.759 to shoot him up to third. Of course, that would be race run pace, which is not bad whatsoever. He's got some flow viz on the front of the car, so I would imagine that they are just checking that. Well, from the looks of things, it seems to be starting from the front wing and then coming along to the floor rakes, which is those little bits of carbon that poke out just kind of next to the front wing, downwards from them. If you're curious, as he is pushing on with his run, and he's setting some pretty handy lap times. Still improving, as would be expected, as he's warming up to the circuit and the circuit's warming up to him. What I have to say about the FIA would get me banned for life. I'm fairly certain that probably goes for a lot of us, if I were to guess. I think we all have some choice words for the FIA, and probably best to keep it out of the chat, because don't need to cause any arguments or offend anyone. As Piastri second best middle sector, still a decent gap off Hadjar though, as Leclerc sets a purple sector 1 on a new set of medium tyres. Getting a lot of purple mini sectors too, which is quite good. Does Ferrari have the movable wing? I will tell you in just a second. Charles Leclerc on the C3 tyres, flying currently, as I see him enter the straight line mode. No, they do not. They do not have the flippy wing, which is sad, because I think that is so cool. Like, genuinely, when I saw that, unfortunately, I only got to see it live on track once because I missed the start of yesterday morning's session as Charles Leclerc comes to the line to set a decent 133.837 with Okon, who also just improved to third. I would really like to see it on a track because I think it's a really cool concept. Like, I kind of my basic understanding of aero, I can kind of see where the oh goodness me, Charles Leclerc. Sorry, I just saw a replay of Charles on the exit of turn 11 having that's a really weird thing to do. So I would imagine what he's done is he's gotten a bit greedy, and that was on that slap, so he can go probably a decent half a tenth faster than that. He's put his foot down too early, and he's basically just slid through turn 11, Tokyo Drift style. He's caught it very well as well. So that is one thing I am noticing. It could be the fact that they're all being a little bit more cautious and whatnot, but they do seem to be able to catch the cars a lot more easily than they did last year. Often last year, you might see someone spin around and end up facing backwards or do a whole 360. But I'm trying to think of people who've had proper spins. You had Stroll into the gravel, but that was because a bit of the car broke. Yeah, I think these cars in that sense seem to be a lot easier to handle. Ferrari got to be better than last year. I would confidently say Ferrari will be better than last year. I would be quietly impressed if they managed to be worse. Because last year really was, I don't know off the top of my head, but it's probably the most Q1 exits they've had in a season since probably 2020. It was a rough year. Oh, yes, just seeing a chat between Flavio Briatore and Jonathan Wheatley, of course, Alpine and Audi team principals. Two teams which I think will be very similar on pace. Nico Hulkenberg, currently out on track, who posted a mega lap time yesterday. I think it put him third at the time that he set it. And he didn't improve on it, and it was very early on in the session. And he dropped to fifth pretty quickly with people who were setting lap times at the same time as him. But he stayed there for quite some time. So I think they've got some good pace. What wing Ferrari using? They are using, sadly, the normal front wing. Also, normal rear wing. They, of course, using the normal front wing. Did you see Fred smirk about it? I did see Fred smirk about it. He seems quite chuffed about it, I must say. I was just through a conversation with James Vowles, Williams' team principal, about it, and he has confirmed that they had not thought about it, but that they might consider it. Hey, I'm just having a look at this Audi rear wing. Whilst we're on the topic of rear wings, that looks like it's functioning more like the Alpine rear wing. That seems interesting. Like where it's just dropping flat rather than making much of a gap. So that's quite interesting. That Audi are looking into that, which is interesting. That would lead me to believe that there might be some practical advantage to it. Which, I mean, Alpine aren't doing horrendously, so clearly it's not the worst thing out there. Do Ferrari have a chance at the World Drivers' Championship this season? I would say yes. I reckon I would put my money on Charles over Lewis. No offense to Lewis, but Charles was pretty comfortably the better of the two last year. So, yeah, I reckon we'll see Charles could be a favourite at some point in the season to win the championship. I wouldn't be surprised, especially with their ability to get off the line this year at race starts. Ferrari put itself up place on development race. Yeah, really, it's going to depend on who can. I think the teams are really going to have to go for a McLaren sort of angle where they progressively update the car rather than just going for one massive one. I think that's going to be a really big thing, is making sure that you do it consistently because of the fact that it looks like there could be four teams, sorry, all at about the same pace. Justin in, no Aston Martin today. No, there will be an Aston Martin on track. It will be Lance Stroll for the whole day. They have not sent him out yet. The last time I saw that car, it was sat in the pit lane doing pit stop practice without a driver in it. So yes, that's how things are currently looking. Of course, you are all here for the final day of testing with the Racing Statistics YouTube channel. If you are enjoying it, feel free to like. We're currently at 121 likes. And if you are especially liking it, feel free to subscribe. We appreciate the support, and it helps us. It helps us, one, feel good about ourselves, and two, it keeps you notified on everything that is happening. Will Red Bull be affected at race starts? I do think the race start that Max Verstappen had yesterday evening, I think he actually just stuffed that one up a little bit. I don't think that was a Red Bull average sort of, like standard sort of performance. I don't think he'll be impacted too much. We'll see. We'll have to see. As last lap, Esteban Ocon crossed the line for a personal best lap, a 1:35.836. Very respectable. I know the Red Bull 4 powertrain doesn't seem to be quite as bad. It doesn't seem to, or not. It doesn't seem to be struggling as much as the Mercedes are, as the Mercedes and McLaren are. So hopefully they'll be right. They'll be all right. I don't think they're quite at Ferrari level. The Ferrari is just insane. But yes, we see Agile coming to the line for what could be a push lap on a new set of medium tyres. So we'll keep an eye on that. He's set a fair few green mini sectors, so that's quite promising. Whereas Aston Martin are not on track yet. I imagine they will arrive on. The car is, from what I can tell, functioning. It's just they haven't gone out on track quite yet. Itzhak Hadjar sets the second best first sector time so far today. Yes, confirming that Hadjar is on the C3 tyres. Leclerc's just set a new best lap. I did not even realize he was on a push lap. He set a 1:33.689. That is not too shabby for a morning session and this early in a morning session. Antonelli also improved on his last lap. Because Hadjar setting some very respectable times. But yeah, Leclerc had a ripper of a last sector, so Hadjar will probably drop off a bit compared to Leclerc in the final sector. Bahrain has really got off the line well compared to others. Yes, they did. Ferrari's power unit, it's a little bit scary, I'm going to be honest. Because so far it looks like as long as they make it into Q3, they have the capability to lead the first lap. Which is massive for them, considering that they probably won't be qualifying quite that low. Just having a look at the Aston Martin. They've currently built the human wall. So I would imagine that they might be doing a bit of work on that car, but I don't think it's anything too major. So probably just could be just some setup work. They don't want to show the whole public. Hopefully they'll, pardon me, hopefully they'll work it out soon. Cadillac will finish below top 8 in Constructors' Championship for sure. Yeah, I would say that's pretty much guaranteed. I'm thinking it'll probably be a fight between Cadillac and Aston Martin to not finish last in the Constructors' Championship, which is unfortunate. Both teams you would have liked to see fighting a bit up the order, every now and then at least. You never want to see a team be truly dead last, but I fear we might see that, at least for this season. Hopefully next year they'll catch up. Other teams might slow down a little bit. Commentators, I'm assuming you're not talking about me because I wasn't just mentioning Hadjar. Talking about Hadjar, they have no idea he will be great, but some of us have hope. I'm very confident that as long as he can survive the Red Bull second seat, not necessarily have massive performance, but just survive. I think we could see him become a very capable driver, and I would say at minimum a race winner. He's got incredible pace. Incredible pace. Pierre Gasly is getting underway. He sets a green first sector and the third fastest first sector of the day so far. Is Norris even there? I do not know if he's trackside, but he will not be getting into the car till the afternoon session. Morning, morning. Fast Ferrari already this morning? Yes, Ferrari coming out of the gates firing, guns are blazing, and they are looking pretty good. They do not have the flippy wee. I can't speak English anymore. Flippy rear wing. That's hard to say. They do not have it today, which is unfortunate. Hopefully, they might slap it on a bit later, but they are not currently. Gasly continues on his way, looking very, very respectable. He dropped a bit in the middle sector compared to the pace he was carrying prior. And as he comes to the line, Pierre Gasly goes fourth fastest with a 1:36.064. That is very respectable. Strategists will earn their pay this year. I would tend to agree. Yes, I think strategy and whoever makes the batteries in these cars and designs all the technology behind them, I think they will be paid quite handsomely this year because they are going to have to work overtime to make sure that it is on point. If it isn't, they will suffer quite a bit. I'm just getting some shots of the Cadillac, which is up on the jacks. They're doing some work around the rear of the car from the looks of things. Hopefully not a big problem. Smaller turbos are the way to go. Yes. For those who aren't aware, it is believed that the reason that the Ferraris have such good race starts is because of the fact that their turbos are smaller, which my basic understanding of engines, I can kind of see why that would be true. Is it decreases the turbo lag that they have. So hopefully they will be able to hopefully they'll be able to keep that going and hold on to that advantage for as long as possible, because I think it could be really cool. Right, what Ferraris fast cars launching their way up the inside after getting a decent qualifying and going into the lead of the race really early on. Mercedes doing long runs, I would imagine so with what Antonelli's pace currently is. Strategy will determine most races this year. I would tend to agree. Well, we had a fair bit of that last year as well. I mean, you look at races like Hungary, Qatar, Belgium, Silverstone to an extent. The results of those were heavily reliant on strategy. As Antonelli crosses the line and improves on his personal best, but does not improve his position on the timing board. Cancel that fake news about Stella and Ferrari and Mercedes. What's this fake news? I'm not familiar. I must say, Mercedes are getting underway. They've done what I believe, if I can do maths, they've done 7 laps in this stint so far, and it's on this run, and it's looking quite handy. I believe Red Bull are doing something similar with Hajar. Uh, seen, I know I've seen people talking about or joking about, oh, if you're concerned about the start, just start from the pits. I'm curious about how starting from the pit lane will look, because of course they also need to rev their engines. So will they have a blue light also come on in the pit lane to allow them to see when they can start revving their engines? Where's the GP2 engine team? I would assume you're referring to Aston Martin there. They have not gone out on track yet. They're currently doing work on the car. I don't think it's anything too massive. It hasn't broken down already. And yes, Stroll will be in the car today, so he's not come out just yet. You are live with the Racing Statistics YouTube channel. I am your commentator for the morning session. Evan is my name. If you're enjoying the stream, feel free to like and subscribe, and you'll be notified of all of the streams we do, which we do for every single session, every single free practice session, sprint qualifying, qualifying and race. You will be able to watch with us here, and we would much appreciate if you would join us for some of those. And we are just past, not just past, we're about 35 minutes in. I will just take a drink. My voice is dying a little bit, but I'll be right. I'll be right. As Esteban Ocon, who's on a decent lap, approaches the line, and he goes second, passing Hajar. How I completely missed that. It's been a long day. 1:34.494 for Esteban Ocon, which that's a pretty decent lap time. He was on the prototype tires, which of course are just C3 tires, but built in Turkey. Speaking of good lap times, Oscar Piastri is out on a lap on some fresh C4 tires and has set a personal best in the first sector. It's not anything crazy though. He'll hope to gain a little bit more time in the second and third sectors, about a tenth off the pace of Charles Leclerc. What's holding Aston Martin back? Chassis, PU, or gearbox? It's probably a little bit of both, as Oscar Piastri 0.470 seconds off through the middle sector. This lap would comfortably put him second behind Leclerc. On Aston Martin, what's causing the issue? I think it's kind of a snowball effect as Piastri goes second fastest with a 1:34.352. I think it's a bit of a snowball effect. I think it's Lindblad's also on a decent lap, just a heads up. I think it's a little bit of sorry. They've got bad reliability, which means that they're not getting enough testing done, which means they can't adjust the chassis, which means that they can't develop the chassis, and then like cooling and whatnot, which makes the reliability issues worse, and it just kind of keeps getting worse and worse and worse. That's the sort of thing I'm imagining. As Lindblad continues his very respectable lap on the C2 tyres. Looking pretty snazzy for a C2 tyre lap. What does the T mean on Ocon's tyre history? Where are you seeing a T? The moment I spot the T, I'll test tyres. Okay, thank you for answering that question for me. But yes, those will be the test or prototype tyres, which are C3 tyres but made in a Turkish factory rather than the main Pirelli factory. And the reason they're doing this test is just to make sure it functions like all the other tyres. Because the last thing you need is there to be a massive difference between two sets of C3 tyres. Pardon me, is Lindblad moved up to or was in? I missed where he was before he set that lap time. But yes, a 1:35.674 is pretty good on a set of hard tyres. Is Norris not in? Yes, Norris is not in for the morning. He will be in for the afternoon session, and we won't see his name as soon as Lance Stroll gets out on track and sets a lap time. Goodness knows how long that will be, though. Especially see Carlos Sainz out on track on a new set of medium tyres. Dare I say, might be about to go on a push lap as we are watching along with him on the live broadcast. Yes, he's on new C3 tyres. So, yes, he's in a bunch of green mini sectors. So, Carlos Sainz clearly on the move this lap, which is good to see. We'd like to see some personal best laps, see people moving up and down. Only Piastri this session, only Piastri this morning session. Norris will be in for the afternoon session. Since how long did Leclerc pit? It should say when 11 minutes. He was in the pits for 11 minutes there. Sainz sets the fifth best first sector time. So that's not too shabby for Carlos. Of course, Williams. I must say, I think people are overplaying the issues with Williams. I don't think they're particularly far off where they were last year in the pecking order. They're maybe not quite as close to the top four as they were, but I think they're still like around that kind of fifth, sixth, seventh fastest team. So I don't think Williams are suffering quite as much as everyone thinks they are. As this lap looks to shuffle him out, probably somewhere around where Lindblad and Gasly are, which, once again, that will be about a P5 or P6. Rash, member for 53 months. Goodness me, I can't be bothered to calculate how long that is. Good to see you're excited about Max Verstappen. And thank you for being a member for 53 months. As Carlos Sainz jumps up to 5th with a 1:35.528. Where is Max? Sorry. Max is not in the car for the morning session. He will be in for the afternoon session. We currently have Isaac Hajar in the car. They're currently sat in the pit lane, cooling the car down, fueling it up a little bit, making sure that everything is all fine and well from what I can tell. There currently aren't any tyres on the car, and there's not a front nose, but they haven't gotten Hajar to get out of the car. So I doubt it'll be long until we see Hajar back on track. As we look at Leclerc, he's not lighting up the timing screens, but going along at a steady pace. 4 years and 5 months. Thank you guys for doing the maths for me. So that's quite a while. No one needs to know that's longer than I've been watching Formula One for. That's unimportant. Well, anyways, despite that slightly embarrassing notion, I hope you're all enjoying the stream. I apologize if I'm not sounding 100%. I am a little bit unwell. My throat is mostly holding up, but I am having to pause every now and then to take a swig so that my voice doesn't die. Who do you think is sandbagging? Sandbagging. Well, probably everyone a little bit. It's like nowadays, at least in modern Formula One, it really comes down to how much or who's sandbagging the least is kind of the thing. No one here is arriving here with no one here is arriving with their with zero sandbags. They are 100%, whether it be extra fuel or literally just extra weight on the car or running older specs of wings and whatnot, like we believe Ferrari might be doing, depending on if they bring that flippy wing back. Do I think Ferrari will return to it? The thing is, if like when you invest in something like that as a team in a cost cap era, you don't invest in it just to look flashy. You invest in it because of the fact that you actually think that you're going to gain some advantage through using it. So clearly, something is leading Ferrari to believe that that will give them a pace advantage. A little bit of me thinks that they've run and hid it away, possibly because of the fact they've realized it's really, really good and they don't want everyone else copying them. That's like a running theory I have. It's practically a conspiracy theory. But I think that's possible that they know it's fast. Sorry. They know it's fast. They just don't want the rest of the world to know about it because otherwise they'll all copy and Ferrari won't get their nice little advantage for coming up for what is genuinely one of the most creative ideas we've seen in a fair few years. Charles on good long run pace. Let's have a look. 38.8 on used mediums. Yeah, that's pretty respectable. Anything for race pace, the general rule of thumb, as long as it's not like a brand new set of tires at the beginning of the session, as long as like 137s to 139s is where you want to be, race pace wise. So Charles is pretty much sat bang on in there. So that's not bad. Yes, it's either really good or really bad. I completely agree with that. I know Williams have said that they're going to look into it. So if suddenly we arrive in like back to Bahrain and Williams are running that like a similar rear wing to that idea, then we know for a fact it's a good idea. But then again, that's quite a while away, and we'll have likely already seen Ferrari running it by then. I did see some discussion about it might be the sort of thing where they only run it at certain circuits because of the fact they don't think the advantages are worth it at some tracks, and it's dependent on the track profile, which of course varies a lot from track to track. So I could see that being the case. Nico Hulkenberg seems to be on a pretty nice lap on a new set of hard compound tyres. He set a personal best sector one, not a crazy sector one. He's of course still doing some harder compound tyres, some longer running. I bet that wing gig knew we thinking. Okay. Oh, I bet that wing goss knew we thinking. Sorry. I mean, from the looks of things, it's got everyone thinking. It's really, really weird, but it's also really, really cool, and I hope it's fast. Because if it is, by goodness knows when, by the halfway mark of the season, everyone's going to have that, and that's going to look really cool. Like, just imagine that as we're entering a straight, and we pass that line, and you just see all the rear wings topple over. That would look so cool. That would make up for what could possibly be some questionable racing, as Nico Hulkenberg sets a personal best of a 137.795, which we know he's still on race pace, but that's some very respectable race pace. As we see, he also had a lock-up on that lap as well into the now infamous turn 10, where everybody and their dog seems to lock up. Adds every 2 minutes. I'm terribly sorry. Aussie man back. Yes, the Aussie man is back. Hopefully, I'll be back again. Of course, I won't be back for the Australian Grand Prix because very exciting. I'll be there in person, which I'm looking forward to massively. I've managed to get seats in a grandstand this time, so I don't have to sit on a patch of wet grass like I did last year. But I will be sat in the Prost stand, which is just off the final corner of the circuit. So I'll get to see the final chicane of turns 15 and 16, I think it is. And I will also get to see the down the main straight, which means I get a brilliant angle of the race start, which I'm looking forward to. And I should be able to see turn 1 in the far distance because it's a pretty long main straight. However, for China, you'll probably see me back then, of course, prior to commentating for Bahrain testing. That qualifying for the Chinese Grand Prix was the last time I had commentated. Hence why I'm still a little bit rusty. Can you show the speed trap, please? Mr. John Racing Statistics. Are you out there? Oh, as Arvid Lindblad just said, it's a brilliant first sector. Could you possibly give us the speed trap numbers? Oh, yeah, sorry. No, there they are. I forgot that we get to see those live. So we've got a circulating bar on the top right-hand corner, which shows us the speed. So once we get through everyone who's not participating in the session, you'll get to see it. On Arvid Lindblad's lap, he's having some scrappy moments. The car doesn't seem to quite be gripping up where he wants it to. Yeah, yellow sector 2, so might not quite be an improvement. But for C2 tyres, it's still not a bad lap. Would you have... yeah, would I have seen where Piastri went off? Yes, I would have seen where Piastri went off in the 2025 Australian Grand Prix. I will have you know I cried trackside when that happened, and I'm a man and I cried, and I will admit it. That made me very, very sad. I thought I was guaranteed on my first time ever watching a Grand Prix to get to watch an Australian for the first time ever finish on the podium at home. But the gods had other plans and they made it rain. And it really was for like 5 to 10 minutes, that final block of rain. It was a tiny amount of time. I barely had to go on to winters. And that's the other thing. I never saw DRS. I was sat next to a DRS straight. and I never saw the DRS because it was raining practically the entire time. So yes, hopefully Oscar will get somewhere on the podium. I would love it dearly if he won. The energy trackside would be amazing. I would love to be there. As we see, Nico Hulkenberg comes to the line, also improves on his time. But yes, hopefully, I pray Oscar wins the Australian Grand Prix, but I wouldn't bet on it. As Kimi Antonelli is now out on a decent lap on a new set of the medium tyres, setting some handy little laps. Mini sectors in there for Antonelli, so we'll see how this middle sector turns out. I reckon it'll be quite nice. That's a very handy, sorry, very handy sector. Thank you, Crash. Thank you for dropping in. Of course, thank you for being a member for, we said 4 years and 5 months. That's a massive thing for us. It really means the world. Thank you. As Kimi Antonelli comes to the line and rather unsurprisingly goes P2 with a purple final sector, which is interesting. That lap basically just ramped up and up for Kimi Antonelli, which similar to what we saw from him yesterday, where his middle sector was, generally speaking, his first sector wasn't brilliant. To be fair, Oscar had a brilliant first sector yesterday. But then as time went on, Antonelli's sector built up. Did Aston Martin give up? Well, I'm about to see views in. Oh, that's not good. We're about to see views in the Aston Martin pit lane. I'm just going to unmute. Get an idea of what's going on. Okay. Oh no, that's terrible. Okay. Here's some bad news. They started up the engine, so and they were testing all the stuff and whatnot, and lo and behold, the uh, the engine was already screwed. The engine, they turned it on in the garage, and it already had an issue. So they've had to strip the bodywork off, and they've got the walls up. So yeah, that car is screwed. To put it really kindly, that car's not in a good shape. We will not see it out on track for quite a while. I imagine they're going to have to work on that for quite a while. They do have nearly the entire test, so I reckon they'll be fine. What do you think about the new Ferrari's rear wing? I've said it once, and I will say it again. Of course, I'm not judging you for not hearing me earlier on, but I love that rear wing. I think it is the coolest thing ever, and I really hope they bring it back for at least one Grand Prix this year. I don't even care if it slows them by like a kilometer down the straights. It looks really cool. And sometimes we need a bit more cool in Formula One, and sometimes a little less practical. Sometimes this sport's a little bit too focused on the practical and needs to focus a little bit more on the cool, because it's meant to be a cool sport, and stuff like that is really cool. So if they just did a little bit more of that, I did just wouldn't the FIA take issue with it? I don't. Well, the thing is, I highly doubt they would have brought it to the test if the FIA had an issue with it. And I think, don't quote me on this, but I think another team said that they thought about or were aware that it was an option. It's just they didn't consider it, didn't think it would work. So, I mean, who knows? That type of wing could only be track specific. I would say there's a fairly good chance of that, which means we'll see it every now and then. We'll see it every now and then, but otherwise, that's pretty much it. Like Saudi or Baku, yeah, I would imagine it's giving more straight line speed. That's my best guess. I reckon it improves straight line speed for loss of rear downforce when it is in corner mode, or just not straight line mode. it'll be interesting to see. I think Piastri is now on a push lap. Yes, definitely on a push lap. Got green and purple sectors, mini sectors popping up for him. Oscar through the first sector, up on Leclerc, but not up on Leclerc's best first sector. It's just Leclerc didn't set his best first sector on his best lap. So a handy first sector for Oscar Piastri. If he can carry this momentum through, I would imagine we will see him at least move up to second, possibly up to first. I see you are asking some questions and making some comments. I will get back to you. I just want to. Oh no. Oh, Oscar's lap's just kind of been a little bit screwed over, to put it kindly. Yeah, he's dropped off massively. So what happened there is on the exit of turn 11, he got a bit of understeer. He ran wide. I can see on the steering wheel he was taking multiple jabs at the corner, and he just lost the car basically, and it got. All right, this might be a bit of a niche reference. Oscar does not improve his time. 1:34.515. Sainz is out on a good lap though. Uh, yeah, Sainz is setting some very respectable times. And Nico also improved last lap as well. But yeah, I would if you've played the F1 games, any of the recent F1 games, as Carlos Sainz comes to the line and does he does improve, does not move his position, 1:35.252. If you played any of the F1 games recently, Saudi Arabia, through the S's, like you've kind of got the left and then the right. After the exit of the right, if you run wide, there's that curb that you get stuck on and you literally can't get off it until the end of the curb because your car's basically just like skateboarding across along it. That's that's pretty much what's happening. That's pretty much it. He started skateboarding along the turn 11 exit curbs, which is rather unfortunate. Not what we want to see. No Verstappen, correct. We have no Max Verstappen for the sorry for the morning session, but we do have him for the afternoon session. Oh sorry, my throat is dying currently. The big question will be the reliability of the wing activation mechanism. No, I do agree. I think that's going to be a big thing as to whether it's run. Is Aston skipping practice? Uh Now I know that the tragedy of Aston Martin in 2026 probably couldn't get any worse, but they've managed to. I said I'd be happy. I think they at minimum had to do more than 80 laps today, and the car broke down before it left the pit lane. I kid you not. I kid you not. It broke down before they left the garage. They turned it on, they did the checks, and it was already broken. You out here selling dreams? It really is. It's it's insane. It really is. Lindblad's doing some decent sector times. He's doing the ultimate sandbag. Dude, this would be the wildest sandbag. We see I'm accused of Lindblad's middle sector time. Yes, he's improving. Very handy middle sector. It looks like Gasly as well is on a push lap. Lindblad continues. Yeah, Gasly. That's a what 30.2. That's not bad. Not anything crazy. About 3/10 off Leclerc's pace. The Lindblad to the line. He improves by one spot, a 135.238. Not too shabby on what are still hard tyres. Still out there pushing on hard tyres, setting pretty respectable lap times. Which one's better, Williams or Haas? I would say Haas. Which is ironic because people thought the thing that would make Williams dominant would be their Mercedes engine. But now I think the reason that Haas are going to end up doing so well is because of their Ferrari engine. They could start 12th, but they'll finish the opening lap something like 5th. That engine is just so good. It's almost not even fair. If you haven't seen the race starts, I would recommend you go find a clip of them because it's kind of insane. Gasly, as he approaches the line, that's a 135, 692. But yes, I think Haas will be the fifth in the constructors. That's my hot, I don't know, it's lukewarm take. I don't think it's a particularly hot take. I mean, their car is currently fourth in the timings in the hands of the driver who's probably currently the closer to being the second driver after being outperformed by his teammate into the end of the season. Still, I believe in Williams. I would love to see Williams do well. I just don't think first year into these regulations would necessarily be it for them. 2027, 2028, I reckon they'll bounce back a little bit once they can get underway with development and looking at the long term of the car. I think they'll do a lot better. It's just because we're fresh into these regs, everyone's fresh into the regs. I think they're struggling comparatively. Piastri does a personal best in the middle sector. He will come to the line. Doesn't do a personal best overall. 134.577. I was going to say, if that is race pace, that's rather impressive. But unfortunately, it is not race pace. $200 likes. Yes, we have no kind of 2,000. Goodness me, not quite this early. 205 likes. Thank you all so much for giving us the support. And if you want to join the stream, feel free to subscribe. It means a lot to us, and it means you'll be notified of all of the streams we do, where you will see the likes of me amongst many other commentators taking you through the weekend. Seeing talks of Alonso retiring at the end of this season. I know he said he wants to end on a high, but at this rate, Aston Martin think they'll be on a high by the time he's 50. And he's got the pace now. It's just I don't know whether he'll have the pace when he's 50. As Isaac Hadjar seems to be on a push lap with the C3s. Oh, yikes. Turn 8 did not work out for him. I saw him smacking the steering wheel. I believe a snap of oversteer from the looks of it. Alpine may come up to top 3 teams and squeeze someone out. I don't think I'd say they'd squeeze anyone out of the top 3. I wouldn't even say they'd squeeze anyone out of top 4. I think they would probably just have to be... Oh, okay, so Hadjar's also locked up. From the looks of things, shouting expletives at the front right tyre. But yeah, I don't think Alpine will be breaking into the top four this year. They're definitely going. They definitely have pace. It's definitely not going to be a repeat of 2025. I reckon it'll be something closer to 2024 in terms of their level of performance, where they're definitely at the front of the midfield. I think that's pretty common. But I think Haas have got a pretty firm grip on leading the midfield. Could just be me. Like, if I am wrong, I'm wrong. But they're definitely not at the back of the midfield, Haas. Speaking of Haas, you're not reading it wrong. Esteban Ocon is on it. So I've also just only clocked that. Esteban Ocon is out on a set of intermediate tires. And no, it's not raining. In case you were curious. Yes, and it's not fast nor reliable. Yes. And that's the issue. I saw someone earlier in the stream compared to the 2014 Red Bull in preseason testing. And like, I kind of see where you're coming from. The only thing I have to say about it though is that Red Bull was fast though. Like the Renault engine in the back of that thing still gave it enough where combined with Newey's aero work, it still was able to get race wins and a lot of podiums and was second, second or third. No, I think they were third. Yeah, oh, well, it puts Daniel Ricciardo to third in the drivers' championship. Let me go pull up the stat. I don't want to get it wrong. They were either second or third. I just don't remember where Williams were that year. They were, yeah, Red Bull were second and Williams were third. So I'll get the podium count up for you as well. So it's hard to compare because podiums wise, that Red Bull got 12 podiums. I don't see a universe where that Aston Martin gets 12 podiums, even though there's more races in the year. I'll say Ocon's lap, and this is really weird. Like, you would expect Ocon's lap times to be worse, considering he's on Inters. That could just be me. That is a bit of my opinion. But I would expect him to be going a hell of a lot slower than he currently is if he were on intermediate tires. I must say, it definitely doesn't look like Ocon's having fun in the cockpit. Squirming around a lot through. Oh, look at that drift through the first, second corners. That was insane. The car's barely facing forward. That should probably, dare I say, they should get him to come into the pits before he ends up sideways in a wall. That would be the last thing Haas would need after what's been a relatively successful test. Newey is known for building fast but fragile cars. Yes, definitely. They break down a lot, but when when they aren't breaking down, they do tend to go fast. And it's all like genuinely, it's like this car's just an odd exception, just a really random. Just nah, this one's just slow. And I think the other big issue is that he can't make it fast because of the fact that it keeps breaking down before you can work out what's wrong. And that's going to be a big thing for Aston Martin is they need to get their reliability up, and then they can actually start working out how to make the car fast. Because currently, the car's not consistent enough for them to put in enough laps to get an idea of how fast the car is, or like where the car's lacking and where they need to improve. That's the big issue currently. I think Russell in the Mercedes can be scary. I think as someone who has my head screwed on, I think that Mercedes in the hand of George Russell can be terrifying. People have been saying, I think some people are forgetting this, but we've been saying for years that if George Russell is given the fastest car on the grid, he will be a menace. Like he could easily pull off like a where. Oh, okay, I was gonna possibly overshoot a bit. I'd say I could see if he had the fastest car on the grid for a whole season. I could see him pulling off like a 2022 Max Verstappen sort of level of performance. I don't think that's unreasonable. We're just going to look at the Mercedes rear wings. Interesting. Kimi seems to be close. I don't know. They seem to be functioning relatively similarly. I'm not quite sure why they're showing us a replay of that. It's a bit random, but whatever works. I might be missing something, of course. Just joined is Ferrari running the 360 wing today. Unfortunately, not. I was really hoping they were going to. I think everyone was really hoping they were going to, but they have not. So, hope you're all able to appreciate the standard, more DRSy sort of wing. I must say, we've just seen a slow-mo replay of the Audi. I think Audi have changed theirs, if I'm not going crazy. Because rather than being that slot gap, that like the DRS sort of gap, where it opens more like a door, where it's very much at one, where the pivot point is based at the rear of the wing. The Audis, similarly to the Alpines, seems to be based around halfway along. So it's kind of a halfway where the Alpines actually just goes flat and there isn't a gap, pretty much. The the uh, the Audi is about halfway along. Which means that there's a gap, but the rear of the wing also drops down. Well, notably, I'm seeing that the side plates of the rear wing are higher than the face of the rear wing when they activate. So that's quite nice. Oh, watching Esteban Ocon. Oh my goodness, full on Tokyo drifting through turn 8 with the intermediate, with the pretty heavily used. Oh goodness me, Esteban, what are you doing? Ass, what is this? What are you gaining? I mean, I'm gaining a lot of entertainment, I'm going to be honest. Hopefully, we'll get some replays for those published for those who aren't getting to watch TV pictures because that was hilarious. Ocon on Inter's why? That's a great question. I each time I think about it, I like to think, oh, surely I can rationalize why a team would do that. I genuinely can't. Okay, Ocon's in the pit. That's good. Please get those intermediate tires off him before he crashes. That's not what we like. And of course, Esteban Ocon around Bahrain of all places. You know, like the guy who crashed in Q2 last year here. Also, just a reminder: if you have any questions, ask away. I will do the best to answer them. It's not like much else is happening. Everyone who's out on track, being Hulkenberg, Gasly, and Sainz, all are pretty much doing long runs. Nothing crazy. Quite like using intermediate tires on a boiling hot day. So I have loads of time to answer questions. Aston Martin was a battery issue. I don't know if it was exactly a battery issue, but it was an issue. Nico Hulkenberg seems to be on a decent lap, at least in the middle sector. But yeah, Aston Martin issues everywhere. Basically, they started up the car and they noticed issues, so they turned it back off, and they're currently just trying to fix those. Nico Hulkenberg, personal best sector 2. Now, I'm not going to sound crazy here, and this is probably an unpopular opinion, and I'm okay. I'm okay with this being an unpopular opinion. The Audi livery is actually growing on me. Like, I don't think it's actually quite as bad as we all thought it was. As Nico Hulkenberg comes to the line, doesn't improve, a 137.821. But I think the Audi livery is honestly not that bad. It looks a lot better on track than it did in the renders. I do actually like it. I think it looks nice. And there are some cars that looked really nice in the renders, but I don't like them on track. So I think, I mean, I think the Red Bull's the big one. You could barely notice it's a different shade of blue half the time, unless you're right next to the car, which most of us won't be. Looks better on the track in my opinion. Okay, good. I'm not the only one. Thank goodness. Yeah, I don't know what it is about it. It works. It works. The Cadillac too, in that sense. The videos of the Cadillac were so confusing. I mean, of course, we had the possibilities of chrome on it, which unfortunately we know aren't happening. But oh well. We can cope without chrome. I think the concept of an asymmetrical livery is really cool. I know one of the Formula E teams, Lola, I think, has an asymmetrical livery. I remember watching daughter of Richard Hammond, Izzy Hammond, follow in her father's legacy and pin it into a concrete wall, which was absolutely hilarious. And I laughed very, very hard when I got up in the morning and saw that. So, and I think that car looks quite nice when it's got both of its right hand side tires attached to the car. I understand it's not the best car. I think Zane Maloney's driving in that car. Like that. I think he's driving one of the seats, but then he isn't driving the other one. Formula E standings. I just know the team is kind of a backmark team. That's like the one thing I do know. Except, okay, Zane Maloney and Luca Di Grassi. Okay, both ex, well, one ex. Sorry, I don't know say why I was going to say both ex Formula One drivers. Luca Di Grassi has driven in Formula One back in the early 2010s and wasn't super successful. And Zane Maloney was in Formula 2 in 2024 and looked like an outside favourite for the championship. Why has Ocon driven the 6 laps on intermediate tyres? I'd love to know. Really, if you've got the answers, tell me. But I don't know. I really, really don't. I swear I heard Aston Martin chewing gears yesterday. Yeah, you probably did. I wouldn't be surprised. I see Ocon in deep conversation with his team principal, Ao Komatsu, probably asking something along the lines. I was going to do a French accent, but I won't. That might seem a bit racist. Probably asking something along the lines of, "Hey, Mr. Team Boss, why the hell did you put me on Insters? Whose idea was this? You better fire them." And I can't blame him. I would probably say the same thing. That was, I think they did earlier in the test as well. But like not for as long though. I don't think it was for like 2 laps. But like Ocon was full on Tokyo drifting. I mean, maybe they think they're learning something. I don't know. Uh, just testing rain settings. Yeah, yeah, no, that makes sense. I can understand that. Oh, here's something I wanted to talk to you all about. For those who have seen any of the TV pictures, you might have seen drivers with straight line mode swerving, like on outlaps and whatnot, to warm up tires. Now, of course, on paper, like that kind of is alarm bells in my head at least, thinking, hey, you've got your wings open, you're going to crash if you swerve. I mean, look at Gabriel Bortoleto in Brazil last year, Jack Doohan, So it's like that's like the rule number one: don't swerve, and that's kind of one thing that we all learn is they don't swerve when their DRS is open because they'll crash. But I think um I think I'm about to sneeze. No, I'm good. But the thing is, the reason that that would happen with DRS is because of the fact that it would unbalance where the downforce was on the car. Also, for those curious, I believe Oscar Piastri might be about to go for a push lap. So that's going to be exciting. But that was the issue, is that it unbalanced where the downforce was. I think Kimi might also be on a push lap as well. He wasn't far off Leclerc in the first sector, and he's just on a purple mini sector. But yes, and that was the thing, is it would unbalance. There wouldn't be enough downforce on the rears, so any turning would just massively lose control of the car. However, because of the fact that you're losing some off the front and losing some off the rear, now in with straight line mode, they can swerve. It's just like they have lower downforce. It's like they go to Monza, like they've just gone to Monza level downforces temporarily. I'll say Antonelli's on a rather handy lap, considering this isn't even a personal best for him. Will Hamilton do laps today? I do not believe so. I'm fairly certain today. Yes, today is just Charles Leclerc, which means that Lewis Hamilton is done and dusted. As Kimi Antonelli sets a purple last sector once again, really showing off how much he's ramping up across the lap. Does not improve on his time. Oscar Piastri into the first corner. Did he have a lock up? Locked up both front tires. That is unfortunate, considering we believe he was about to go on a push lap. Let's watch off board. Yeah, just both fronts locked up under braking, and he went straight on. They will be pretty severely flat spotted, so he could go for another push lap once he's recharged the battery, but he might find it a bit challenging. Aston Martin retired. They're going to go focus on the wet car. I mean, at this point, Aston Martin, they've got a good thing going in WEC. I think the Valkyrie seems like it could actually win a race. Like, I mean, it got a podium in, was it Petit Le Mans? In 24 hours of Petit Le Mans last year. So they've got like it's got a endurance podium. So I definitely think it's got the pace. And you look at, if you have sat, I watched all 6 hours of the 6 hours of Fuji, and I'd say that car definitely had the pace. As we watch Oscar, from the looks of things, going on to a push lap on those tires, which he's just had the almighty lockup on. So will he find much time on those tires after that? Possibly. Possibly not. But yeah, in my opinion, Aston Martin should accept the fact that Formula One, oh, you're not a bad first sector for Piastri. They should accept the fact that Formula One hasn't worked. They got some decent results. They got some podiums. 2023 looked good. 2021 was good. They got some podiums, but they're probably at the end of the line in terms of what they will and will not be able to achieve. And because they've got this good thing going in the World Endurance Championship, I think they should just focus on that. Really maximize what they can achieve with that car. And I think that it could turn out quite well for them. So yeah, I think it's unfortunate that we're maybe going to have to see one be sacrificed for the other. I hope not. I think they should, if they do back out of one, though, I think they should back out of Formula One. Just give the team to Honda. Get Honda back into the sport for the first time since 2008, where they sold their team for basically a penny. and he then won the championship. What I would do to watch a repeat of Braun GP, like Audi or Cadillac came in this year and were just dominant. That would have been really cool. I think Kimi going to. Oh, I think Kimi going to dunk. I read that as drunk on Russell this season. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. I think Kimi is going to dunk on Russell this season. Yikes. Nico Hulkenberg is just a massive lockup on his front right into the first corner where it just would not let go. Like it locked, it let go, it locked, it let go, it locked. That was rather unpleasant for him. Those tires will be pretty useless for anything now. Yikes. Like even after he took his foot off the brakes, they kept locking up. Yikes. But yes, I don't. I think Kimi, well, hopefully, Kimi's consistency will improve, and we won't see like. Sorry. Hopefully, we won't see him reach the middle of the season and just drop off now that we've gone to Europe. But yeah, I mean, here nor there, I don't know. I don't think he'll beat George. I don't think we're quite at that stage yet. But then again, we all said this, like, well, most people were saying the same about Piastri. And then he nearly beat Norris. So it could be closer than we're expecting, but I don't think he'll beat. I don't think he'll quite beat. I don't think he'll quite beat Russell. Especially not dunk on him. Is Ferrari using the flippy wing? No, they are not using the flippy wing. It's rather sad. I was hoping they were, but no. Russell Leclerc title fight would be insane. Russell, I would be so here for a Russell Leclerc title fight. Why don't we just get like all the guys who haven't won a championship yet, who are in like top teams? So Russell, Antonelli, Piastri, Leclerc, and Hajar, and just watch them fight it out for championship. That Lewis, Max, and Lando can just take a backseat for a season. I think that'd be amazing. I'd be so here for that. But you know what I also would be here for would be a Russell v Verstappen. I like if we can't get a Russell v like McLarens or something. I think, I mean, really, I think Russell v Verstappen would be the best case scenario for the championship. I think that would be so entertaining to watch. The chaos, like they'd be trying to murder each other out on the track. It'd be so much fun. I mean, hell, you guys saw what happened when they weren't even fighting for a championship and they were just out there on track. Half the time they're already trying to murder each other. Now that they've got like a world champ, could have a world championship on the line, that's massive because George is going to be fighting tooth and nail for it. Max is going to too. That's going to be a brilliant thing to watch. So that would be really cool. That's kind of my dream championship is Russell and Verstappen fight it out, and then everyone else kind of follows along behind. This is the first time Aston Martin make their own gearbox, and now it's a disaster. Yeah, yeah, it's funny. It's not like they don't know how to build a gearbox. Is the funny thing. Is they know how to build a gearbox. They're a respectable car manufacturer. This year is our year. Well, I don't know who the our is. Leclerc, some serious race pace and consistency. Yes, Leclerc's looking very handy. With the second highest lap count completed. Sorry, behind Kimi Antonelli, who, if my eyes can squint well enough, I believe that number says 35. 35 laps is very, very nice for Kimi. Leclerc's now done 10 laps on those mediums. Audi underrated this year. I mean, I definitely think people aren't talking about them enough. We were a bit concerned about reliability issues early on, but I think if Audi can make sure that reliability isn't an issue, I could see them. Pardon me. I could see them having a fight between like Audi, Williams, maybe Alpine, definitely, Haas, definitely. Well, P5, P6, P7 in the championship. I could see that being a very heated battle, and I don't know if any. And really, all it would come down to I would imagine we're going to see a 2024 esque midfield fight, where, of course, Haas is Haas. Um, Haas is Haas. Wait, or in 2024 we had Haas, V Carb, and Alpine fighting for the championship, and really it was decided by the fact that Alpine got those podiums in Brazil. So I really think that of Haas, Audi, and Alpine, whoever can manage to get the podium will probably finish P5. If they do, whoever can get the podium will win P5 quite comfortably, I think. So we'll see. We'll see. Why no, Lewis? Lewis, he's done his 3 sessions. He had one of the sessions on. I'll double check which one. He had the afternoon session on the first day, and he had all of yesterday. So that is why he's not out. We're giving Leclerc the whole day. Ferrari engine is crazy. Look at Haas, 100%. Ferrari is like, and that's the thing is, we could be in a scenario where Ferrari are actually massively sandbagging, like insanely sandbagging, and they are like half a second up the road pace wise. That would be, I mean, that might be a bit extreme, but we could see something where Ferrari are just sandbagging insanely. And goodness me, I'm a tired boy. I've been up too long. But we could see Ferrari's just been find out that Ferrari's been sandbagging massively. P1, P2 in all the pre-practice sessions in Australia, P1, P2 in qualifying, and then they launch off the grid and they're like 3 seconds down the road by the end of lap 1 in Australia. I could 100% see that happening. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised. But and Haas is one of the main arguments for that, is the fact that they look really strong as well, and a lot of it seems to be from engine side of things. Is Lewis washed? I mean, Lewis has hated the last generation of cars, where even if he was in the fastest car on the grid, I still don't think he'd like it. The 2023 Mercedes was the best one for him, despite I know he didn't win in it. He won in the, of course, 2024 Mercedes, but the 23 Merc was the one he clearly liked the most. Other than that, overall been a bit rubbish for him. So yeah, I think it's hard to tell. That's the thing, is it's hard to tell if he's washed or if he was just really bad at driving those cars. I think he said that these, if I'm remembering correctly, these regulations is like driving a GP2 car. And if that's the case, then I could see I could see though the younger drivers doing well, literally just because of the fact that they've driven that more recently. So we could again see Lewis struggling. But then again, Lewis also Lewis is a GP2 champion, but like near, oh yeah, before I was born, Lewis Hamilton was a GP2 champion. So it's been a while for him since he's last driven a GP2 car. But if you look at someone like an Oscar Piastri, a Kimi Antonelli, or an Isaac Hadjar, who all last drove GP2 or F2 in their case cars, was in was oh, here we're just getting a replay of Isaac Hadjar. It was there, so we watched him back out of what looked like it was going to be a push lap for him. Oh, yeah, very wiggly. No grip whatsoever. That makes me think the tires weren't warm enough. Weren't warm enough. Because we're seeing Liam Lawson in the or behind all the garages playing with a football. This is an odd little snippet. Can't say I expect to see that one. He's got what looks like the cooling vest on. So, yes. Where is Perez? Perez. Sorry. Sergio Perez was. He went out for a couple of installation laps. He had some brakes on and whatnot, just checking things, and then they came into the garage. And last time I saw it was up on jacks. So I don't know how long that will take. Also have no idea how long it will take for the Aston to get back out. Because, of course, it has not. As you can see, Perez has completed one lap. But Stroll has done none. Also throwing an American football, stick to F1, dude. I reckon he could. Oh, and what's that on the Red Bull? Something soon to be flicking around the axle or the rear right axle. That didn't seem like anything to be concerned about. It looked like a bit of tire nearly, which is odd. You wouldn't necessarily expect that. Charles Leclerc currently out on a set of C2 tires. He is working his way around the track. Doubt this will be a crazy sector from him. He's probably out there preparing to do a long run. Of course, Charles Leclerc holding 2 of the 3 purple sectors from today, holding purple sector in sector 1 and sector 2, with Kimi Antonelli having snubbed him in sector 3, which sector 3 has always puzzled me here. I feel like sector 2 is so long. I mean, like time-wise, it really is in Bahrain. But with how long, but then you've got sector 3, which is like 2 corners and half a straight, barely a sector. Top 3 drivers in no specific order: Hamilton, Leclerc, Russell, and top 3 teams in order: Ferrari, Mercedes, McLaren. Intriguing. Well, I did my own recently because I'm a bit of a nerd. Those who know me personally will attest to that. But I made a neat little ranking of the 20 of the results from the first week of preseason testing. See if I could get an idea of what the performances were from, or what the rankings were of all the teams based on how they did across the 3 days of testing. And here are my top 3 from that. McLaren, fastest, then Ferrari, then Mercedes, and then of course Red Bull fourth. Now keep in mind they were all very close. Like the time margins that it estimated as being their average lap time were all within a tenth of each other. So it's very small stuff. Then I had Haas fifth, Audi sixth, Williams seventh, Alpine eighth, Racing Bulls ninth, Cadillac 10th, and Aston Martin 11th. So that was from last week. Of course, so it's taken absolutely nothing into consideration from this week. I will do the same for the tests this week, and then I will combine them both and see what we get. So, I mean, goodness knows. But I would bet that's based on, I know for a fact it's based on actual statistics. So I would bet on that being half accurate. Oscar World Drivers' Championship fight. As long as the McLaren's there, I don't see why he won't. He did last year. He seems to be working well enough with these cars. I don't see a scenario where something goes where he struggles with these cars so much. Where if Lando's in the fight, I think that's the thing. If Lando's in the fight, I would highly doubt Oscar wouldn't be. So, yeah, that's pretty much it is as long as the McLaren's there, I think Oscar will be in the fight, and I think Lando will be in the fight. Papaya rules for McLando. That's the other thing. From my understanding of the of Oscar's contract, there is a note in the or there's like an little asterisk somewhere in the contract that says that he cannot be forced to play a second driver role until Oscar is mathematically out of the championship fight. So that's why we saw none of it last year, or officially speaking, we didn't see any papaya rules because of the fact that Oscar was always always in contention for the championship. But then but if you look in 2024, you'll notice that they started asking Oscar to get out of the way after he fell out of championship contention. But then, of course, Lando fell out very quickly after. These cars look a bit slower this year. A little bit. I don't think it's quite as big as we'd expected, though. I definitely thought it would be a lot worse. Definitely thought it'd be a lot worse. But everyone, I think the reason it took so long to get even remotely close to what the times in to 2025 preseason testing were is just simply because of the fact that they've never driven these cars before. It's going to take them a minute to get up to that sort of pace. Just on board with Nico Hulkenberg on the lap. A bit squirmy for him, but a personal best in the first sectors. I've noticed turn 2 and 3, like that complex is actually I really like that corner complex. I think it's a 1, 2, and 3. I think it's a really cool corner complex. But noticing that Nico, well, not only Nico, but a lot of drivers seem to be struggling with that. They're not quite as good as they used to be. Well, in last year's cars, which I would imagine a lot of that comes down to levels of downforce in corners. Because, or I know this is only so accurate of a comparison, but I was racing with a model of the 2026 F1 cars in Assetto Corsa, and that corner it's one of the hardest. Nailing turn 2 and 3 is one of the hardest things to do on the whole circuit, and that is in complete seriousness. Getting the car turned around off, and it hates going over the curbs as well. There, it's really easy to lose the rear and spin around. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, to put it kind of, I wouldn't be surprised if drivers continue to struggle there. Audi P9 at best. Have you seen some of the lap times they've been setting over the past couple of days? I wouldn't say Audi P9 in the constructors at best. Here we go. Good news. Cadillac back out on track. Sergio Perez just leaving his garage and exiting the pit lane. But yeah, I'm going to be honest, you're kidding yourself a bit if you think the best Audi's going to do is P9. They are definitely, I would say, I'd almost be disappointed if they did worse than P7. Like or P7, P8. That's nearly the bare minimum of what I expect. Because they're faster than, because so far they've seemed faster than Williams. They're definitely faster than Aston Martin and Cadillac. And they're kind of in the ballpark of Alpine, Haas, and Racing Bulls. Racing Bulls, I'm really finding it hard to get a read on them. Of course, Arvid Lindblad's a rookie, so he's still kind of getting to grips with the car, with the pace of Formula One. But I don't know. I'm finding it hard to get a read. Do you think this is Ferrari's year? I mean, it's their. I would say this year is the best shot of it being their year since 2022, quite comfortably. And before 2022, I'd say since like 2018. Or Audi hater. What was this? The Audi haters can they can deal with it. I don't know why you'd hate on Audi. Honestly, they haven't literally haven't done anything yet to cause any issues. I also do apologize. My dog's just started barking. If you hear anything in the background, I apologize. Also, 300 likes we have now reached on the stream. Thank you so much, everyone. If you have not already liked, please go and do so. Someone just disliked or just removed their like. What the hell, guys? Not on. But yes, if you would, or if you're enjoying the stream, please like. And if you would like to see more of this sort of content, do subscribe. We will keep you. We will keep making these streams and doing them for every single F1 event. I love it that Audi joined. Same. I will probably be quietly cheering for them a bit this year. I think as long as they don't do anything like offensive, like anything crazy. I think they've got a really cool side pod design. Until Ferrari rocked up with the flippy wing, that was the coolest idea. I think was the Audi side pods. They were so unique, such an aggressive concept, and it actually seemed to work. Lewis is too busy with his American model girlfriend to test today. That's I mean, it's probably not why. Sergio Perez comes across the line of 1:44.636. Goodness me, that's slow. Yes, hopefully they'll be able to find a bit more pace. Whatever suits your narrative. Me, what did I do? Oh, Gasly's on a lap. Let's talk about that. I'll say Alpine is another one where I would say they would probably be somewhere around the middle, and if they can nail development, I reckon they'll shoot up a little bit. It's not a bad first sector for Gasly. Oh, not me. Okay, sweet. I was going to say, what have I done wrong? How have we ended up with an argument about American football? It's not the guy. We're watching a Formula One live stream. Can we keep Formula One? Whereas Aston Martin in the pits because the car broke down the moment they turned it on, which is really embarrassing, and they should look to fix that. But if they can't, well then we might not see. I would hope we'll see Stroll by the evening, but we might not see Stroll at all in the morning. From the 5-something days of testing so far, who do you think is better between Aston Martin and Cadillac based on reliability, raw pace, and performance? I think Cadillac are the better team. I would imagine if both teams do manage to score points at all across the season, I could see the bottom of the drivers' championship ending up looking like this, where Stroll is last, then Bottas and Checo in some order, and then and then Alonso. So it'd be Stroll 22nd, Bottas and Alonso in 21st and 20th, and Alonso 19th. I could see that happening. I don't think that's an unreasonable suggestion, but I think Cadillac has better pace. It's just Alonso's Fernando Alonso. He's Fernando Alonso. He'll try to extract anything out of it, and he's very reliable. Cash versus garbage type question. No, I think I'm gonna have to go with garbage there for you. No, I mean, once again, you've got to like. That's the thing is that Cadillac is kind of giving them like a free pass for this season, at least in my eyes. Pardon the ignorance. The eye of Ocon's tires stands for intermediate tires. That is what that stands for. He was running intermediate tires. Prime Weber, Prime Ricardo, or Prime Piastri? Okay, so I'm not picking this question because I'm Australian. It's because I think it's a valid question. Well, we haven't seen Prime Piastri, I don't think. That will probably come somewhere over the next couple of years. So Charles Leclerc just ran over something. Hopefully it wasn't anything too serious. It didn't seem to be. But I don't know. Because Weber got closer to winning the championship. He led the championship in 2010. And really the reason, but then Ricardo was never really in the car to win the championship. He'd be a two-time champion without the dominance of Mercedes from 2014 to 2021. So it's here nor there, in my opinion. We see confirmation Piastri is on Geelong. He's on decent pace too. So yeah, I don't know. Weber and Ricardo, I'm inclined to say Weber. But then again, when Ricardo was on it, he was on it. So they're roughly equal. Oscar. I mean, if Oscar's career were to end today, Prime Oscar would nearly beat Prime Ricardo and Prime Weber, in my opinion. Prime, because if Prime Piastri, really, that was China 2025 to like Netherlands. That stint. He had some brilliant performances in that time. So I would say that Prime Piastri could challenge them. Of course, it'll take a bit before Oscar Piastri could try to contest for being the best Australian F1 driver. That one still comfortably goes to Sir Jack Brabham. Antonelli race win. If not this year, next year. That's my opinion. Antonelli race win definitely seems a little bit more like a when, not an if. Who's done a lot of laps? Let's have a look. Can't see my eyes. Got to put my glasses on. Kimi Antonelli, 43 laps. That's a lot. I saw someone talking about how the reason that Mercedes probably aren't miles ahead of everyone else in terms of number of laps completed, even though I think they still are just maybe ahead. I'm not sure. But the reason they aren't miles ahead is because of the fact that they literally run out of tires. Which, yeah, that's honestly, that's fair enough. Nobody beating Max Verstappen 2023. In the modern era where reliability isn't an issue, I would be inclined to say yes. But if you look back on previous seasons where reliability was an issue, I give you seasons like 2001 Michael Schumacher, 2002 Michael Schumacher, 2004 Michael Schumacher. What other years do we have? 1992 Nigel Mansell. That's a shout. Pardon me. Who else? I'm thinking Jim Clark, like in some of those early years. I think 1965 was his better year. Alberto Ascari in like 52 and 53. Fangio any year nearly. So Max Verstappen, as we look at it from a purely statistical angle, yeah, it's going to take a lot for someone to beat 2023 Max Verstappen. But if you actually take more things into consideration, it's not like the gap was actually that large. There are a lot of stats that will be for example, if you look like percentage of race, or if you exclude race, this is where someone DNF'd. If you take the percentages of races won in a season, I might be crazy, but I think Juan Manuel Fangio got 100% one season, where every race he finished first, like 1955 or 56, I think. So Max could be beaten, and you could argue he was already beaten in that sense. Just tuned in. Will Max get in the car today? Max will get in the car for this afternoon, yes. However, we will have Isaac Hadjar for another 2 hours and 2 minutes. Leclerc's stint has been crazy. What was his last lap? 138.4. He's been on those. I mean, they are hard tires, so that's a little bit more what you would expect. They're holding up a lot better than, say, Piastri's C4 tires, where he's struggling a little bit more pace competitively, but still very respectable times. As I mentioned earlier, good race, like really strong race pace for a front-running team. That's 1 minute 37s, 1 minute 38s. So Charles did a 138.4 last lap, so that's completely respectable. Piastri 139.8, once again. For C4 tires, which people were doing proper push laps on earlier, that's not bad. I mean, Leclerc, Antonelli, Hadjar, Sainz, and Gasly have all done their best laps on harder tires. So the fact that he's done 12 laps and is still producing 139.8s is not shabby at all. Could Hadjar be hit with a multi-21 order on team radio? I mean, the question is, will they be able to end up in that sort of scenario? For stats purpose, how long? The stats purpose. All right. We'll be nice. Let's address this. How long have you all been watching? So the 70s, 80s, 90s. I won't tell you mine because it's a little bit embarrassing. But yes, I'd love to hear how long some of you old heads have been watching this sport for. Since the 50s. If that is true, you should be fact checking me on the stats that I keep pulling up and probably butchering. Does doing a full race stint, non-existent dig. Well, we're 14 laps in, so his dig is. I used to saw 39.2. That's still respectable. 39.8 for Piastri last lap. Since May 13th, 1950. Dare I say, May 13th, 1950 is a date that's possibly ringing a bell as being the date of the 1950 British Grand Prix. I might be wrong, but that seems like a very specific date. Be serious, please. No, I'll be honest with you guys. Of course, if you were here last broadcast, you'd have heard me say this. The first Grand Prix I ever watched was the 2024 Australian Grand Prix. I am very much a new gen. 2017, there we go. I don't feel too bad anymore. A number that begins with 20. But yeah, no, I wished I'd got into the sport earlier. Well, the other issue is no one in my family was really into that sort of thing, so I kind of didn't really. I had to find it myself. I had to stumble upon it basically. Hajar 1349. Was that trying to be a push lap? Can't quite tell. 30.1. I think that might have been an attempted push lap. How many laps has he done on those tires? Yeah, that was probably an attempted push lap. It was just a bit miserable. That's unfortunate. I am serious. Why would I lie in a random YouTube chat where everyone is always truthful and everyone conducts serious surveys? 2016 European Grand Prix, my first race. And you know what? I even know who won that one, and I could probably make a guess at the podium. It's Kimi Antonelli set the personal best first sector. Hello, hang on a second before I nerd out and try to remember the results from the 2016 European Grand Prix. Let's keep watching Kimi's lap. Because I know Nico Rosberg won that one. And I think it was a grand slam too. I do not remember. Um, I do not remember who came. Was okay, not bad from Kimi. Still on pace to set a decent lap time. Yes, Checo was on the podium, wasn't he? I Yeah, was he like P6 with Force India, I think? No, not P6, P3. I say P6. P3 with Force India, I think. Kimi Antonelli says a 134 flat. Uh, not too shabby from him. Checo podium. Yeah, that's what was it. I do not remember who finished second, though. Uh, I don't think it was Lewis. Was it Ricardo? Am I actually remembering that correctly? That's a crazy shout if I'm remembering that correctly. No, it was Vettel. It was Vettel. Sebastian Vettel finished P2. And was I correct about it being a Grand Slam? Rosberg definitely led every lap. Yeah, Perez overtook Raikkonen on the last lap. Where did Ricardo finish? Was I like? Oh, he started second. That's what I was getting at. Where did he finish? Oh goodness, seventh. That's rough. Well, I wasn't there, so that's my reasoning for why I don't remember. I do what I can. Yes, Vettel P2. Where is Cadillac? Not even warming up. Checo just went in and out of the pit lane. He just went around once. So they're probably, fun fact, doing testing at testing. Oh, Charles has got some new tyres on. That's exciting. Gasly's tyres are shredding. What, 40.0. Yeah, he's on 16 laps on the. He's done 16 laps on the C4 tyres. I'm not surprised. Now, let's have a look here at Leclerc. I think he might have had a lock up into turn one. A look. Oh, no. Oh, no, sorry. This is, we're getting a replay of Leclerc's fastest lap here. Have a look and see. Did he make any major mistakes or if it was pretty clean? Once again, bit shaky through turn two and three, which actually seems to be a pretty challenging corner for these cars. I say the Bahrain circuit has proved quite good for testing for these cars. It's got some good challenging corners. Barcelona, in comparison, is a bit easy, I guess, in that sense, for the teams. There we go. Checo's back out on track. So, all bits shaky to turn 11, that is. Yep. And we seeing two cars fight down the main straight. Hadjar and Awesome. No, Lindblad. Lindblad. Remember who's in the car. That was pretty mighty. Horner would be a great addition to Cadillac to make it a top team. I don't think he'd be able to like flip it on its head though. I don't think that it'd be quite as big a change necessarily. There is flying. He's doing some pretty good lap times. I would imagine that he's just started another stint of his race run, if I were to guess, with his previous lap being a 1:37.4. Well, we are just past the halfway mark, and the good news is I'm only just finished my one of 3 water bottles, which means we might actually make it to the end without requiring a refill. Okay, mate, this is going nowhere. What's going nowhere? I mean, the cars are definitely still going somewhere. They're all still circulating. As both Haas and Cadillac are currently trying to do starts at the end of the pit lane. The Haas revs up, ready to go, make sure someone's coming out of the pit lane. And early launch. Yeah, those revs really high, up to 12,000 as they do in the new regulations. And how's the launch going to look? Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good launch for the Haas. I need to hydrate. I should hydrate. There goes the first water bottle. Just throw it across my room. I'm sure it's fine. Crack open the next water bottle. Crazy to think Audi did a better job than Honda with their PU. Well, I think the thing to consider with Audi's like this is weird, but they've been intentionally working on it. They've been intentionally working on their formula or on building engines for these regulations for quite a while. Whereas Honda weren't even totally sure if they were going to be in wasn't even totally sure if they were going to be in oh, I'm having a blank. Oh yes, they were. That's what I was saying. They weren't even totally sure if they were going to be in Formula One in 2026, with of course Red Bull parting ways with them. So it wasn't until quite late. I think it was March or something. They suddenly realized that they were still going to be in Formula One. So yeah, that would be why I would expect that Honda were a lot less prepared. Oh, what's this? The scrap between Piastri and Leclerc. Can we keep watching this, please? This is rather exciting because they're both on race runs. So Leclerc's 5-lap old mediums, Piastri 19-lap old mediums. Okay, so dare I say Leclerc might have just passed Piastri. This year's Ferrari's year, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily bet against it. I'll say that much. I must say, Piastri's not like Leclerc's not pulling miles. Oh, goodness me, what a snap. In turn 11 for Oscar Piastri, which he then proceeded to nicely catch. Kimi stopped. Oh, no. Kimi. He has pulled over on the side of the road. From the looks of things, it is a breakdown issue. He's not crashed or anything. Yellow flags come out. Lights are still all on the car, so it's an issue, but that's not good. Antonelli, he's completed 49 laps, so he has completed a nice number of laps. But yes, that's rather poor luck. Yes, red flag comes out rather unsurprisingly. He's pulled over just to the left-hand side of the kind of back straight. What used to be the third DRS. Right. Which rear wing on Charles Leclerc's car? Charles Leclerc's car has the standard rear wing. No fancy flippy rear wing. Which is rather unfortunate. I would have liked the fancy flippy rear wing. I thought Merc would be bulletproof. I mean, I don't know when they last swapped out like various parts of the car. So I had heard reports that some of these have been going since Barcelona. So it could have literally just been that it was going to need replacing soon, anyways. So who knows? Who knows? I definitely don't. What is Ocon doing? He's leaving the pits again only to uh so I don't think what is Ocon doing? He's leaving the pits again only to return before the start. Okay, so that's just to like test bits. Like if they just need like one set of data, they won't do an actual push lap. They'll just do what's known as a reconnaissance lap. So yeah, let me just turn the sound. So it seems like a battery issue for Antonelli. Just having a quick listen and having a look at his dashboard. Red flag is clear. It's now just yellow flag. So hopefully we will be able to get the session underway relatively soon. Yes, that Mercedes has been pulled out of the way. But yes, it's a very cool. Um, I must say we've been getting some very. Sorry, I just had a blank. It's been a long day. We've been getting some really cool drone shots of the track. So we had a really cool drone bird's eye view angle of where that Mercedes was pulled over, which was quite great. Um, just having a look at any questions you're asking whilst there's nothing happening out on track. Um, well, here we are. The car, the safety car has come along to pick up Andrea Kimi Antonelli. And it's interesting. I was rather confused by this yesterday. They have a they have a Ford Mustang safety car, which they use to drive which they have in Bahrain. which I thought was because I know Aston Martin didn't have its green flag comes out on track. I knew that they didn't have the. I knew that Aston Martin weren't making safety cars anymore. So this is a circuit provided. Um, this was a circuit provided safety car, not an official F1 safety car. Which is, however, I don't know if it's piloted by our normal safety car pilot, Bernd Maylander. Yes, Mustang safety car. I don't know exactly what model of Mustang. Like of some type of Mustang GT. Don't quote me on that. But it looks a bit too bulky to be a Mustang GT, so I'm not sure. Which team has copied Ferrari trick? None so far. Currently, no one has re-entered the track. However, I believe some are now trolling along the pit lane for us to see the Alpine of Pierre Gasly, the Haas of Esteban Ocon, the Racing Bulls of Arvid Lindblad, and I believe that was the Cadillac of Sergio Perez getting ready to do a practice race start. How long was the stint Antonelli was doing? Oh, five laps. He'd been on those tyres. However, all things considered, he had completed a fair few laps, so he'd been looking all right. Whew. Sorry. Just watching a replay of Oscar Piastri have a massive moment through turn 11. He got onto the... Oh, that's terrible. So he understeered, or he was understeering and oversteering, which is never a good sign. And then he got onto the curb, outside curb a little bit. He didn't get stuck on it like he did the previous time. But then he kind of shook around a little bit. And then when he actually got back on the road and he started to put his foot down, there was just no grip whatsoever. So, yes. Sorry. Rather concerning for him. Is Kim K dating Lewis? We think so. After Bahrain test, can someone copy Ferrari trick? Yes, anyone can copy what, especially on the outside bits of the car. It can often be very easy to copy ideas. As Esteban Ocon comes to the line on, are these new? No, they had done a couple laps. But if he pushes a bit, they could produce a new best lap, new personal best. However, I do not believe he is. Goodness me, I'm really sorry. It is. I know those who it's morning who are probably a bit perplexed as to why I keep yawning, but it is 8:20 p.m. currently for me, and I got up reasonably early, and I'm also not feeling 100%, so I'm a bit under the weather, so I'm yawning a little bit, but I'm mostly with you all. Charles is done, maybe, for the minute at least. He's all done and dusted. No Aston Martins today, not so far. The Aston Martin, they started it up, and it just didn't go. It just didn't. Well, it started up, but they ran into an issue in one of the checks before it even left the garage. So that's it for them. Who has the best pace for a race? Ferrari. Ferrari have the best race pace from yesterday and also into today as well, I would say. Ferrari seem to have the best race pace, which, as much as I wouldn't probably label myself as a Ferrari fan. I mean, it's exciting, you know. You want to. I can't name a single Formula One fan who doesn't want to see Ferrari at least do a little bit well. If they win like 6 championships in a row, I might get a little bit sick of it. But Ferrari, like, it's in the best interest of the sport that they do well every now and then. Like, you've got to give them a year every now and then where they win the championship. And unfortunately, we haven't given them one in my entire lifetime. And I know you're probably hearing that and thinking, oh my goodness, this guy's a child. No, I'm a full-grown adult, and I've never seen Ferrari win a championship. Or I've not only have I never seen it, but I've never been alive for it. So, yeah, it'd be nice if they could do that anytime right now. Everyone is a Ferrari fan. Why, as a wise German man once said, everyone is a Ferrari, and even the Mercedes guys. Pierre Gasly is out on a lap. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot more similarities between the Audi rear wing and the Alpine rear wing, which is really interesting. I'm really liking his Gasly set the personal best sector one. I'm really liking the fact that teams are actually addressing. Like, I don't know if, like, why couldn't we have had this with DRS? Like, were the DRS rules just, do we make them too strict? So, which meant that people couldn't come up with this sort of innovation. Well, we should have been doing this the whole time because this is really cool. Like, you've got flipping rear wings, you've got rear wings that angle from that turn from the back of the rear wing. You've got ones that turn from halfway along it. You've got ones that angle from the front. Here, Gasly sets personal best sector 2. Like, that's super cool. We should do that more. Like, we need as much of this as we can possibly get. So Pierre Gasly's on some very nice pace. As Checo is also improving, mostly just because he's done next to no laps. What does blue mini sectors mean? As Pierre Gasly improves to a 134.846, moving up to P6. The blue mini sectors, they indicate a driver leaving or entering the pits. So you'll see Hadjar, he went into the pits last lap. Like at the end of his last lap, he went into the pits. If you look at Carlos Sainz, he's just left the pits. His first couple of mini sectors are blue. Yeah. I want to say, Checo Perez really not pushing much at all. Very concerningly slow pace. I'm not super thrilled about this. Now, now we get to have some fun now, and this is somewhat for everyone's sake. Now, I know over the past 2 days, as Checo Perez improves to 141.894, but stays 10th fastest. You missed an important period of F1 history. Loving or hating, Michael Schumacher was a step above the rest at the time. Gave Ferrari 5 championships. No, I completely agree. Michael Schumacher defined how Formula One happened for pretty much a decade, and that's massive stuff. Not everyone achieves that. Where's Aston Martin? Aston Martin are in the pits because of the fact the car doesn't work, which is unfortunate. Yes, I've got some fun for you all. Or I'm going to ask you some questions, which they might have mentioned this on a live TV broadcast, but because of the fact I've got mine muted so I can talk to you all, I don't know if they've mentioned it. Do we know if they will be doing a practice start at the end of the session? I would love to know. Will we be doing a practice? I know we did 2 yesterday, and of course we did one on the day prior. So I would love to know, does anyone know if we're going to be doing a practice start? Feel free to let me know. I'd love to commentate it. I think it'd be really fun. Good practice for me, because I've never actually commentated a race start before. Despite how much I would love to have, I've commentated qualifying sessions, free practice sessions, and testing sessions, but never a race, and I fully intend to change that this year. But yes, we are. Brilliant news. Brilliant news. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be loads of fun. Get to see Ferrari launch off the line again. Perez flying? Not really. He's improving on his lap times, but his lap times are about 8 seconds off the pace. Uh, so yeah, should happen at the end of the session. Yep, sweet. I will trust that it'll probably play out like it has over the past 2 days, where of course I've watched, so I do know what happens. Where we, of course, call out the red flag, everyone comes in, we go to a formation lap, we line up on the grid, we do another formation lap, and then we do the race start. For those who aren't aware of what's going to happen. Hopefully we'll have a fair few people who feel like joining in. Nico Hulkenberg set a personal best lap last time out. I did not notice. They won, if my eyes can squint enough, 136.947. The FIA should make a full practice start. I mean, I say for the end of the evening session, they should do that and do like 3 racing laps. I think that would be fun. Just give us tease me a little bit with something. Like, I want to know if they're actually racing down to turn 1. Like what if, imagine this, all the Mercedes guys, like Mercedes powered guys, are actually intentionally lift. Oh, Hajar. Hello, Isaac. You've just said, oh no, you just got a massive toe. Never mind. I was about to say, you've just sent a bunch of purple sector 1s. So a very interesting conversation between an Aston Martin representative, a Red Bull representative, and an Audi representative. Of course, all ex-Red Bull drivers. Now, oh no, what did I say? Hajo, it was Okon who said the purple in these sectors. Well, I don't quite know why, but everyone's decided to congregate in one part of the track. We've got Sainz, then Ocon, Perez, Lindblad, and Gasly, all within like 4 seconds of each other, which isn't great to hear. Aston Martin only has 1 driver, so they're behind Cadillac, in my opinion. Yeah, I kind of tend to agree. Agile's gone out on new tyres on a couple of occasions now and has kind of set a couple of green sectors, but nothing crazy. It's interesting. Yes, yes. Seeing people talking about Lewis's race start. And to confirm, he did start the equivalent of P9 on the grid, which is not too shabby. P9 to P1 before turn 1 in Bahrain. Not the longest run down to turn 1, but not too bad. And the 2 more weeks to Australia, I'm so excited. I've also got, people might not be aware this is happening, but I got tickets to a talk show where ex-McLaren buddies in the form of David Coulthard and Mika Hakkinen are doing a talk show on, I think, it's either the Thursday evening or the Friday evening. And that's going to be really cool. I'll get to, 1, be in a room with them, and 2, get to listen to them talk about their experience as teammates and in Formula One. So I think that'll be really cool. I'm looking forward to that. And I hope that if I find anything out, I will definitely be passing it on in my commentary. Give some cool insights. Goodness, I really shouldn't take up this commentating gig. My throat is dying. Oh, Nico Hulkenberg. Are those new tyres? I think those are new tyres. No, they're not. I'm going crazy. I was going to say, I had not clocked he was on the C3s. I know we've done a lot of C2 earlier. Was there a red flag earlier? Yes, there was. Speaking of Nico Hulkenberg, increased through Sector 1. It was for Kimi Antonelli, unfortunately, who stopped along about halfway down the straight from turn 10 to turn 11 with what sounded like a battery issue. They're not great, not the news he would have wanted to hear. Nico Hulkenberg's doing all right. Must say, anyone saying Audi's going to do badly, hold off. I'd rather say that much. And of course, if you are enjoying the stream, please leave a like. Currently 359. 360, as I say. And if you are enjoying the content, please subscribe. I'm not the only commentator who does this, so don't worry. You won't have to listen to my sickly voice for the entire time whenever you're watching streams here. So yes, please subscribe, and you will see all of our streams that we do here. As Nico Hulkenberg crosses the line, doesn't improve in the final sector. Aisle 1, 36.019, which is not too bad. Okay, I didn't think I'd have to be saying this, but let's try to keep race out of any conversations about drivers. There's no need for that. All men and women are equal. Don't think I would have to say that. Pierre Gasly has a rough moment. Sliding around through turn 2 and turn 3. Once again supporting that is a hang on. Here we are. Is this a possible fight for position between the House of Esteban Ocon and the Williams of Carlos Sainz? I'd be here to watch that. How old are Sainz's tyres? Sainz's tyres are 11 laps old. Ocon's are 14. This is within the magic second. Gotta love the magic second. I'm so here for the magic second. Aston Martin have a battery issue. Aston Martin have an everything issue. I've got a question for you guys. Do you think Ferrari will sabotage Hamilton for Leclerc if they realize they are a front-running team for Leclerc to win his first championship, for example, like McLaren? I don't think so. I like to not think so. I could be wrong. But I don't think Ferrari would do it. I don't think so. They're paying Lewis too much money to do that, I think. Now that Ferrari confirmed that the rear wing was not an accident, it was a testing piece, do you think we will see this in Melbourne? I hope we see it in Melbourne. It'd be really cool if we see it in Melbourne. I don't know. Is Ferrari using the new wing? Not currently. Don't think Leclerc needs it. He could just beat Hamilton. Yeah, I would probably be inclined to agree with that statement. He can probably, and I would say definitely can just beat Hamilton. He did last year without any assists. No, Hamilton is better. Leclerc cannot beat him this year. I was about to say Leclerc can beat him because he did beat him last year and quite comfortably. Leclerc's adapted to these cars quite well, so I don't see much changing in terms of. I think Leclerc will still be the better of the two drivers at this stages in their careers. I'm not saying Leclerc's a better driver than Lewis Hamilton overall, but at this stage in their career, Leclerc is definitely the better driver. And I'm going to be honest, you're a little bit delusional if you're saying otherwise. Ham is not in his prime, guys. Yes, exactly. As just saying, the Mercedes has now made it back into the pits. It's covered in a black sheet. However, I do not believe there's any concerns about battery stuff because the fact that all the guys handling it do not have fancy gloves on to make sure they do not get zapped. Hamilton looks comfortable in a car. Yes, he does. He looks very comfortable in a car. So hopefully that it might mean the gap closes up a little bit, but then again, I would argue Leclerc looks comfortable in the car. He's topped the entire session. Um, the moment he set a lap, oh no, like Lindblad topped it near the very start. But since proper laps have been set, Leclerc's been at the top. Leclerc beat Hamilton last year because Hamilton wasn't bothering. Why would you break a sweat in a dog of a car if you won 7 world championships? Um, because you want to win 8. Leclerc did not beat Hamilton last year because Hamilton wasn't trying. Hamilton was trying. You could tell by his reactions how frustrated he was at the fact that his trying wasn't working. So yeah, that's a I'm gonna put it kindly, that's a cop out. He was trying. You can't say he wasn't trying. Leclerc is much better, even Russell was. 100% I agree Russell was better. I mean, you look at their driver versus driver performance. Over the same time frame, George got 3 wins, Hamilton got 2. One which was ironically kind of given to him because of a penalty given to Russell, robbing him of another win. Russell got a Russell, of course, also got a sprint win in that time. And in terms of across the 3 seasons, Russell beat Hamilton twice. So yeah, Russell and Leclerc at the stages where they were at teams with Hamilton were better than Hamilton. I believe that with full confidence. Okay, now I see what people meant by hopium. No, 100%. Hopium is real. It is very real. Signs is just pulling around. He's not done anything crazy. His best lap was on the C3 of a 135.252. Okay. Once again, reminder: we do like to keep the chat as PG as possible. So, if you can't keep it as PG as possible, don't say it, or we'll get the ops on you. So please respect. Please respect each other. Please, yeah, just keep it nice, keep it friendly. I agree. He's definitely trying against the frustration. Remember, as Ferrari fans, we're not that excited until we see 7 races won. But you guys haven't achieved 7 race wins since like the last time Ferrari won 7 races in a season. That's a question. Let's go find the answer. So 2022's because it definitely wasn't 24. 2022 pops to mind as being an option. As the last time that might have happened. I don't quote me on it though. Ferrari got 4 that year. Goodness no. Okay, so 2018 or something. Ferrari got 6 in 2018, 5 in 2017. Oh goodness, we're gonna have to go really far back. That's embarrassing. 2013 they got 2. 2012 could be it. 2012 they got 3. 2011 they got 1. 2010 they got 5. 2009 they got 1. 2008 they got 8. The last time Ferrari got more than 7 or more race wins in a season was 2008. So I don't know what you're on about. The Ferrari fans don't get excited until they have at least 7 race wins. I'm fairly certain I've seen a couple of excited Ferrari fans since the year 2008. Notably, I mentioned 2010, 2012, 2017, or 2015, I'd say, 2018, 2022, 2024. All right. Let's stop scrolling through the stats of ye olden days and get back to no Aston Martin today. There's meant to be Aston Martin today, but the car broke down before they even got it out of the pit lane. So honestly, they might have given up. Kimi Massa era. Kimi Massa era. That was loads of fun. Um, of course, should have been two championships for both of them. Um, with it, I'm going to be honest. Anyone who says that Massa didn't deserve to win the 2008, anyone who says the 2000 Massa shouldn't have won the 2008 World Championship is just dead wrong. Um, he'd earned it by the rules. The Singapore Grand Prix should have been disqualified because of the fact that Crashgate happened. So, and if that had happened, he would have won the championship. And he also should have been Williams' last race winner. I'm genuinely impressed that from 2014 to 2016, that neither Bottas or Massa managed to get a race win in that time because that car was so good. We don't know engines, no. Yes, I'm well aware of the fact lap times don't matter, but we can pretend they matter sometimes. Did Massa's court battle finally end? I don't. Well, I think so. I think I remember it. Of course, I'm looking at a lot of new stuff, so I don't quote me on it, but think I think Massa's court case has ended, and I think he wasn't looking to get the results overturned. I think a lot of people thought he was. He wasn't. All he was looking to do was to literally just get money because he argued that he lost money because of the fact that he lost the 2008 F1 championship, which I mean I'd kind of be inclined to agree with that statement. He probably did. Um yeah. Hamilton made the best start yesterday. Yes, he most definitely did. With Ocon in a close second, as ironically they were across the line. And speaking of Devlin who shall arrive, Ocon continuing on, starting on the C2 tyres for what I imagine will probably be a race run. Yes, with that sort of pace, that'll be a race run. Leclerc's riding on the track. Yes, he is. He's been out 13 laps on these tyres, which is very impressive that he's still managing to pull a 37.6, I think that is. So if Lewis is old, what is Alonso? Alonso is also old. They can both be old. It's not like a one person thing. You can have more than one person in the world is allowed to be old at a time. Fifth team, I think it's between Haas and Alpine. The only other name I throw in there be Audi. I know currently Nico's not particularly far up there, but he's put some proper laps in over the last couple of days, and so's Gabby. So I think there's a decent chance Audi could be there too. Alondo is a rookie. Message retracted. Probably for the best. I want to try typing that one again. Old, it depends who drives the best car. That's it. There is no best driver. Oh, I mean, there is. We just don't necessarily have a consensus on who it is. There definitely is a best driver. Like, currently, at the stages that they are in their careers, I would say pretty undeniably Max Verstappen is the best driver on the current grid. Um, like I look at drivers like Leclerc, Russell, Norris, Piastri as being other alternatives, but very strong drivers. But um, yeah, you can't just say there's not a best driver. Best car wins. Not always. Fun fact. Um, literally, we don't even have to look 2 races ago, and like historically, we don't have to look more than 2 races ago to find a scenario where the best driver won, not the best car. The Qatar Grand Prix, the best driver, the best English, the best car that weekend was the McLaren. So my face when the McLarens didn't win. Hell, one of them didn't finish on the podium. It's it is definitely. I mean, best car helps. I'm not going to act like it doesn't, but you can't act like driver skill has nothing to do with it. Max won 2024 with the second best car. Arguably, I would say he won with the third best car. I'd say the Red Bull was probably. I mean, the Red Bull was. It's hard because for Max it was the best. It was nearly the best car on the grid. But for anyone else, the car was horrendous. I think we might be able to also watch an overtake here between Sainz and Lindblad. This might be exciting. Max isn't the best driver, the most aggressive, absolutely, but not the best driver. I don't know if you've watched some of the Dear 2023. Dare I say he's one of the best drivers of all time. I'm going to be honest, if you aren't able to accept the fact that Max Verstappen isn't one of the best drivers of all time, then there's no convincing you. I'm going to be honest. I'm not saying he is the best of all time, but if you're not willing to at least put him in your top, like, 6, I would say that you are, you're fooling yourself. It's interesting. Lindblad had a look into turn 14 on Carlos Sainz, but couldn't quite manage it. And then Sainz backs out. Max, Lewis, and Charles, 3 best drivers. No, I'm not saying Max would have won the championship if he was driving a Haas. I'm saying that if you got like one of the Haas drivers and put it in the Red Bull, they wouldn't necessarily win. Like I'm saying, you can't just say it's only the best car doesn't always win. You can't say that. It's Formula One is not a sport where the best car always wins. The best car helps project the best drivers into winning positions, but it doesn't always come to the best cars. You do not have to look that far back to find times when drivers have won when they weren't driving the fastest car. You really don't have to look that far back. And once again, literally, like, literally 2 races ago, you can find us an example of a race where a driver won in the second fastest car that weekend. And arguably that Red Bull was even slower that weekend. Nice last year put the RB where it shouldn't be. Correct. 100%. That car was terrible. I don't know how people look at that season and say that he's not one of the best drivers of all time. I'm not a Max fan. I'm not defending him because I'm a Max fan. Well, no, who I am I'll tell you who I'm a fan of. Not that it should matter. I'm a fan of Oscar. I'm a fan of Nico. I'm a fan of Gabby. Of the current drivers, those are the ones who I like the most, and they're the ones who I want to see succeed the most. But still, all you have to do is have your brain half screwed on and move on from 2021 to acknowledge the fact that Max Verstappen is one of the best drivers ever to touch a Formula One car. Aston is cooking. Yes, they are cooking their engines. They unfortunately not quite cooking it in the good ways. I say, just seeing a replay here of Arvid Lindblad. What it seems to be struggling in, what could be struggling in some dirty air behind the Williams of Carlos Sainz should turn 11, but it could also just be him making a mistake. Once again, all right then. If you don't like my example of the best car will win being one where Max won, let's look at um. Hmm, what's a good example? Oh, literally like the easiest example ever. 2021 Hungarian Grand Prix. Alpine was not the fastest car that weekend at all, but Esteban Ocon delivered and won the race, also with help from Fernando Alonso defending like a menace in lower positions. Once again, not arguing that having the best car doesn't help. I'm just saying you can't say the best car doesn't always win. Yeah, Vettel's first win, Max's first wins. Thank you. Those are good examples. How's Ferrari? Ferrari are looking brilliant. Leclerc's got really strong race pace. He's sitting in 137s on a set of hards. That's very good pace. Uh, is this guy seriously rage baiting on YouTube? Are we referring to me there, or are we just referring to someone in the chat? No idea. As Checo is out there on a set of hards, trying to find any pace in that car. He sets a new personal best in the first sector, but it's still 2 seconds off. What do I think about Leclerc? I think Leclerc is having a grand old time. Um, this is looking really good for him. Well, I mean, hello, Mr. John Racing Statistics. Is there any chance you'd be able to scroll up on the laps completed board so we can see the laps Leclerc is currently doing, so we can have a gander at his pace? Do you reckon that'd be possible? Thank you. You can look at his previous lap as a 136.7 on new hards. Thank you, Dragon Soul. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so he did a 137, and he did a 136 to 137, then he backed off, and then he had a 141. One, and then the previous was, of course, on a prior stint. As Perez improves his time to a 141.8, it's still a bit rubbish. But yeah, that's really really good pace and consistent pace from Leclerc on those, especially on those mediums. So he should be quite happy with that. Which team will be dark horse? I don't know. I mean, could be a couple. Um, I mean, really, all it would take would be one midfielder to nail an upgrades package, and suddenly they could become the dark horse of the whole season. Just joined. How are my Audi boys doing? Any reason for Nico in the pits? Not anything in particular. Nico is doing all right. He's mostly been focusing on the long runs, as you can tell by his lap time. It's nothing crazy. I would imagine he's still got a bit in the tank. So yes, Audi are looking really good, and I would also say yes, they are definite contenders uh for Dark Horse. I mean, them, Audi, Alpine, really, whichever one finishes fifth. Sorry, Audi, Alpine, Haas, pretty much whichever one of them finishes fifth has earned the Dark Horse award. Especially if Audi do it first year in the sport, P5. That's all right, I'll pull up the stat because I don't want to get it wrong. I think that might be the same as what Mercedes achieved back in 2010. Um, No, it's one worse than what Mercedes achieved. Mercedes were fourth, Renault were fifth in 2010. So if you could manage to be roughly where Mercedes were entering the sport, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. As Gasly gets underway with another lap, or continuing on, or picking up where he left off on his race run from the looks of things. Max a psycho in a good way. Yeah, I tend to agree. He's one of those lovable psychos where he does crazy stuff. But it's fun. Where finish Ferrari next season? Well, I'm going to assume you mean this season, because we're in the 2026 season. It started the moment the first lap of Barcelona started. Um, hey, I'm answering your question. Stop spamming the message over and over again. I'll time you out. Um, well, let's second. I want to say second. I reckon they'll be second in the Drivers' Championship. I reckon that's a shout. That's where I reckon Ferrari will be. Whether one of their drivers will win the Drivers' Championship. Who do you think is more sandbagging, Ferrari or Merc? I thought Merc early on. Now I'm thinking Ferrari. I've kind of transitioned as the test has gone on. I've gone from thinking Mercedes were sandbagging loads and were like a bunch up the road to now more thinking that Ferrari might be doing that. Also, thank you all for 400 likes. It means the world to us. And if you have not liked, feel free to like and subscribe, of course, if you are enjoying the stream, as we do stream every session, so you won't miss out on anything. Especially you don't want to miss out on anything as we head into just about the final hour of testing, of the morning testing, which will be the final hours of testing for a couple different drivers. I will get them up just so I don't mess them up. So it'll be this is the last hour of testing for Oscar Piastri, Kimi Antonelli, Isaac Hadjar, Esteban Ocon, Nico Hulkenberg, and Sergio Perez. And then we will wrap up with Norris, Russell, Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, Lindblad, Stroll, Behrman, Bortoletto, Gasly, and Bottas. It's McLaren and Red Bull sandbagging. Everybody is sandbagging. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Everybody is 100% sandbagging. Cadillac will definitely cause a red flag or a yellow flag. Well, most people don't seem to cause. I doubt a team will go the whole season without at least causing a yellow flag once. So yeah, I imagine they will at some stage. I mean, of course, they have a couple times in testing. Okay, let's keep the religion out of the chat. There's no need for that. The sport is accepting of all. We don't need to make things stuff that they aren't. That's only going to cause problems. Is it correct the Ferrari are going to bring aero upgrades to Melbourne? The one thing I do know for sure is that they said that they were going to bring a different spec. They were going to bring a different spec to Australia than they have to all the tests. So yeah, guess we'll find out. What does when does the evening start? The evening starts. Well, we've got an hour of the morning, and then we will head into We'll have an hour lunch break and then the afternoon start. Is Colt 44 a religion? Good one. Maybe. Depends how I feel. If Renault used the 270 wing today, no, they have not. They've only used the normal wing. Whereas Aston Martin in the garage, their car broke down before they left the pit lane. Audi is more impressive than Cadillac, right? New rules, Audi's making everything for themselves, plus Cadillac uses a lot for Rosa. Yes, I completely agree. Audi are basically starting, like they've got their own power unit, they've got their own car, of course. I mean, of course, I appreciate there is a lot of it that it is kind of just the descendant of Sauber. Of course, it's practically all the same people. But yeah, I would say I'm probably more impressed at the fact that Audi are doing so well. Is Orange Army a religion? I don't know. I said when the evening starts. Roughly 2 hours from now. Oh, is Nico about to do a push lap? I was going to say he's on the prototype tires. We might be able to see something from him. Nothing crazy from the looks of things. WTF Aston? No, I completely agree. That's pretty pathetic. That they 3 hours ago had an engine issue and they haven't managed to fix it. It's pretty sad. Which Orange Army, the McLaren or the Max one? The real one is the Max one. Max is the king of the Orange Army. The Orange Army are the Dutch fans every day of the week. Well, I think specifically McLaren refers to theirs as the Papaya Army to specify in all official binding documents and whatnot. If Cadillac get a few top tens, that'd be a winning season. I tend to agree. If they can manage to finish in the points, all right, I think they should be happy with that, considering that they do seem to be a bit inconsistent currently. Stop calling Stroll doo-doo. Oh, but it's so easy. I'm kidding. No, Aston Martin is missing the entire morning. They destroyed that last. I'm off the boat. No, I know a couple of friends of mine who are probably beside themselves currently. And I honestly can't blame them. It's a sore sight to see a team that were doing so well. Like, putting my house on one Cadillac win. Thoughts? I don't know. I'd necessarily put all my money on Cadillac winning a race. That's a bit bold. You will be homeless. Yeah, I think that's a fair enough statement. Marussia was better than this Cadillac. Oh, we'll see. We'll have to see it in race form. Where's the newie car? It is currently in its garage because of the fact that it broke down when they started it up this morning. It's on the streets, bro. Oh, so he'd be living on the streets because he bet all his money on Cadillac winning a race. Those times from Leclerc look fire on the hearts. They are. They are really strong times. Leclerc is locked in. I think this. Of course, Leclerc is going to be in for the entire day, so we could see it. Well, he'll do another race run, I would imagine. But if he does another race run, I could see some really impressive times coming from him, which would be really cool. We want impressive times. Cadillac won't have race pace. Newey is overrated. Thoughts? No. Kindly just no. Newey can't be overrated. If you've looked over everything that they've achieved, that Newey has achieved in his Formula One career, he is pretty much the best aerodynamicist in Formula One history, and it's not even. I thought it's kind of close. There's a couple guys to get close. How is Ferrari doing? Currently, the best of everyone. So far, if you were to look at this test, like this day of testing alone, you would say Ferrari are winning the championship. Newey has too many championships. I think it's 12, if I'm not wrong. Alpine n'a pas encore amené d'évolution. No, I'm not gonna. I was gonna make a guess at what that might mean. I won't. He's washed though, so I fear it was 2 years ago. He was building a championship-winning car. I fear he's not washed. Well, the thing is, it's like in 2014. These are engine-based regulations. If your engine isn't good enough, it doesn't matter how good your aero is. As far as we could know, because it hasn't done enough running for us to know, the aero could be really good, but the engine sucks. What did Leclerc have for breakfast this morning? Can't say I know. I think Hornet. No, okay. So one man does not win it. And I fear the team principal, in terms of designing the car, has next to no input. The designs of the Red Bulls basically all of the Red Bulls, except for a couple of the early ones, and that's the thing, it was basically Adrian Newey rocked up and they started winning. You can't deny the input from Adrian Newey on those Red Bulls. He is undeniably the reason that Red Bull have 8 drivers' championships. Honestly impressed with the Audi PU. It's slower, but it's working, coming in with their own engine. Season, I'll be very how. Yeah, I think, I feel like people aren't recognizing how actually impressive that is. Like, imagine. I'm trying to think of a good example. Well, it'd be like when Alfa Romeo in 2018 took over Sauber. And imagine if Alfa Romeo built the engines and they were competitive. That'd be really impressive. Who is better for me, Vettel or Max? Good question. I would probably say Max. It's like very close. It is marginal stuff. Oh, is it just? Sorry, I've just seen the Audi come past on the broadcast. Is it just me, or is the Revolut logo look different? Like, is it like a white outline? I don't think I remember that from last night. Might be gone crazy though. Is Luigi Hamilton going to drive today? No, he will not be. Lewis Hamilton's last laps before arriving in as Nico sets a personal best sector 1. The next laps Lewis will drive in that car will be around the Albert Park circuit in 2 weeks' time, which unfortunately I will not be commentating for you as I'll be there. But when a week later, after possibly finishing on the podium at Ferrari, is as competitive as it seems, will be able to commentate on his hopefully decent performance in China. He clearly is pretty handy. Okay, Vettel. Vettel's not. Vettel's a very humble person. I think that's why he would say, or nowadays at least, it wasn't back in the day. But now Vettel's a very humble person. That's why he would say Max is better than him. But Vettel is. Um, Vettel's a very capable. Vettel's a car merchant. 2008 Italian Grand Prix. That's all I have to say to that one. 2021 Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Don't think there's some other ones. 2019 Singapore Grand Prix. Just various Singapore Grand Prix across the years. Um, Whose race pace is the best so far? Ferrari, and nearly by a second, which is kind of crazy. How many laps has Leclerc done now? 74. Wow. Wow. That's really, really impressive. Okay. Yeah, entirely 2017, 2018. Vettel is on it. Whereas Aston Martin, they are in the garage because of the fact that their car broke down the moment they turned it on, which is really, really funny, and I'm not going to laugh, I promise. Leclerc seems to have the best race pace. He does have the best race pace. I think this is also topping what Hamilton achieved last night. And also, that's the other thing. Hamilton had the best race pace last night. I think Russell should be more worried about Antonelli more than anything else. I think George Russell should be more worried about the Ferraris. They currently in my eyes, the Ferraris, the Ferrari in particular of Charles Leclerc poses the biggest threat to George Russell winning his maiden championship this year. Which, I mean, that's exciting because it means that if it's Leclerc that's posing the biggest threat, in my opinion, that means that it's either Russell or Leclerc. And that's really exciting. I think Mercedes still have an upper hand on McLaren in terms of car design. And other people saying like, "Oh, you're treating it like McLaren doesn't know how to build a car anymore." I think, like, I'm not saying that they don't, but Mercedes also still knows how to build a car, and I think this time Mercedes might have nailed theirs a little bit better than McLaren have. Leclerc drinking Red Bull? Probably not. Probably just, oh, goodness knows what he drinks. The win on the flat tire was epic. I'm assuming you're talking about the 2020 British Grand Prix. That was pretty cool. I can't lie. Either Russell or Max, the World Drivers' Champion. Yeah, I'd say that's fair enough. Russell, Max, Leclerc, for me, those are the three. George Russell will not win championship. He is not material. Kimi is, Leclerc marginally is. Sorry, GR is just not the guy. George Russell has been the guy since, like, I would say 2021. 2021, I would say George Russell has been the guy. He, I think you need to consider, think you can, or look at his F2 title. His F2 title was very impressive by George. He's a very capable driver. He's got the mentality to win a championship. He's got the pace to win a championship. And like, how are you going to say the driver isn't championship material? Like, people were saying that about Lando until he was, or until he was like nearly winning his championship. And people weren't saying Oscar was until he nearly won the championship. It's like, it's a very subjective sort of thing to say, oh, I don't think he's championship material. if Norris can be world drivers champion, so can Russell and even Antonelli and Piastri, 100%. If anyone looks at 2025 and tells me that Oscar Piastri could never be a world champion, they are kidding themselves because he nearly was. Like, how can you look at that and say that he couldn't have been a world champion? And I would, and this isn't me being biased, I would say the same about Lando. If literally if you just swap the points, I would still say that Lando could have easily been world champion. Anyone who finishes a season within a race win's worth of points of the champion could be world champion. I mean, I think of other drivers, Felipe Massa, Mark Webber, going back through the years. Who else? I'm blanking. Drivers like, hmm, did Frentzen in 90? No, Frentzen didn't quite. Um, but yeah, as long as you can finish within a race win's worth of points of the world champion, you could 100% be world champion. In 2020, when Vettel hit button on Spa, no way to go, be world champion. Yeah, exactly. People saying that saying Vettel wasn't world championship material, and that Webber was, and look who has won a championship and look who hasn't. Here's Speed Trap. I'll give you some updates. Pierre Gasly's been the fastest at 329, then Ocon 328, Piastri 326, Leclerc 326, and Hulkenberg 321. So, of course, that's all in kilometers an hour. Stroll is currently breaking news toys and sending him to his room. I've no comment. Leclerc alongside Max is most complete driver and that can win World Drivers' Championships in equal machinery, same as Max. I mean, I would still say Max would probably win the championship if Leclerc and Verstappen were in the same car. I'm just gonna say it. Um, yeah, guys, just a reminder: keep the spamming to a minimum because it's just unnecessary. All right, and Hamilton, but I'd be afraid people if I play some people would kill me. I mean, not at this stage in his career. At this stage in his career, Leclerc still beats him in equal machinery. Know what? I'm hoping some people do slap on some soft tires and do some push laps. Irvine, sorry, thank you. I was gonna say, like, I'm thinking back. Yeah, Irvine finished within a point, 2 points in 1999. Then who would have been next who missed out on a championship by a race winner, never won a championship? Might be someone like Michele Alboreto. And then you've got like Didier Pironi, John Watson, Carlos Reutemann, Clay Regazzoni, Ronnie P. Oh, did Ronnie Peterson get within a race? I don't know. Some of these guys are really good, but I don't remember if they got within a race win's worth of points. Charles is too nice. 2024 Las Vegas Grand Prix radio rant. Go find that one if you think Charles Leclerc's too nice. G'day all. G'day. Pleasure to see you here. There was a driver from 91, I believe. No. 91, Senna won that comfortably. Definitely, I'm confident of that one. I don't remember who was second. It might have been Prost. But I'm looking at a driver who never won a championship. Let me get 1991 up. Yes, it was. Oh, it was Mansell was second, then Patrese, Berger, then Prost. Oh yeah, Prost had a rubbish year with Ferrari that year. Hey, where's Aston? Aston Martin is in the pits because of the fact that the engine broke. Stefano Modena, I believe he qualified behind Senna. I mean, like most people qualified behind Senna because he was really, really like ridiculously good at qualifying. Yeah, for I don't know what uh Cadillac were doing because they weren't this far off the pace like yesterday. Um, oh, the Cadillac got two number two drivers. Yeah, a little bit. Uh, just give Alonso an honorary target for being unlucky. I don't think that's how it works, unfortunately. We'd all love to see him have another one, whether it be 2007, 2010, 2012. Just another one somewhere in there would have been nice. But alas. Another, another scary sheer talent driver was OG Kimmy. Yeah, Kimmy. Um, like if with how people are talking about Charles Leclerc in this chat, if Max Verstappen was Michael Schumacher, Charles Leclerc is Kimi Raikkonen. Kimi Raikkonen was the one driver, and uh and yeah, the brain. Oh, I'm blanking. Sorry, yes. Kimi Raikkonen and Juan Pablo Montoya were the two drivers who really were able to actually take it to Michael. Especially once he started winning with Ferrari. David Coulthard to go in 2001 didn't really work out. Okay, so I fear the exclamation mark points command isn't. Okay. So I thought that command was going to show the points in the F1 standings. I was going to say that's not going to get you far because the championship hasn't begun. My apologies. So Checo's out there on the C1s. That might explain his even worse pace than what we expected. His win in Hockenheim in 2000 was phenomenal. Um, that'd be Barrichello then. Yeah, he's like practically last at first. He, but basically did a Checo Perez. Um, oh, Robert Kubica. God, I love Robert Kubica. You know what I'd love to see? Because I know he did a test with Ferrari. I would love to see those lap times. I don't think they're public information, but I would love to see those lap times. I think it'd be really interesting. And Yano Trulli is low key. Yano Trulli should have won with Toyota in like 2009. Because that Toyota was nasty. Because basically they were the other team that worked out that zero pod was a good idea. Um, Aston Martin doomed. Yeah, yeah, I'm fairly certain they're a bit cooked, which is unfortunate. But oh well. What you gonna do, really? Sometimes things happen. As Checo comes across the line to set a new best lap of a 41.102. Yes, I confirmed Aston Martin is doomed. You can stop repeating yourself. Oh, Giancarlo Fisichella. I love Giancarlo Fisichella. His name's really fun to say, which helps his case. But yeah. Um, I like to see Valentino Rossi's time, so apparently he was scary fast, was offered to drive. Yes, I must say, like, we're far enough down the road since those happened. Uh, surely we can see those times now. I would have thought. Looks like Lindblad is getting underway. No, he's just started a what I would assume would be a long run on the C2 tires. Another interesting one would be how Hadjar does. I 100% agree. I'm really curious to see how Hadjar will do. This will either be the rather unfortunate death of him, or or a defining season where he manages to break the curse. Will we see Ollie on the podium this year? I pray to all that is holy that we will see Ollie Behrman on the podium. That would be very exciting. Because, of course, it'd be first podium ever for Haas. And in a season where it looked like they might be replaced as the American F1 team, getting a podium would be pretty defining. Leclerc should leave the pits and do a full push lap. He's on used tyres. I'm just going to give you a warning now about that. I highly doubt he's out there doing a push lap. Well, we are 30 minutes away from the lunch break. It's very exciting stuff. I must say, I don't think I'm going to be able to talk tomorrow. My throat is at its wit's end. Reason Mercedes doesn't drive. Kimi Antonelli had a battery failure down along the straight from turn 10 to turn 11. So he's out for what I would imagine will be the rest of the morning session, which is just about 31 minutes left. Will you do live timings of every race? Yes, we will. We will have live timings for every practice session, qualifying session, sprint, and race. I will be commentating the ones that don't require me to stay up till 1 a.m., which is not many of them. You won't hear my voice in Australia because I'll be trackside. You'll hear me hopefully in China and Japan. Then you might hear me for a practice session somewhere like Bahrain and Saudi. But then I will be gone for quite some time. I might be over there for like a Miami Grand Prix or something because that's early in the morning on a weekday, so I'm not waking anyone up when they wouldn't already have to be getting up. And then, of course, stuff like Las Vegas because that's at convenient times. And Singapore. But that's about it. Azerbaijan, too. Hopefully, I'll be around. Hot take: Cadillacs beats Aston Martin in standings. I would agree with that. I don't really think that's a particularly hot take. Well, it looks like Leclerc's on like a faux push lap, where it's known that they are. Where it's known that they're going to be. It's known that they're going to be slow, and I think. I mean, yeah, I think they'll be slow. Yes, Leclerc is definitely pushing, but his tires are pretty used. It's interesting. I'm just seeing a Pirelli's doing some interesting, I think, pressure testing on some used tires, and they are um, they are They are the prototype tires. That's what they're called. Sorry, just had a bit of a blank. Happens when you commentate for 3.5 hours straight. But yeah, they were. I believe they were checking the pressures to make sure that they are holding up. Now, seeing what could be a fight between a McLaren and a Williams on track. Uh, Sainz has been on his tyres for 16 laps. Piastri is is showing up as 0. So Piastri, I would like to imagine, will be able to sweep past here. We're approaching turn 14. Piastri could have gone for it, but I think he recharged a little bit, probably with the plan that he'll go for the move down the straight. He's closing quickly. But then as he pulls out of the slipstream, he can't quite hold on to it. I think Sainz backed off a bit there into the first corner. Yeah, not quite the enthralling overtake we'll be hoping to see this season. But that is one thing I have noticed is the moment drivers pull out of the slipstream, they suddenly lose a lot of speed in a straight line, which is interesting that slipstream seems to be really strong. But they also then seem to really struggle to pass each other. Um, I must say it's funny. I was thinking about it. I've thought that nearly every team of the top 4 teams were the fastest team at some point during the test. I started, I entered the test thinking Mercedes were the fastest. Then I swapped to Red Bull. Then I went back to Mercedes. Then I went to McLaren. Then I went back to Mercedes. And now I'm currently on Ferrari, which really, one, shows how unrepresentative testing is. But two, it shows a lot of interesting. Shows a lot of interest in how teams are using sandbagging because they might realize because it literally could have been like Red Bull realized, oh shoot, everyone else is sandbagging way more. We need to sandbag more, and it could have just been that just rippling down as everyone's intentionally sandbagging more. Goodness knows, so. All the dark horse teams will hopefully will have a chance at the podium. I hope so. I really hope so. Of course, I think it's expected, really, that Ferrari, Mercedes, McLaren, and Red Bull will all get podiums. Hell, I'd nearly say it's expected all 4 teams will get a race win this year. Then, other than the top teams, a Behrman podium, like a Behrman Ocon podium, perhaps Gasly podium at Alpine, a Hulkenberg miracle podium, Bortoletto at Audi. I like those aren't unreasonable. Or Carlos or Alex have a brilliant weekend at Williams where they're suddenly a really strong team. I wouldn't be surprised. Cadillac will not fight for wins. Yeah, I don't think anyone was suggesting that other than that one guy who bet his house on the fact they get a race win. And that's his problem, not ours. Lindblad having a bit of a squirmer through turn 1. Bit scrappy. Please, Hulkenberg podium 2026. I yearn for Hulkenberg podiums. They make me very happy. I've cried 2 times watching a Grand Prix. The first time was the Australian Grand Prix when Oscar spun out. That made me cry. And Nico Hulkenberg finishing P3 at the British Grand Prix in 2025. That made me very, very happy. People who don't say that that was the highlight of the 2025 F1 season are kidding themselves. I'm going to be honest. Like, I don't think people who say that clearly actually don't understand how important, how massive Nico Hulkenberg getting a podium is. If Cadillac has made significant improvements over this season, few top tens, that's a win. Yeah, I would say if they can score three, like I reckon 4 bouts of points. So finish in the top 10 4 times. That would be good. If they can achieve that as a bare minimum. It's interesting. I'm just looking at the race pace of those currently out there lapping. Ocon's is the best. Then Piastri, and then like Piastri, Lindblad, Sainz, Perez, all kind of in the same window. Those things can make a grown man cry. You best believe. Well, Isaac Hadjar is now hitting the track again. He'll be hoping on, are these new tyres? No, these are used mediums to rack up some laps. Bro, pit crew, fuel snake monster, cost mass of the title. I mean, I think we all know who cost Felipe Massa the title, and let's just say he's the team principal of Alpine. I'll say that much. No, I think it's fair enough to be optimistic about Cadillac. They've got 2 brilliant drivers, which means if there is like a race where there's a bit of chaos, they will have what it takes to make sure to be there. I mean, really, like as much as Nico Hulkenberg is a world class driver, he got that podium because of the fact that he has the reliability and consistency to be there when the opportunity arose. Um, and that is the reason why he got that podium. So, and I'm not saying that the Cadillac's going to get podiums, but they do have 2 drivers that will make sure to be there when points are on offer. And I mean, all you have to do is look at Germany 2019 when Robert Kubica scored points the last time. That was because of the fact he made sure to be there and be able to get those points for Williams. Is Audi practicing starts, or what make them pit all the time? They could be practicing pit stops. I haven't seen. But yeah, they could be practicing pit stops. They could be doing practice starts. It could be various things. Will there be rain for the Australian Grand Prix? I hope not. Rain, I mean, yeah. I got very cold at the Australian Grand Prix last year. It was very unpleasant, the weather. And I mean, it was cool to watch a wet race as my first Grand Prix that I watch in person. But I would have preferred a dry Australian Grand Prix because I had to travel interstate for it, and I didn't bring wet weather clothes with me because I didn't think it would be that bad. Uh, Little did I know the I'd been lied to by my weatherman, and the rain was going to rain a lot more than I thought, and it was also going to get a lot colder. Melbourne weather can be a highly unpredictable word. I mean, Australian weather just generally. We could hold the Grand Prix anywhere and we probably couldn't predict the weather. I mean, when we did it in Adelaide, it rained a bunch, probably more. And where I live down in Tasmania, it's a little bit more consistent, but we can be off by 5 degrees sometimes. I was watching a pit stop that seemed to go a tad bit wrong for Williams. Now we have 20 minutes remaining, which is rather exciting. I can go to sleep in a minute. A Literally, I will finish this. I will probably drink about a liter of water. Um, take some cough medicine. Brush my teeth. Go to bed. Because it is once this session is over, it is going to be 10 p.m. Yes, most definitely. The weathermen do tend to lie. Well, not intentionally. Predicting the weather's all like I don't understand how they do that. I mean, I kind of do, but the fact that we've managed to get it even remotely accurate is kind of crazy. Like, I could probably go look up what the weather will be in Melbourne. Weather. I'll look it up for you all. Considering not much is happening on track. Leclerc's on a half decent lap. That's about it, though. So it's the 8th of December. No, 8th of March. Okay, let's see what they're predicting. Australian monthly Weber. Weber, goodness me, weather. For March 2026. Oh no. Oh no. Wet weather predicted for the Saturday. We could have a wet qualifying. Ooh. Also, what a move from Esteban Ocon. Sorry, I completely zoned out. I was busy looking at the weather. But that was a brilliant move from Esteban Ocon. Oh, wait, what? I can see an Aston Martin. Oh my god. I haven't seen one of those literally all day. Oh my god, go Lance. He's in the pit lane. It's a new PB for Aston Martin today. Aston Martin have now finally, after 3 hours and 45 minutes, left the pit lane. Goodness me. Now, anyways, back to the weather in predicted weather. So it's not 100%. So, Friday, 6th of March, which will be, of course, free practice 1 and free practice 2. 23 degrees, partly cloudy. Not too bad. Saturday, 22 degrees, rain. And then partly cloudy, 22. So not even particularly hot. That's pretty cold. I'll get more info on that rain if I can. The reports say mostly cloudy with a little rain at times in the afternoon. So it could be raining during qualifying for the Australian Grand Prix. Roughly 0.9 mils of rain. Hours of precipitation 1 estimated. Cloud cover 66%. Probability of precipitation 57% for the Saturday. So the estimations are about a 57% chance we get a wet qualifying for the Australian Grand Prix. Now, wouldn't that just be exciting? Speaking of exciting, Lance Stroll enters the pits. Just as I thought we were going to get some... Seeing wheels his way back in. And yeah, they're literally going to put him up and lift him up and put him straight back into the pits. Well, that's a shame. I thought we might get to see a new lifetime. You see, they got me excited. I saw some green mini sectors for like the first time in an update on the calendar. And also, speaking of the calendar, I know that people were concerned about the fact that about how late into the year the rule change for the engines was coming along, being, of course, the 1st of August. The 1st of August is in the summer break, which is just past the halfway mark. Literally run one race on. So we will still have only just the greater half of a year of the without the change. So and then of course we have the change where they'll have the summer break to make sure it's all going to work. But that's good news. That is very good news that we it'll only be about half the season. And of course, then if I were to track down how many races later, the that would give them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 races before then when McLaren won the championship last year. So it's not too bad. But Mercedes will get away with the championship by then. But we don't know that for sure, actually. Ferrari look very competitive. McLaren look very competitive. Red Bull look very competitive. It could be anyone who's running away with the championship. Ocon's flying, yeah, 140s. That's not bad. 140, low 140s. That's kind of what the midfielders would be looking for on their race runs, especially considering he's been on those hards for quite a while. Now, I'm just going to give you all a heads up now. I'm expecting that we will get a red flag soon. Now, it won't be because of the fact that England's crashed. It's because of the fact that we're going to be doing a practice start, which, of course, is the real reason we all watch this. Otherwise, it can all get a bit boring otherwise. I'm well aware. Stroll is flying today. Nope. Stroll has barely finished a lap. Or he hasn't. He went out, he came around, and came back in. Want to see another Ferrari standing start? Don't worry, you will. And is Kimi out? Yes, Kimi is out. He had an engine issue, which is rather unfortunate. But that Haas is looking mighty fine. Stroll is flying out on a private jet. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. George gonna come out since Kimi crashed? No. Well, Kimi didn't crash. Kimi's battery gave up on the straight between turn 10 and turn 11. We pulled over about halfway along. Antonelli, Russell will come in the afternoon, but he was scheduled to come in. So don't worry. We will get to see George, hopefully for this afternoon. Considering because we'll have the lunch break, I don't know if they will work on it over the lunch break. If the battery goes down, the car can't even move. I mean, I don't know the specifics, but the one thing that was very clear off the exit of turn 10, Kimi did not have battery power. So I'm assuming the battery died for some reason. Something's gone wrong. But yeah. I don't think it's like it could be race ending. And I mean, even in like previous regulations, it was still pretty much race ending. Like you look at Daniel Ricciardo in 2018, like that 10 seconds a lap he lost in Monaco. Of course, he managed to hold on and win there. But yeah. Now I will imagine we will see the pardon me. Stroll's back on track. Yes. Stroll hasn't flown off in his private jet just yet. I would imagine we'll see the red flag soon. Sooner rather than later. Usually it happens sometime around 10. Then again, they could have decided that they feel like being nice and letting Stroll do a lap. He's out there on the mediums currently. Not that I think it'll be a very particularly impressive lap. Oh, Come on, Lance, give us a lap. I'm wide of turn 11. Promising stuff from the Aston Martin. It'd be really funny if he just came out and then oh, and he's run wide of turn 12. I was about to say, it'd be really funny if he came out and then set like the fastest lap. That would be really funny. If they like just turned the engine off up. But I fear they're not. Yep, strolls into the pits. Hoping to see a red flag soon. Yeah, Stroll did nearly hit the SM board on the exit of turn 12. Red flag. There we go. Very exciting news because and Stroll's nearly wiped out the front jackman. That's just splendid. Good stuff, Lance. Good thing you haven't done that already. Oh wait, no, you already have done that. Great. Aston facing some engine issues. I fear they're facing all of the engine issues. I don't know loads of engine stuff names, but about everything that I know of has failed at least once. So yes, red flag. Of course, that will mean that there won't be any faster laps, which means that the fastest lap of the morning session goes to Charles Leclerc at a 1:33.689. Then Kimi Antonelli second. Then Piastri, Ocon, Hadjar, Gasly, Lindblad, Sainz, Hulkenberg, Perez, and Lance Stroll. So yes, will be. Sorry. We are because we are about to get the engine is yes, it's not good. New power unit, yes. Red flag system check. No, it is not a red flag system check. It's a red flag so that they can organize a formation lap, form the grid, then do a practice race start. Yes, as just a general reminder, try to keep the language use as clean as possible. We like to. Of course, Formula One is a sport viewed by all ages of people, and we don't want to make people not feel excluded because of the fact that people are using language that makes them feel uncomfortable. So, yes, the red flag is gone. I haven't quite seen if they've all lined up at the end of the pit lane or not. Got a couple cars lined up to the end of the pit lane. The pit lane light is still red, so they will not exit the pit lane for won't be longer than a minute. I believe it is Esteban. Yes, Esteban Ocon is at the end of the pit lane. Rather exciting because it might mean that he'll start on pole position, which nearly happened yesterday, but didn't really matter because he managed to overtake the two cars that started ahead of him before turn 1. Opinion on the Cadillac livery. I think it's kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool. I don't care what other people think. I think it's kind of cool. Definitely could be. I think the issue is people were all hoping for this, like yellowy sort of livery. But like if you ignore what everyone was expecting, and you actually just take the livery for what it is, I think it's pretty cool. Like I'm not going to mistake it. That's for sure. So yes, we are all now circulating around the track. Unfortunately, it only seems like 3 drivers have gone out for this test, being Esteban Ocon, Oscar Piastri, and Isaac Hadjar, which means that we will have 1 Ferrari power unit, 1 Mercedes power unit, and 1 Red Bull Ford power unit. Of course, the morning sessions practice start is a lot less representative because of the fact that you never do a practice start in these conditions. So, not that big of a deal. Of course, we see Okon and Piastri now coming down the straight towards turn 12 as Hadjar joins behind them. So for those curious, what they will do is they will line up in grid spots. I would imagine it will be Okon on pole, then Piastri on the second position, and then Hadjar is mandated to leave a row. So he won't be starting third, he won't be starting fourth, he'll be starting fifth on the grid. However, they will form the grid and then they will go around again, like as if it were an aborted start. I think Brazil in 2024 was an aborted start, and Austria was an aborted start. It's not that weird that there's only 3 cars. That's actually relatively common in the morning session. Like the morning session yesterday only had 4 cars doing it. So they've all just lined up. Ocon's on pole, Piastri's in third, and no, sorry, Piastri's in fifth, uh, and Hadjar is in ninth position grid box wise. And then they will run an aborted start in just a minute. Oh, got green flag at the back. Are we just going to go for it? Let's see. No, it is an aborted start. Extra formation lap. They are getting underway. Where on earth is Max? Max is probably somewhere in the garage because he's getting in the car after the lunch break. So don't you worry, we will see Max Verstappen today, but just not yet. Okay. I must say it's interesting. I saw some people theorizing that they wouldn't swerve to warm their tires up anymore, that just wouldn't be necessary. But clearly, it definitely is because about everyone I've seen has swerved at least once on a formation lap. Even in bits of the track where honestly I wouldn't even thought to do. It's barely straight. Uh, so all in all, probably one of the more anticlimactic sessions. Not loads has happened, and of course only 3 cars have gone out for practice start. But it will be interesting to see how the Ferrari-powered Esteban Ocon gets off the line, because of course we'll have the McLaren of Oscar Piastri probably alongside him, and that'll be a pretty direct comparison of the starting ability of the Ferrari power unit and of the Mercedes power unit. Ironically, we're looking at 2 customer teams to figure out what's happening with the actual teams, because this will give us a pretty good insight into what's going on in terms of where they're lining up, or like what will happen if a Mercedes car lines up alongside a Ferrari car, and how we can expect that to play out. So Esteban Ocon is about to get into position. Oscar Piastri is doing some burnouts behind him, warm his tyres up. Right, Ocon is in position. Piastri is lining up fifth. So they're all just staying on the left-hand side. So it is Ocon first, Piastri fifth, and Hadjar ninth. I'll just turn the sound up so I can put it down. All right. I've not seen the blue light yet to tell them to start revving the engine. We wait patiently. Green flag at the back. All right. Rev start, pre-start procedures has been initiated. And the red lights are coming on 3, 4, 5. And the lights have gone up pretty quickly. And Okon is pulling away, not massively from Piastri. Oh, it's all about the same. I would say Ocon's start was marginally better than the Mercedes of Oscar Piastri, or Mercedes powered McLaren of Oscar Piastri, and then the Red Bull powertrain Ford of his like agile behind probably had a better start. He seemed a lot closer to the back of Piastri by the time they reached the braking zone. So that is that. I hope you have all enjoyed our morning session. I will be leaving you now. It is 10:03 p.m. I'm terribly unwell and I need to get my sleep. So I'll leave you all. Hope the evening session might have a little bit more going on and hopefully a couple more cars lining up on the grid where we can watch a Ferrari launch through the field. And I will see you probably at some point during the Chinese Grand Prix weekend.
Radio check, radio check. Welcome back, everyone. This is the final testing session of all these tests that we have since January. F1 Barcelona shakedown, the Bahrain first week test, the Bahrain 4-week test. Everything is coming down to this last session, and I believe all the teams will be eager to go out, trying to get as much time as possible on the track, and maybe we will see some even faster lap times. Yesterday we went into 1:32s. This morning we had Charles Leclerc with 1:33.689, so we will see. To start off with the afternoon session, we have still 1 minute. I think we can quickly go to see who is driving in the afternoon session. For McLaren, Norris, Then we have Russell. Max Verstappen will be for the Red Bull. Ferrari has Leclerc. Hamilton has finished with testing yesterday. Carlos Sainz for Williams. Lindblad for Racing Bulls. Lance Stroll for Aston Martin, although we don't know how much time he will spend on the track. They had some announcements, which I'll read later. Haas, Oli Bearman. For Audi, we'll see Bortoleto. Alpine will be Holiday Pierre Gasly. And for Cadillac, we should see Valtteri Bottas. So far, let's do a quick recap of what happened into the morning session for those of you that are just joining in. We have the standings of the top 11 drivers. Only one hasn't set any time. That was Lance Stroll, because he just came out in the end for 2 installation laps and then went back in. Well, actually, he was trying to push for the second lap, but he went out of track, and actually I think he almost picked up that SM board on the track. I think he got out of the track like 2 times. So we have Leclerc with the fastest time, 1:33.689. Antonelli second, just 0.2 slower. Then we have Piastri 0.6 slower, Okon 0.8, Hajar with similar time as Okon, Gasly 1.1 seconds slower, Lindblad with 1.5 seconds, Sainz 1.5, similar to Lindblad, Hülkenberg 2.3 seconds, and the slowest car in these last 3 days is Cadillac with 7.1 seconds slower than the leaders. Yeah, Cadillac is not really looking very fast, but hopefully they are hiding something. We have green lights on track. Nobody yet has come out, but we see a lot of teams preparing to go. Yeah, as Torzo is saying, time to make some real lap times, no more sandbagging or turn down engines. I think there will be still sandbagging. I mean, we have this session, then we will go to Australia. We will still have 3 free practice sessions. So until the first quali, which actually might be a wet quali, we won't see them show their cards. And even, I believe even in that quali, we won't still know if it rains. So the second round might be the most telling one of how is the grid settled, because yeah, if there is rain, we won't learn much. But it would be amazing to see the chaos of first quali session, and then we have rain, and then we have all the new regulations and new everything. It's gonna be a mess. Let's see, what did Aston Martin say. I think I have the statement. Oh, actually I don't have it. But to summarize, yeah, they said that they won't be doing any long runs. They might be coming out on track with very limited time, and they will just be do short stints. Like, for example, like Stroll did in the morning session, and we will again see Stroll. Yeah, yesterday they had a big issue. So it seems like it's some battery issues, but they have a lot of issues. We will see what happens in Australia. Green lights, no cars out, even though a couple of the drivers have been preparing to go out. Let's see in the meantime what is in chat. Prince Raiken, I hope I'm reading that right, with the Ferrari emojis. We actually had a couple of more new emojis, so I'm gonna add them all in chat. This is for the ones who have joined the channel for as low as like $1 per month. We have the Alpine car. We have switched the number on Verstappen. Now is 3 and 1 on Norris, and we have the 3 tire compounds. So this is all the emojis that we have right now. Hopefully we get some more members, because then we will be able to add the other 2 tires. YouTube limits us on how many members we have, is dependent on how many custom emojis we can upload. So we already have a bunch, but we need like 40 more members to get a couple more emojis. Let's see, there is Leclerc's RPMs are going up, so yeah, I guess the car is started. He's just waiting to come out. Maybe the new wing now. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see the new wing. We saw it yesterday with Hamilton driving whole day. Yeah, we're seeing in the replay for yesterday. This looks really cool. I mean, I really would like to see more teams adopting this and to be useful. First, we have to see if the cars will be quicker with that. I would assume that on some tracks this would be very useful. But yeah, in the morning session, Ferrari used the old bowling wheel rear wing. So let's see if they will use it in the afternoon. The last 3 hours and 55 minutes of the testing. We're seeing a replay of yesterday's launch by Lewis Hamilton. That was really quick. Really good launch. Ferrari was like a rocket. I mean, mostly because the others, I guess, weren't that engaging or weren't that eager to go fast, but still, Ferrari looked really good. In the morning, we saw just 3 cars testing the start procedure, and yeah, they kind of had similar start. We only had Red Bull, McLaren, and Haas. So 3 engines were represented, but they were kind of the same. I would say even the Haas maybe was a bit slower than the others. I'm not sure with which compounds was set the best time, because yeah, I wasn't commentating in the morning session. That was Evan. So yeah, if you can remind me in chat, that would be great. Still no one on track. I was expecting them to be eager to go out, but nothing yet. The best lap yesterday was 132.8 or 6, I'm not sure. But it was in the 132s, and that was the best lap so far in all testing this week and the previous week. Yeah, 132.8. Thank you, Gian Dimor. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. No one on track yet. No car turned on. Ferrari was on for a little bit, but now it's not. Now we're looking at Haas, prepared to go out, and that's Oli Berman. He is the first one to go out. Yeah, hope we see more from Cadillac, because all of the sessions this week, they have been coming out like in the 2-hour mark. So the whole first half of the session, they were just in the garage. I don't know if they have issues or what were they doing, but they look to be the slowest team on the grid. Like they are like very, very much slower than all the others, like 7 seconds, 6 seconds. That's huge. Okay, we have Lance Stroll coming out, so maybe Aston Martin is gonna do a bit more today in the afternoon session. Let's see. He looked very unstable in that one lap that he did, well, actually 2 laps that he did in the morning session. Like the car was all around the place. He went out from the track 2 times. So let's see if he can put together a lap now. He's the only one without a representative lap time. So in terms of number of laps, let's see who got the most in the morning session. So we have Okon with 82 laps, Leclerc with 80 laps, Lindblad 77. Then with 66 we have Piastri and Sainz, 64 for Hülkenberg, 57 for Gasly, 61 for Perez. He actually did good amount of laps. Antonelli with only 49. And yeah, I think Antonelli was the one with the least laps. Berman going back into the pits. Now let's see, Stroll is getting closer to the last turn. Let's see if he's gonna push, and let's take a closer look at the RPMs and how that Honda engine is doing. So he seems to be pushing 300 kilometers per hour top speed. Yeah, he's definitely pushing 10k RPMs into the 8th gear. Let's see how Lance is gonna do. This is definitely a fast lap. Yesterday did Ferrari's new wing appear morning session? Yeah, it was in the morning session and they didn't have that many laps, but they kind of just teased us. So yeah, we didn't see it from there. Everyone was really curious about that. Fastest sector 1 for Stroll, of course, but still 2.4 seconds slower than Leclerc's time. So it's gonna be a slow time. Let's see what he can do in the second, more twisty sector. Behrman is again out of the pits. This season we have 3 teams who fight for championship: Mercedes, Ferrari and McLaren. Don't you think Red Bull is gonna be there? They are looking good in the tests. Reliable. Max Verstappen is up there in the timings. I mean, I know that doesn't mean much, but still, I wouldn't sign off Red Bull. Second sector is yellow. Yeah, he's very slow there, like 7 seconds behind Leclerc now. But still, this is gonna be maybe a representative time for Stroll. No, he went into the pits. Not even completing the lap. Verstappen is out. Now Lindblad also is coming out. I hope it's gonna be a bit crowded this session. Last 3 hours and 50 minutes. By the way, let us know where you're watching us from, guys, in chat. What time is it there? Lance Stroll is gonna go out again, I think. And now we see the Racing Bull with a practice start in the pits. Let's see how that goes. Yeah, he was holding a bit the revs, but yeah, a good start for him. So no anti-stalling. All top four teams seems close enough to have a shot at the title this year. In season development, gonna be super important. Yeah, I agree that. UK, 12:11 p.m. Okay, you're 1 hour behind me, William. Finland. Finland is 1 hour ahead of me. Then we have India, very early in India. South Africa, 1 hour ahead. Sri Lanka, 4 hours ahead. Venezuela, quite early in the morning in Venezuela. Okay, we see Lance Stroll, he locked up. And there's a big flat spot on that front left tire. The medium tires. Imblat and Behrman on track. Let's see, Verstappen, he got into the pits and coming out again. So you guys and girls have watched for some years. Tell me the best driver in each team. Well, I'll let that for the chat, and I'm curious also to see what do you think. Who is the best driver from each team in the past, let's say, 5-6 years? India, 5:43 p.m. Okay, I thought that was AM. So it's late afternoon in India. München, Deutschland, Kentucky, USA, 6:13 a.m. Very early. Lindblad is going into the pits. Now let's see, Oli Behrman. Is he gonna start? No. No fast lap for Berman. He's going into the pits right now. Only Max Verstappen is on track. And I need to switch the lap time stint. So we see their laps. But there are no representative laps yet set. No one really has done any laps that would go on the sheet. So let's keep that for later. Lindblad has done 2 laps, but that's it. Okay, Hamilton for Mercedes, Alonso for Aston Martin, Leclerc Ferrari, Max for Red Bull. Why didn't Stroll run in the morning? Yeah, they are still having troubles, and he came out for 2 laps and he didn't look good. He went out of the track a couple times and he went back into the pits. Russell, Hamilton, Norris, they will fight so hard for the Drivers' Championship this season. I have just came home after giving my account board's exam. Well, good luck with that. Hope you pass. Schumacher, Ferrari, let's go Max. Yeah, that's not from the last 5-6 years. Ayrton or Prost for McLaren. Australia, 10:14 p.m. Isn't it a bit later? Because I think Evan is from Australia and he said it was 10 p.m. when the session ended, so that was like 1 hour. But I guess you're in a different town and you have a couple of time zones in Australia. Alright, man, I have seen enough testings. I am ready now for the main thing. We all are. Hopefully, yeah, we definitely will see some action in Australia, and if we have a wet quali there, it's gonna be interesting. What does it mean when one of the ticks is black, not yellow, green, or blue? Usually that means that they run off track there on those mini sectors. So yeah. Also, you might see it as red. That would mean that they stopped there. Verstappen is setting his new personal best, 1:38.428. That puts him P10 on the timing sheet. No one can replace Lewis in Mercedes like no one can replace Schumacher in Ferrari. I agree. Limpei, hi everyone. Hi Limpei. Australia has 3 time zones. Okay, I didn't know that. I actually would have expected to have more than 3, but I guess 3 it is. Haas, Hülkenberg, Ferrari, Leclerc. I agree with all of these. See Verstappen on track. He's improving some mini sectors, but yeah, I don't think that he's gonna be improving his time. Yellow first sector. Let's see how he does on the second. That's also a yellow second sector, so yeah. Yeah, 4.5 in North America because of some reason that coastal area wants to be on the half hour. Yeah, that is a bit weird. Is Verstappen pushing? Let's see. He's just starting a new lap. He seems to be pushing, but still, those are yellow mini sectors. So it's I think he might be doing some simulations, longer lap stints. His last time was 1:38.8. His fastest was 1:38.4. So yeah, this might be some long runs, and he's on a 4-lap old medium tire. Okay, Lindblad or Lawson? Yeah, I think we had that poll yesterday. A lot of people are bullish on Lindblad. Sorry, I keep pronouncing it wrong. Hoping Lawson. If Lawson loses, he's done at F1. Well, he has been playing a lot of football in in the pit, like we saw him yesterday. I think he also was playing in the first day, and today in the morning he was passing the football with a crew from his team. Williams, yeah, that is interesting. I mean, in the last years, definitely it has to be Albon. But let's see now with Carlos Sainz. I think Sainz is very close to Albon, and maybe he even is gonna pass him. I think last season was very close with them. Albon had more points, but 2 podiums for Sainz, that's a big thing. Max will do more laps, I think. Yeah, let's see. He's just around the last corner, and let's see his time. 138.6. So he's definitely doing some consistent times, and this is gonna be a long run. He improved a bit, found some time into sector 2, green sector 2, and the other two were yellow. Now we see Sainz is coming out of the pits, and Lindblad is gonna be coming out of the pits too. So 3 cars on track. George Russell for Williams. Yeah, you could argue Russell or Albon for Williams, but I guess, yeah, Russell was doing really good work for Williams, even though at those years Williams was stuck in P10 and they couldn't do much. Guys, after all this testing, who do you think is the World Drivers Champion this year? Yeah, I'm gonna be reserved on that question. But you can find some clues in my bingo card. So for those who are new here, you can join our bingo league. You will see the link in the chat, and you can make your picks there. There are some really interesting picks. You will get points for every pick, depending on how likely it is to happen. And in the end, we will see who is gonna get most points. We might have some giveaways, and yeah, some gifts for you, for those who get the most points. Miracle for Aston Martin today. It doesn't look like that. They said that they are not going to be doing any long runs, so they will be just coming out for 1-2 laps and going straight back into the pits, like Stroll did in the end of the morning session and in the beginning of this one. Russell was doing qualifying miracles with that back marker Williams. Yeah, he had really good times into qualifying. I mean, he was getting out of Q1 into Q2. I don't remember if he went sometime into Q3, but he was getting really close there. So yeah, that Williams was slow, very slow. Che says it's 4.5 because of Alaska and Hawaii. Okay. Verstappen, Behrman, Limblad, and Sainz entered the pits, but he's coming out. I think they practice. No, yeah, he will be trying practice start. So he lined up on the right side of the pit lane. Let's see how that goes. Getting the revs up to 12k. No wind today, 3.2 kilometers per hour. Seems like the start test for Williams went well, even though we didn't see it in the camera. He went Q3 too. They called him Mr. Saturday. Yeah, he was the Mr. Saturday. He also got a podium in the tractor. Yep. Remember the crash with Bottas? That was a crazy crash. See a lot of sparks below the Williams of Carlos Sainz. That's a lot of sparks on the entrance of the pit. Is Red Bull dominant this year? We don't know who is going to be dominant. Everyone is kind of predicting Mercedes, but we won't know anything. I'm bullish on Ferrari. Some people say McLaren and Red Bull, so I think we can say safely that it's going to be one of those four. I don't think we're going to have any surprise from the below teams, but we need to wait. We need to wait after the race in Australia. Another practice. Who is this? Let's see. That's Haas, yeah. Oli Berman, he's doing a practice start in the pit stop, and that is doing fine. No anti-stalling. Is Bottas out today? It should be Bottas, but they usually come out very late in the session, so it's still like almost 30 minutes. I wouldn't expect them to come out in the next 30-40 minutes because yeah, usually they come out very late. Someone's got to test the plank wear. Yeah, exactly. Is Max doing long rounds? Yeah, Max is doing long rounds. He was doing very consistent times in 138.5, 0.6, 0.8. Now he's doing 139.6. So a bit slower, but yeah, he's on long runs. He actually had some green mini sectors, so this might be a faster time than previous lap, 139.6. But let's see. Gasly is out on track. Five teams are on track. Yeah, we have to wait until the quali in Melbourne, but we might even need to wait longer because it seems like for the quali in Melbourne, there's gonna be a wet condition. We might see rain, so that won't tell us much. I mean, someone will be P1, someone will be P2, someone will be P20, but with the rain involved, we won't know if that's really the order for this season. So hopefully it's going to be very exciting, and we will have to wait for another quali session to actually see who is the fastest. What is long run? That is when they are coming out and they are doing like 10-15 laps at once, like not coming into the pits, and they are not going to be pushing to do very quick lap times, but more like spread it out through other laps. So every lap gets a consistent time, like a simulation of the race. So those are long runs when they are not pushing for fastest, but they are still being consistent with some decent timings. It would be amazing to see Max dominate again. I really hope Red Bull are hiding a lot of pace and then boom, they dominate by a second per lap over everyone else. Well, actually, I don't want to see that. I mean, I want to see a very close battle, and I think that's what we're going to get. Because if we get one team getting ahead or one driver, I mean, that's not why we are here. We want to see close battles. We want to see not knowing who is going to win until the last couple laps of the race. Not the race being decided in the first half or the first 10 laps. So hopefully, I'm hoping that's not going to happen. But yeah, I get you are a Verstappen fan, and of course, Max fans always want to, I mean, everyone's fans always want the driver to win without much stress. Oli Bierman is setting a new personal lap time, 140.776. Any domination is boring. Yeah, I agree. How was Leclerc racing today? I mean, he's doing well. I think Ferrari from all of the teams has done the most long stints and race simulations, so they are looking quite good. Reliable. I hope all four teams are super close all season. We all do. Shit. I want Charles versus Max versus George. Well, I would put there a McLaren too, but yeah, I would like to see that too. The last four Red Bull seats were thrown in last minute. Hajar had off season to prepare, and he's a real racer. Yeah, I'm hoping that we're gonna see the second car of Red Bull up there with Max, and we finally see them really competing for the Constructors' Championship, because with one car, you can't do much. Stroll is on track. Yellow Sector 1. Sainz, Behrman, Verstappen, Gasly, Stroll, and Lindblad are on track. Well, as I say that Gasly is going into the pits, but let's see if Stroll maybe is gonna do a longer stint, or he's gonna be like just 2 laps again and going back. I want Lewis to win Drivers' Champions because I want it extremely close between the top dogs. That would be a spectacle if Lewis can come back to the top and threaten for the Drivers' Championship. But that's a bit of a long shot, I think, because even if they have the car, there's still Leclerc to beat, and Leclerc is gonna be a tough one. Behrman improving again, 144.89. He's in P11 right behind Max Verstappen. Is Aston going to be fine, or another betrayal for Alonso from Honda? Aston is struggling a lot. I don't know actually if they are going to be fine. Hopefully yes, but they seem to be starting the season as a backmarker. Maybe they are going to be faster than Cadillac, but I think that even if they are faster, they might not be the more reliable team, so Cadillac might be finishing races ahead of them. Audi, on the other hand, is looking really strong. Yesterday they're hitting the maximum top speeds, and they had some good times in P5 with Hülkenberg yesterday. I believe it was P5 into 133s. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see what Audi has to offer. Oh my god, that was Lance Stroll again losing the back and picking up a little bit of a gravel. So the car is still with very low grip and just losing the back. He went into the pits and he is coming out again, I think. No, he's not coming out again. So far, 6 laps for Stroll, like he's doing just 2 laps and coming back into the pits. Please, Adrian, do something. I think it's not only up to him. We have a lot of variables. We have Adrian, we have the Honda team for the engine, we have the gearbox that Aston is doing, and maybe that's the biggest mistake. We don't know. Cadillac now is doing a practice start. That would be Bottas. Let's see how it goes for Cadillac. Getting those revs up, and that was a good start. Not a launch like Ferrari, but it was a good start. Go Sainz, says Dark Maui. Sainz is on track. Cadillac going out a bit earlier today, just at the 32 minutes mark. Yeah, so it's the last testing session, so they want to do as much time as they can. I hope we get good battle between Russell and Max. Yeah, I'm really hoping that those two are going to be close. Let's see if there's still a beef from last year. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that battle. And also I would like to see Max and Leclerc. Remember how the last regulation changes season started with in 2022 with the race between Max and Leclerc? Like that was so good. I mean, if we had the whole season that would be the perfect season. But unfortunately, yeah, Max got away after a couple of races, and Ferrari was just doing Ferrari things, and yeah, that was it. It says nice, simply lovely. Yeah, we have that in the F1 bingo cards. Is someone gonna say simply lovely during the whole season? So make sure you set up your predictions in the F1 bingo, and if you think someone's gonna say simply lovely, pick that one for your bingo board. I think that is a safe bet, to say at least. It doesn't have to be a win when someone says simply lovely, but just like at any point, if someone says on team radio simply lovely, it means that you got that car right. Charles versus Max versus Russell will be absolute cinema. Yep, it will. Still job to be done for Aston Martin. They have a lot of work to do. The next 2 weeks are gonna be very stressful for the whole Aston Martin team, and the race and quali will be even more stressful. Crossing the fingers they finish the race. Russell is setting a new personal best, 138.1. That puts him in P10 right ahead of Max Verstappen. I can see Audi, Haas and Alpine challenging the P3 for most of the season. Yeah, I see Haas out there. Audi definitely looking good. I'm not that sure for Alpine. I would put more maybe Racing Bulls, but we will see. Just 2 weeks till the season opener. Yeah, we are all getting excited about that. Max, Charles, and George battle would be epic. Did Ferrari change the wing? Yeah, they are with the boring wing still. We won't see it probably until a race when they think it's suitable. But it got all of the teams wondering if that approach is good. I think everyone is going to be testing. Russell pushing again, green sector 1. And we have Bottas with personal best, 139.411. He is in P12 now. 5.7 seconds from the time of Leclerc in the morning. So that's good. At least they are not more than 7 seconds behind. Go Williams. How are Williams looking? Williams is looking good. They have been setting this testing and yesterday a bit slower times, but they are doing a lot of laps. So yeah, that's the most important thing. Missing to come out on track. I mean, we already saw Aston Martin. I think Leclerc did some laps, or no? No, Leclerc hasn't come out on track yet. Then we saw Gasly, we saw Lindblad, we're seeing Bottas now, Russell. There's the Haas of Behrman. We haven't seen Audi yet. Yeah, I think Audi is the one that we're waiting for. And today should be Bortoleto in the afternoon. Cadillac, go Bottas, bring home the gold. Yeah, go Bottas. Five cars on track now. If you want to know anything, guys, feel free to drop any questions in the chat. We are very beginner friendly watch along, so don't be shy. Like, even if it's something that is not clear on the screen, you want to know what a column means, what some color means, let us know in chat. We're very beginner friendly, and if you're still shy, check out our website when we explain every single data point on the screen. Verstappen pace was bad. Every lap he was slower. Ferrari have constant pace. Okay, yeah, I mean he was getting slower into the last long stint. We see a replay of the Ferrari rear wing, and yeah, it's confirmed it's the boring one that opens like DRS. Then we see the Mercedes one, similar to Ferrari, but it opens a little bit more than the McLaren. McLaren opens even further, I believe. Now the Haas is very similar to Ferrari. Or yeah, this is the Haas one. And now this, I believe, is Red Bull, similar again to Ferrari. So Mercedes and McLaren are opening a bit more, I believe. Let's see the Alpine. Yeah, you know, the Alpine one that it doesn't open, it just flattens out. So that's really interesting. The approaches of Alpine and then that banking wing of Ferrari. Will be interesting to see how these work and if the teams are going to start adopting them. Okon, what is the lap? Let's see. Okon. The best lap for Ocon is 134.494. That was in the morning session. And it puts them into P4. So quite a good lap. Stroll heading out to top the timesheets. Let's see. Is Stroll out? We're seeing a lot of improvements of time. Valtteri Bottas 139.411, still P12. George Russell has improved his time 2 times, so now he has 137.7. And that puts him P10 still, ahead of Verstappen. I'm not saying Haas start was better than Lewis, but they were also very fast. Only Lewis and Haas fired like rockets. Yeah, in yesterday's test, both of them were really fast, but I doubt the other teams were pushing, but still, I think that was really fast. Who's your top 3 teams? I said it earlier, I have top 4. And it's the same from last year, so very boring prediction for me. Now Mercedes is changing the front wing, so maybe they are trying different specs. And Russell is gonna be going out. Is this finally our year? Ferrari or Mercedes actually sandbagging? Yeah, yesterday I was mentioning something because we were looking at the previous day telemetry data, and actually on the fastest laps, Mercedes was not going into gear 1 and into gear 8, so they are using less these gears than the other teams. Red Bull is the one that is going most, is using the most gear 1 and gear 8. On the other hand, McLaren is using gear 1 to gear 7, I believe, and Ferrari gear 2 to gear 8, or it was the opposite for those 2 teams. So I don't know why Mercedes aren't going that much into gear 1 and into gear 8, but that might be the sandbagging. They just don't want to show the full potential. And if that's the case, other teams are in trouble. They might be dominant until August if this new proposal passes, where teams have proposed from August to be a change, and that trick they are doing with the engine basically is going to be shut down. But still, if that gets voted and approved, until August, they might have the dominant car. So we might see 2 different halves of the season. Ferrari Mercedes battle. Yeah, I'm all for it. There are 10 drivers who will be constant headache for any of the top 4 teams having issues. Yep. Pierre Gasly is the dark horse. He has it to match everyone. Yeah, but I feel like Gasly needs... I think he deserves to be in a top team. I mean, I don't think he was given the chance in Red Bull that he deserves. So yeah, hopefully we can see him in one of the top teams, but it won't be Red Bull, I think, for sure. But I don't know if he is the dark horse for 2026. I don't know if Alpine is gonna be... It has to be also Alpine to be the dark horse and not just Gasly. When is Daniel Ricciardo? Well, you haven't watched F1 in a while, right? Ricciardo, I don't think he's even watching F1. He's retired and he said he's pursuing other things. Even though there was a hint last year that he might be doing something with racing, but I don't know really any news about him. I agree, there are a lot of great drivers in the midfield with a good chance to podium this year. Yeah, someone said 15 drivers are gonna get on the podium this year. That would be an amazing season if that happens. Carlos Sainz is top 4 easy. 2 podiums last year. He's gonna be hard to beat this year. Maybe he's not top 4, but he's top driver for sure. He deserves a top team seat. Because, you know, you have Alonso, you have Hamilton, you have Verstappen, you have Leclerc, Russell. It's hard to be in the top 4, I would say, for Carlos, but he's very close to them. Do you think Haas can get a podium this year? I think they can. I'm gonna do a bet. That is not on my bingo card, but I think they can. Alonso retire end of the season. It's gonna depend on how Aston is gonna be doing. But if they are doing terrible, I think he just might get tired of everything, and I think he still wants to do one good season. I don't know if he might try that with another team, and if another team would want older Alonso, but yeah, it's a bit tricky for him, and we had our hopes for Aston Martin and Adrian Newey this season, but Honda came along and things are taking a wrong turn. It's Ferrari's year, Charles Maiden. There's a tifosi. Is it possible for any team to change their power unit manufacturer mid-season? Is it even allowed? That's a very good question, and I don't have the answer for that, so if you find out, let us know in chat. What is your top 3 driver standing? Well, for your username, I'm gonna say one of the drivers in your username is in my top 3. You will guess who. GP2 engine again, poor Alonso. We don't know if it's a GP2 engine or a GP2 transmission. It shouldn't be a GP2 aero, but it's a GP2 something. There's a GP2 teammate also. Yeah. Even if F1 allows it, teams can't do so because of contracts. Okay, so yeah, that's a no. If Ferrari flop this season, will Leclerc leave? I think it's gonna be time for Leclerc to move on if Ferrari doesn't get the regulations right, but we don't know. I don't know if that's what he thinks, because he really wants the title to be with Ferrari. But also he has to say that because he's the Ferrari wonderkid. Remember last year also Ferrari were dominating practices, but we all know how they end up. Well, last year Williams was in the preseason practice, the top team, and they ended up 5th. So yeah, Ferrari were up there, I think 3rd maybe. But yeah, last year the top 4 teams, well, the top 5 teams were first to 5 in the practice, and they were first to 5 into the season. So I guess it's just important to be up there in the upper half of all the timings for the testing. Top 3 drivers: Verstappen, Piastri, Leclerc. Let's see, yeah, Charles is on track. There's Russell, there's Behrman, there's Lindblad, Bottas, and Sainz. Charles is gonna push or not? Yeah, he's pushing 314 kilometers per hour. So far in the speed trap, we have Gasly with 329 kilometers per hour and Okon with 328. Let's see if I can find some data from last session so we can show it on screen. But I don't think that data is still on, because it takes some time to be available in the API. Yeah, it's just from day 2. But in day 2, yesterday, we got, let's see, we got Hülkenberg with 344 kilometers per hour and Bortoleto with 342. So that Audi was hitting the top speeds, I mean, way much than the others. The 3rd place is for Behrman, 337. So that's a lot slower. And then there were Behrman, Perez, and Piastri with almost identical highest speed. Then we had the 3rd pack: Albon, Lawson, Norris, and Russell almost identical, 332. Then we have Verstappen, Colapinto, Alonso, and Ocon, 329.28. Antonelli was third slowest, 325. Hamilton, 324. And Bottas had the lowest top speed with 320. 24 kilometers per hour slower than the Audi of Hülkenberg. That's a lot. So it seems that Audi has the biggest turbo of all, so that's an advantage to them. Another good one. Aston Martin situation, yeah, they had an announcement that they are, because of an issue, they are not gonna be doing long stints. So we might see Stroll just come out, do 2 laps, and goes back in. So yeah, a lot of issues with that Aston Martin. Sandbagging of history. Aston Martin are either sandbagging hard or are they in real trouble. I think it's more the second. GP3 engine with a gearbox made out of cheese. Sounds right. Sainz slower than Cadillac. Let's see. Well, Sainz is P8, so he's not really slower. He's not pushing, so that's why his lap time is like 2 minutes and 5 seconds. No one is pushing now. And in the morning session, we had Antonelli stop on track, so that's a big event. Charles warms up his tires, he shall cook. Let's see what Charles is doing. He's not pushing. He's doing 134.7, but that is a pretty fast time. But yeah, he's in a 6 laps old used medium tires, so very likely he's gonna be doing longer stints. Although this looks like a quali lap, 134.7. Let's see, Leclerc going through sector 1. That is a slow sector 1, yeah. Yellow, 3.7 seconds from his fastest time, so he's not pushing. It's a cool down lap probably. Are they just tire testing? They are testing everything. Have a nice weather today. Less wind than yesterday, 3.2 kilometers per hour. At some point yesterday was 14 kilometers per hour, so that's good. Track temperature 38 degrees, air temperature 29 going to 30. No rain, of course. Aston is cooked. Yeah, we were thinking they are cooking, but seems like they are cooked so far. Yeah, Aston is tired of this test. They just want to go straight to Melbourne. I don't think they're looking forward to that much, but maybe we're wrong. Leclerc is going back into the pits. Let's see. Is he done for now, or will we have a quick pit stop? They're covering the tires, so lifting the car, so I think he's gonna have a bit of rest. Yeah, the car is gonna go back into the pits. Yeah, he started an hour ago for Max. I mean, it was Hajar in the morning, and this is the last session for reserves for Verstappen. 16 laps already. He is not pushing, but he has some green mini sectors. see. So far for the sectors, Leclerc is fastest in sector 1 and sector 2, and Antonelli is fastest in sector 3. Yeah, but Lawson was not consistent. Maybe he gets better, but I have doubts. Yeah, for Lawson it's imperative to beat Lindblad. If he doesn't beat Lindblad, I think he's done with F1. Olympians, okay, thanks guys for the update. Well, thank you for watching F1 with us. We have 596 likes, only 4 more until 600, so can we hit that? I know there's 4 of you that still haven't clicked the like, but they think they did. So make sure to click that like button and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. We will be live for every free practice, every quali session, every race. We will be here with a lot of analysis. We'll have some guest commentators, some surprises during the season, still not to be revealed. But there's going to be a lot going on around the channel, and I hope you will be all here to be part of it. We also have this great community on Discord. So if you're using Discord, make sure to join us with the link that will pop up now in chat. When there are no races, where we have weekends without Formula One, we discuss there a lot of things. Now we're seeing the bird view. I love that footage, like that camera angle. It's gonna be so good to see that in the race, how someone is overtaking. Yeah, it's so good to see how they are hitting the apex. Hajar will podium several times and keep Red Bull in the hunt. It's expected from Hajar to be there in the top with Max Verstappen, and I hope he's gonna get some podiums. Do you see the testing live? Yeah, I'm looking at it live. There's a TV broadcast of the whole day, of the whole 3 days actually this week. Verstappen with yellow sector 1, yellow sector 2, not improving. Yeah, that's a slow lap, 139, 138.9. Stroll is stuck in gear 1 and engine is off. Let's see. Yeah, that's an interesting. Well, might be just a bug in the telemetry, but maybe he is in gear 1. Behrman has set a new personal best, 142.63. Still he's P13. When will quali simulation start? I'm hoping we're gonna see it in the last hour. That's gonna be, I think, the power hour where everyone is gonna be out. We will see some practice starts. We will see, I think, everything. See it. We see the pit lane of McLaren. They are working hard on the car. There's some tape involved. It's always funny to see all these quick cars, and then sometimes the pit crew is just fixing the issue with putting a tape on it. You wouldn't think that's safe, but they know best. Isn't Oli up the table? Yeah, he's P13, 139, 780. He just improved his time, so he still hasn't set a fast enough time to go up. But he is improving lap by lap. Another fastest lap, 139, 757 for Behrman. He's pushing. I think this might be a long run because he's on the hard tires, so I don't think that he can go very quick with them, but This might be a race simulation. No 131 today. I doubt that we are going to get into 131 today, but maybe we are still going to get 132 and even faster time than yesterday. We will have to wait at least 2 hours for that, I believe. No one is going to want to turn up the engine and the specs this early in the session. We have 3 hours to go. Has anyone got any idea how good Lindblad is? I haven't watched him in F2, but if he has made it into F1, he has to be good. How much? We will see. I think we'll have an idea in 4 or 5 races. He will need some time to adapt, but in 4 or 5 races, we'll be able to tell. Behrman, another fastest lap, 139.757. He is pushing those hard tires. And he's still improving. Sector 1 is green, Sector 2 is yellow. Let's see, going around the last lap. By the way, Russell is pushing green Sector 1, but let's see Behrman. Last lap 139.757. Now we have 139.957. So he's really consistent with these lap times. Russell, on the other hand, we are waiting for him to finish Sector 2. It's gonna be a green one, all green mini sectors, 41.6 seconds. Now to the last straight before the last turn. This might be a good time for Russell and he's gonna jump into the standings. Let's see. Green mini sectors, and George Russell sets a new personal best, 134.999. That puts him into P7, right behind Gasly and ahead of Lindblad. 3 green sectors. That is 1.3 seconds slower than the fastest time of Leclerc for today. No one is picking the champion to defend the title. Yeah, I actually noticed that not many people are predicting that Norris is gonna defend the title. Behrman improving again, 139.757. No, that was the previous fast. He went slower now. Let's see, Behrman, yeah, these are all yellow mini sectors. I don't think he's gonna be improving now, but maybe he's gonna get a consistent time around 139. Let's see. Over the last turn, 140.3. Yeah, he's getting slower. It's already faster than Lawson laps, but of course it is testing. Yeah, I agree. By the way, let's see who are the top fans in chat, because I think YouTube is tracking and you're gonna have a little crown. So Still a Fossil is the top one fan for this stream, 350 experience points. Che is second with 325. And then we have Inspector Sepp, who is our bot, with 325 also. Fourth one, I guess effectively that is the third one, is Mr. Starkington with 250 experience. Thank you all for engaging with the chat and watching our streams. Sorry, my voice is a bit rusty, but I have a lot of drinks with me. I have water, coffee, lemonade, so no excuse for me to stop talking. Where is the McLaren? McLaren is not on track right now. Is it gonna be Norris or Piastri today in the afternoon session? Let me see. Yeah, it should be Norris, but still no sign of Norris on track. I think they will have the jump, but also Timbos was talking about a new package or something, so they are looking much stronger than last year. Who are you talking about? Is it about McLaren or Aston Martin? Dark Maui is 9th. Yeah. Thank you, Dark Maui. I will become a member when the season starts. Yeah, thank you for that. I think you were a member last season, so I remember well. You were very active in the chat and throughout the whole season. Lots of drinks means lots of bathroom breaks. Well, no, if you have a big bladder. I think I'll be fine. Dimblad had a good F2 session. Yeah, I will struggle with his name. I think naturally for me it comes Limblad, but it's Limblad. And yeah, I'll try to pay attention to that when pronouncing. We need to check across all days of testing how many laps has Limblad driven. Yeah, we will have some of that information summarized as soon as the session ends. So make sure to follow us on Facebook or be on Discord, and we will be publishing that data there. No one seems to be pushing right now. We have Russell across the start-finish line, then Sainz, Verstappen, Leclerc, Lindblad, and Behrman on track. Still no sign from the McLaren of Lando Norris, the defending champion. Yeah, Norris is not on track. Twitch also has a live stream. Yeah, we are live on Twitch too. I have been mostly in the YouTube chat because usually more people are watching on YouTube, but thank you for all of you watching on Twitch. Yeah, I see Beta Maturi says hello on Twitch. 16 people there. Of course, thank you for following us and watching us there. Yeah, throughout the season, for every session, we will be live also on Twitch and YouTube in the same time. We used to do it also in Facebook, but I think that's a bit more trouble. So we will see. Maybe we'll do that too. And other social media are option too, but YouTube and Twitch are the main one. Leclerc with new wing. No, Leclerc is still with the boring wing. I don't know if they are gonna switch it and make us all curious again and get all the cameras on the Ferrari, but I think he definitely started the session with the old wing. I don't know that he came out now if he has put the new one, because he just said the overall best lap improved his time 133.629. But yeah, he seems that he made a mistake in sector 3, so that time maybe would have gone even faster. But I think it is with the with the boring wing, not the pancake one. Prediction: until August 1st, Mercedes will win every race. Even though they might be the strongest engine, I think that's still a very bold prediction. There's actually such a card in the F1 bingo. You can pick a card that says that a Mercedes engine powered car is gonna win every race. So you can pick that card for you. That would hedge you a little bit, and it's not gonna be only Mercedes, but even McLaren, Alpine, or Williams win would still count towards your bingo card. Yeah, Ferrari is using the conventional wing. No fun today. I really hope they switch it up and we see it towards the end. Maybe see a practice start with the new wing. Although it's not going to be open, but still to be there. So Charles did not get to experience the new upside down movable wing. Yeah, yesterday was all day Hamilton, so Charles hasn't yet experienced that wing. I don't know if they are gonna put it today. Doesn't look like it, but I don't think they are gonna want to spend time changing the wings when they have only like 2 hours and 50 minutes until all the testing is done. Still, Gasly is the one holding the top speed in the speed trap. That's 329 kilometers per hour. Yesterday, we saw the overall top speed for Hülkenberg 344 and Bortoleto 342. So the Audis were rockets yesterday on the straights. If they get it right in the corners, they're gonna have a really good and fun season. But Lewis Hamilton smiled and said this car has his DNA. I take him seriously this year. That's really positive news for Hamilton. I mean, I would love to see Hamilton competitive in the front again. It's gonna be so much fun to see that. I actually, in my bingo card, I have a bold prediction of Lewis Hamilton win of one race, not of the title, but of one race. Not sprint race, but a main race. So that is kind of a bold prediction, but that is one of my bingo cards. And I'm looking forward to see all of your cards. You can actually, when you make your profile and make your picks, you can see the bingo cards of everyone that already did it, like over 160 people. There are still people wanting Lewis Hamilton to win the driver championship. Yeah, I mean, Hamilton has a lot of fans. Of course, they will want him to get the famous 8th title that will give him one more than Michael Schumacher. It's a big number for him. Now we have a lot of cars on track. 7 cars. Behrman, Russell, Sainz, Bottas, Verstappen, Leclerc and Limlet. Gasly is also coming out. Behrman now starting his lap. Is he gonna push? He's pushing 312 kilometers per hour in the main straight, but those are yellow mini sectors. Russell is also, I don't know if he's pushing. That was green mini sector, but then all is yellow. I would love to see the old Hamilton back to his best. It would be good to see that. As long as Leclerc is there, Hamilton will never win the championship with Ferrari. You never know. I mean, usually, if you look back in history, in every team, like Hamilton is really, the season 1 is maybe not that good, but the second season, he's really good. So the history goes to his advantage, and yeah, he should be a lot better this year compared to Leclerc than last year. Remember how shocking it was when it was first announced that Hamilton is going to join Ferrari? That was the biggest news. Because I did, it would generate more lift, maybe 8 to 10 kilometers per hour faster on the straights. Yeah, I was seeing that yesterday regarding the pancake Ferrari rear wing. people were saying that it's going to generate 8 to 10 kilometers per hour more speed into the straights. That's a lot. And considering there's going to be their slipstream, there's going to be overtake button, boost button, everything, and to get additional 8 to 10 kilometers per hour from the rear wing, Ferrari is going to be a rocket if that's true. Not only it's going to be hard to defend from them, but to overtake them on the straight is going to be crazy impossible. Audi also very strong on the straights. It's going to be very hard to overtake them. We're seeing that with the cars yesterday and today. When they try to overtake on the straights, when they are in the slipstream, they are getting close very quickly. And then when they get out of the slipstream to make the move, they become a lot slower. So I think that's a combination of getting out of the slipstream, but also the battery is running out. And then I guess the defending car is running out of the battery and they're making the move in the end of the straight. So a lot of variables will be in play. What's wrong with Max? Max is not on track right now. Let's see if there's some updates on social media I'm missing. So yeah, Verstappen is pushed back into the Red Bull garage after a very good 13 lap stint. Leclerc is also back into the garage. Yeah, as of now, Ferrari has overtaken Mercedes on the most testing laps completed. Until a couple laps ago, it was Mercedes, now it's Ferrari. Now we see Russell on track and Ferrari in the garage, so I guess Mercedes is gonna overtake Ferrari again. That's the battle of the most laps completed. We're seeing the replay of Leclerc. This is his fastest time because he managed to improve his fastest time by 0.06. The Ferrari is looking good, stable, driving from Leclerc. Quite the opposite from the Aston Martin that's all over the place this afternoon session when Stroll was on the track. Yeah, he went in the turn 10 in the second gear. Well, actually, yeah. Five cars on track. Cadillac is back on track. Bottas, Behrman, Russell, Gasly, and Limla. Yeah, the fastest lap of Leclerc is on the C3 tire, medium. So in the soft tires, yeah, they're definitely gonna be able to find some more time. I think. Well, let's see. What do you guys think? What will be the quality time here in Bahrain once we get back for the race weekend? Do you think we're gonna get into the 131s or maybe even lower? My prediction would be, well, actually I want to hear your predictions first. In which times will be the quality time here once we come back for the Bahrain Grand Prix? 130s, 131s, 132s, maybe 129s? I want to see what you think. You don't have to guess the exact time, but just like the second. So we see Andre 131.5, very specific. Henry says 130. That's very close to the pole position from last year. So just for your reference, last year pole position was 129.8. TechCrunch says 129. Harashwa says 129. Geo 130.8, so 1 second slower than the pole position. Okay, we're seeing some action. Alpine and Mercedes. They are racing. Russell and Gasly. Gasly is now being chased by Russell. Arrow going on and off. Very close battle. Finally, we see some action. Russell is not letting go. I think he's gonna try to overtake him. And Gasly is not also giving up. Okay, now Gasly seems to be getting away. But that was a nice battle. Good to see some action. Okay, 130.5, we won't go lower. Testing air is usually colder. 132, somewhere in that ballpark. Travis says 131.5. We have 132 or 131.9, 132.080, very specific. 130, but gap from P1 to P22 might be 4 seconds. Okay, very specific prediction. Daphne agree, 132. Russell hit low 132 with ease yesterday. Yes, he did. Yeah, I think that was Antonelli actually, Travis. Carl says 129. So you guys think that we're going to be very close to the pole position of last year. I think it's going to be the pole position lap time is going to be 131 within that second, 131s. So now we're hitting 132s. And yeah, with the soft tire, I think we're going to go a bit faster. And by the time, I don't know in which round is the Bahrain Grand Prix, so the teams will have already done. We'll have a lot more data and maybe will be more stable and faster. So 131 for me is a bit more than a second slower than the last year. I sure hope they don't bring back the 107% rule, otherwise Aston would get... Yeah. But I don't think that they should bring it for at least for a season when we have new regulations, new cars, new everything. They need to let the teams to learn from their mistakes, from their data, and if they don't catch up next season, maybe we should have that rule. 129 is too fast for these cars. I think it's going to be between 31 and 32. Yeah, exactly the same prediction I have, Vic-man. If something absurd happens, maybe 130. Yeah, because this is a track with 4 straights. So in tracks with 4 straights, they will be very close to the last year time. But in tracks with many turns, the cars are slower in the turns, so they will be much slower than 20-25 times. But this track, yeah, there are a lot of straights. Today we could see 132.5. I think it's possible, but let's see if they are gonna be pushing. Maybe in the last hour. We still have 2 hours and 33 and 37 minutes to go for the last session of the Bahrain testing, of the second Bahrain testing. For those who are new here, we had the Barcelona shakedown, the first private test. We kinda got some live timing from there, and then FIA shut us down. And then we had the first preseason Bahrain testing that was not televised, so we were just seeing the last hour of every day. And now we have the full testing. Everything is broadcasted from the start until the end of the full 9 hours. So yeah. Norris is still not coming out on track. I don't know if they're having some issues or they are really done testing. But I bet that he's going to be coming out towards the end of for the second half of this afternoon test. 667 likes. Let's try to get to 700, guys. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and yeah, make sure to hit the notification bell so you don't miss any stream from us. 2025 cars were damn fast and lap records were broken. Yeah, I think it's maybe not fair that we're comparing to 2025. Maybe we should compare to 2022 where the new changes were applied, and I think we are already faster than those times. So in 2-3 seasons, these cars, I think they will be breaking records on some tracks. I think there needs to be a race on the Bahrain track configuration on which Perez won. Okay. Now, Gasly, Behrman, Lindblad, Leclerc, and Bottas are on track. Bottas is setting a new personal best 139.071. That is 5.4 seconds slower than the fastest time of Leclerc. Still pretty slow for Cadillac. I think Alpine is the dark horse this season. We will see. They definitely are doing some innovations with the rear wing, but will that be enough? They have the Mercedes engine, that's good. And they have Gasly and Colapinto. I think Gasly, yeah, with his experience, if the car is fine, we might see him maybe even fighting for some podiums this season. That would be nice. With smaller cars, I thought Monaco would be interesting, but I think these cars are too slow for Monaco. Well, they might be slower, but Monaco quali, I'm looking for that. Q1 with 22 cars on track, that's gonna be all traffic, and we might see different strategies there for quali, and who gets pole very likely is gonna win the race. So it's gonna be interesting to see some surprising pole sitters there. I don't think the drivers would be able to afford to wait for the timer on the quali clock to go to 1 minute or something and they do a push lap, because yeah, it's gonna be too much traffic. So it's not always gonna be to be the fastest, but maybe just set the lap time on time so you don't catch the traffic. Yeah, the term is dark horse. I think even though it said black, I read it dark horse. But thanks for correcting. Aston Martin and Cadillac are anticipated to experience significant challenges in 2026. We are seeing that already. Cadillac is looking slow and Aston Martin looks like it's faster, but not reliable. Cadillac is on white walls, but they aren't setting the track on fire. Through chaos. Two hours and 30 minutes until the session ends. And the testing. Now we are in the Red Bull garage. The team is working on the car and Max Verstappen is he's in a conversation with his race engineer and looking something in the data and the computers. Gasly, Behrman and Lindblad are out on track. What does the blue color mean in the sector corners? That means that they are coming out of the pits or in the pits. If you're a beginner, check out our website explaining. You will see the link in the chat right now, explaining everything that you see on screen, what it means. I think it's really useful. Bottas set a new personal best, 139.071, P12 for him. Is McLaren problem or not? We don't know. they haven't come out the whole session now. Like almost half of the session, Norris hasn't been out. I cannot find anything on social media. So yeah, maybe they are just waiting for the time to run out until they come out towards the end of the session. So yesterday Verstappen did 138 laps. That is the most a single driver has achieved in a day of testing. Lindblad is already on 110 laps, and we have more than half of the session. So Lindblad might be setting the record for most laps into one day. He needs, let's see, yeah, I think he has enough time to set at least 30 more laps, 40 maybe. But we will see if he's going to be out that much time. As we see him out on track again, together with Berman. Yeah, Paki boy, I think I corrected you, but no worries. Aston Martin is over, no more run today, confirmed by Pedro de la Rosa. Really? Was that confirmed? Because I think previously they had a announcement that they will have a limited time on track, but they will still come out for a short stints. Like we saw Stroll doing 2 laps and going back into the pits. Now we're gonna see a pit stop practice from Haas. Let's see how quickly they can do it. Haas is going down towards his garage. Everyone is ready. Let's see. Okay, that is not the fastest pit stop, but it was a pit stop. It's still ongoing actually. Yeah. Wasn't the fastest pit stop, but okay, it is a practice. It is testing. Lindblad, that man's been putting in the hard tires. Let's see, Lindblad, yeah, he's on a four laps old hard tires. Pedro de la Rosa said 6 laps was the goal today. Well, if that's the case, then they already done 6 laps, so yeah, they might not be coming out. They at least have a somewhat decent car, but what will they do with their strategy? Yeah, that is a pain point for Ferrari. In their current state, they would still lose both championship even if they have the fastest cars. Hopefully their strategy gets better in the new season. Although we will see more chaos this season and strategy will be very important, even more important than last season. So yeah, it would be good for Ferrari to have some good calls there. They're now with camera there. Yellow sector 1. And we have yellow sector 2 with couple of green mini sectors. Over the last turn, he is going through the start finish line. He improves his time, 1:39.636. Still, he remains on P13 though. No one has yet topped the top speed of the speed trap that was set by Pierre Gasly, 329 kilometers per hour, and Okon is second with 328 kilometers per hour. Russell out on track now. Also we see Audi, Bortoleto, Lindblad, Beerman, and Max Verstappen is hitting the track again. Russell is putting some quick, he's pushing, he has a purple mini sector in sector 1. Seems like it's a green sector 2, improving so far. Let's see if he will be able to jump on the timing sheets. The sector 1 was not that good. But yeah, he might correct himself in sector 2. This is our year, another Tifosi fan. Good to see you here. Sector 2 is green, 41.2 seconds for George Russell. Let's see how he does in the final sector. Some green and purple mini sectors, so he is definitely gonna be improving, I think. Over the last corner and headed to the main straight. George Russell is entering the pits, so we're not gonna see improvement of time. Yeah, he tricked us there. It seems Cadillac, Checo Perez and Valtteri are improving their performance and speed. Let's see. Well, they're still over 5 seconds slower than the fastest time, so looks better than I think the 7 seconds yesterday, but they have a lot work to do. I believe Okon did something similar and it caused the big steer also. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, maybe it's in chat. Where is McLaren? McLaren is still not coming out on track. We see Bortoleto now with only 2 laps. And I think I need... Well, Beerman is improving, 1:39, 1:37. I think I need to get down the lap time, the stints, because once we see Norris coming out, which I believe he's gonna come out eventually. Yeah. Bortoleto improving. 1:42, 4:19. That puts him into P15. Stroll is the only one not setting a quick time now, and Lando Norris hasn't come up yet. So yeah, Stroll might not be coming out because someone in chat, I think Andrea was saying that their plan today was to do just 6 laps and they already hit that. Beerman improving again, 1:38.838. That puts him into P12 behind Max Verstappen. With 3 green sectors, Verstappen is improving. He's going into P3, 1:34.315 on the medium tires. That was a new medium tire. 3 green sectors for Max Verstappen. So he is gonna be pushing a bit. Now I think he's gonna be on a cooldown lap, but maybe we'll see another push. Yeah, Verstappen power lap. Who do you think will perform better in 2026, Hamilton or Leclerc? I think it's gonna be still Leclerc, but it should be a lot closer than last year. Okay, Verstappen went a bit too much on the curb there and he lost some time, so I think he had a lot more time into this lap. Yeah, he went off the track with all 4 wheels. That is on the last corner, I believe. Yeah. So he can still improve. I think he can. Yeah, definitely this was a lap time for P2, if he got it right there. You can see there are several midfield teams with 2 seconds of the leaders. One mistake and it's podium time, exactly. If these times are representative, yeah, that's true. But we still don't know who is sandbagging and how much. Two hours and 20 minutes to go. So, so he's going quickly into sector 1. So far, nice lap, but yeah, it's still a lot slower than Leclerc's time. Yellow sector 1. He's on the used medium tire. No one else is pushing. Well, not even Russell. We see Verstappen, Behrman, Sainz is now on track. Lindblad, Leclerc also on track. Russell and Gasly is on track. Still no sight from the McLaren of Lando Norris. I don't know why they are not coming out. Aston has a truckload of issues. De La Rosa said Aston Martin aren't doing any longer runs today. They have issues with battery, engines, and cooling. I think it's better to say with what are they not having issues, because they have issues with everything. They had overheating last week, day 1, and could not do high RPMs. Yep. We saw yesterday when Fernando Alonso stopped on track, there were some issues with battery and everyone had to wear gloves because the car was active. So yeah, that was a struggle. Nothing much happening, no one is pushing. 7 cars on track. We probably won't see Aston Martin, so that's 8. We still haven't seen Lando Norris, that's 9. And we are missing... Who are we missing? I don't know who we're missing. Cadillac, we are missing Cadillac. They have done 21 lap this session. Still have time for more. $1 billion potato. I kind of feel bad for Stroll Sr. Yeah, he has been trying so hard to do something with Aston Martin, but it's not happening. We are now into the McLaren garage. Yeah, they're putting back together the car, so we see the front wing being mounted. I still don't see Lando Norris near the car, but I think... Yeah, I think they will be coming out soon, but Still, they're putting together the car. They had some issue, apparently. Yeah, they were doing some changes with the cooling system. Okay, we should be having Lando Norris within the next, I think, 20 minutes. He's not yet near the car, but the car is put together. It's just missing the tires. They are putting the last screws, so everything is tight and in place. They don't seem like they are in a rush, so it seems like everything is going according to the plan. And we will probably see Norris coming out very soon. 8 cars now on track. We are just missing the Cadillac. We're seeing the McLaren getting ready, and Aston Martin probably is not going to come out again. Or maybe they will come out just for a short stint of 2 laps. Racing statistics. So we are now at least 50% sure Ferrari can win some in this season. Well, I wouldn't put percentage, but they are looking good. Yeah, Aston Martin says that they have completed the program for today. They won't be coming out. With only 6 laps. I don't know what kind of program was that, but it's a pretty short one. Hope they know what they're doing. Yeah, Aston Martin is done for the day. No more running. Did Ferrari use the new rear wing again today? No, they didn't use it today. And right now, Leclerc is not on track, but I doubt that they will be mounting that again. Looking at a meme of the of the rear wing of the Ferrari car, the one that is floppy, is like they put the meat on it and it's like cooking. Ferrari cooking on track. Yeah, it's really interesting. Is there any info regarding whether Ferrari will use the new rear wing or not? We don't have any info, but I doubt that they are going to be putting a new wing. Now we're looking at the garage of Aston Martin, and I think they are just like dismantling the car. They won't be coming out again, and that is going to be the last we're going to see from Aston Martin until we go into Melbourne for race 1. Lawrence Stroll is living the quote, the best way to be a millionaire is to start as a billionaire and get into motorsport. Yeah, yeah, indeed. That said, it was used on day 2 to collect data and not likely to be used in Melbourne, but during the season they are likely to use it. Yeah, they will use it on some tracks for sure. At least we will see it probably in some free practices, and if it works well, maybe in quali and race. I hope Ferrari doesn't screw up strategies and pit stops. We all do, we all do. Williams is behind Racing Bulls and Haas. Okay. Yeah, I think behind Haas, yeah, but I think they are close with Racing Bulls. But this is just wild prediction. Nope, don't count Aston yet out of points. Long season ahead. Yeah, exactly. 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. Already, like almost half of the session is gone. The time is flying. Bortoleto improving 140, 150. He's improving, but for very little. But he has only 7 laps in this session. I don't know why they haven't been out longer, but hopefully he's going to be out in the second half of the session. Behrman with the green sector 2, he's pushing. Let's see if he might improve his time. He has quite a slow time, so I'm hoping he's gonna improve. On the last corner. No, I don't think he's improving. No, actually he improved. 138.8. Who else is on track? We have Lindblad, Russell, Gasly, Behrman, and Bortoleto. No one improving as of now. Let's see if we can see some of the long runs of the drivers. Lindblad has 132 laps already. We have half a session to go. He's gonna be definitely setting the record for the most laps in one day. In the Red Bull garage, and they're working on the car. Max is not close to the car, so I don't think he's gonna be coming out very soon. The halfway point, a lot of teams which are behind will get allowances for development, so you might see some midfield teams clawing back some amount of advantage. That is good to see always if there are big gaps. They want to mirror the Red Bull team, but it does not happen overnight. It takes years to build success in this sport. True. Just heard Lando split up with his partner. Yeah, I actually just read that before the session. So yeah, Lando is single again. The Honda power unit was a mistake. Yeah, Honda is always struggling when their regulation changes, but with time they are getting it right. Hopefully it's not gonna take too much time to get it right this season. It's the last day of preseason testing. Yeah, this is the last day, this is the last session. So 2 more hours and we will be off with F1 until Melbourne. 695 likes. Make sure to hit the like button, everyone. Let's get to 700. Yellow sector 1. No one is really improving. Behrman actually improved his time previously with 1:38.802. That's P12 for him. He's improving a lot, but like improving almost every lap, but for very small amounts. There's no like a big leap. 5 cars on track now: Sainz, Bortoleto, Gasly, Behrman, and Limblad. Yeah, then 2 weeks to the first race. Red Bull has a new front wing, so we will see. They will probably be testing it towards the end of the session. The issue is not specifically with Honda. The chassis and engine development are happening separately, and because of Newey's gardening leave, they are just starting to run a proper program. Okay, yeah, it's not just the engine, definitely. So in the last 30 minutes, they probably push for real quality simulation. I hope so. I think we're gonna see some very quick times towards the end of the session in the last hour. So 1 more hour, and then is the power hour. Now we're with Sainz, yellow sector 1. He's on the C3 tire. Let's see how he can do in sector 2. I don't think he is pushing. No, he's not pushing. 1 green mini sector, but that's nothing. We see Behrman again trying to improve some green mini sectors. He is cruising through sector 2. Maybe he's gonna improve his time a bit more too. He's on the 15 lap hard tire, so even if he improves, it's gonna be just a little bit. See now the garage of Cadillac, and Valtteri Bottas is there with the blankets on the tires and the computer in front of him. Let's see if he's gonna be coming out soon. Seeing some comparison of the Red Bull front wing, because they are gonna be testing a new one. There's Joe into the Cadillac garage. He's gonna be their reserve driver for the season. A lot of people in the Mercedes garage compared to Cadillac. "706 likes. Thank you everyone for liking the stream." Does Charles have any issue? I don't think so. He's just not on track, but there isn't a report of him having any issue. He has the quickest time today, 1:33.629, and yeah, Ferrari is looking good. Gasly is now coming out of the pits. Let's see, yeah, he's gonna do a practice start on the right side of the pit lane. Let's see how that goes. Gasly is still the one with the highest top speed in the speed trap, 329 km per hour. But instead of the cameraman showing us Gasly, we are seeing at the sun. Yeah, Gasly goes out now. see some predictions of the commentators of F1. They are predicting McLaren and the other one is predicting Ferrari. Interesting. No one picked Mercedes. Look at the top 10 speeds today, all within 2 seconds and 10 teams. I like this level of competition. Let's actually take a look at it. So in the speed trap, yeah, we have, almost everyone hit the mark above 300. Well, Stroll didn't and Norris is not yet on track, but everyone else are above 300. Only Behrman, Perez and Bottas are below 310. And yeah, it's really close. Especially if you look in the finish line, for example, the finish line speed, they are all very close, even closer. Leclerc is actually fastest on the finish line, 312, with Lindblad 310 and Russell 310 kilometers per hour. McLaren, now the car is put together, the monitors are on the car, so I think we should see them soon out on track. There's blankets on the tires. Leclerc and Bortoleto are the only cars on track right now. Leclerc with some green mini sectors in sector 1, so he is going really quick. This is the yellow sector 1, but he has the fastest sector 1 time, so it is the second fastest. So I think he might be on a quali lap. He's pushing. Maybe we see improvement on time. And in sector 2, again, some green mini sectors. Yeah, he's definitely pushing. Let's see how he does. Doesn't look like he's improving much, but it's gonna be a quali lap, a simulation for sure. So through turn 11, now going through the apex of turn 12. That's a purple sector 2. And he might be improving. In sector 3, we have some purple mini sectors. Yeah, he's definitely pushing. Just hope he doesn't go into the pit right after the last turn. So 2 purple mini sectors so far in sector 3, and Leclerc is improving the time, 132.162. So he's getting very close to 132s. 132s, yeah. Now it's 133.162. That is yellow sector 1, purple sector 2, and green sector 3. Leclerc is cooking. Yeah, it's not that bad. Now we finally see Norris out on track. He is on a used medium tire. Well, actually no, let me see. Lando Norris, yeah, he's on 12 laps medium tire, so maybe he won't be able to set a fastest time, but let's see if he's gonna push or he's gonna do long runs. Right now he is passing Leclerc in sector 2. What was the fastest lap yesterday? 132.8, I believe. Yeah, 32.8. Thank you, the racing guy. Yeah, Leclerc came really close to that time. 0.3, 0.4. But I think from now on we might see some quick times. Definitely Norris is gonna push for a quick time. We have less than 2 hours, and now it's time to turn up the engines and just push the cars to the limit because there's nothing to lose. And if something breaks, better to break here. Norris coming to the final corner. Let's see if he's gonna push right away. And Norris, he is pushing, I believe. In gear 7 on the main straight, he didn't go into gear 8, so maybe that's not a push. Yeah. Leclerc going back into the pits, so yeah, Norris is gonna set a time, but I don't think this is a big push from him. But he will have probably a representative time after this lap. Yeah, 32.2 is the sector 1 for Norris. That is a slow sector. That is in line probably with what Cadillac is doing. Yeah, still not enough to beat Antonelli. Antonelli's time was very quick, 1:32s. Fernando will save that team late this year like he has every year. This is going to be a tough task for Fernando, but I think probably he was hoping not to save the team, but really the team to synergize with him, and finally we see some good season and some good races for Fernando. Yeah, Aston are done for the day. They said that their program was 6 laps, they did 6 laps, and they are off. It's Friday, have to understand them. They want a party maybe. We see Bortoleto, Leclerc, Russell, Sainz, and Norris. Now Norris starting a new lap. Let's see if he's gonna push. Where he is. No, he's going into the pits, so Norris hasn't even set a representative time. Hamilton set a 33.4 yesterday. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, this is the fastest that Ferrari has gone, 133.162. Yeah, Ferrari is going for 132s. Let's see if they can push. I mean, right now Leclerc is on a 3-lap old medium tires. He is getting to the last corners, and let's see if he's gonna push for another quick lap. Because I think that might have been installation lap. Let's see. Yeah, he's pushing into the main straight. 326 kilometers per hour was the top speed there. But yeah, the mini sectors are yellow. Let's see after sector 1 if he is close to his time. Russell is improving. Green sector 1, some purple mini sectors, green mini sectors. I think Russell is... Well, he is still 0.4 slower in the first sector, but he might go into the first 4 positions. Let's see, sector 2, many green mini sectors. Green sector 1. He won't set the fastest time, but he probably will jump up the timing sheets. Through the last corners, 14 and 15. And there's a purple mini sector in sector 3. Russell is setting a new personal best, 134.223. That puts him right behind his teammate Kimi Antonelli on P3. 3 green mini sectors. Bortoleto is improving a bit, some green mini sectors. Let's see if he can improve his time. He is right now P14 with 140.150. Let's see if he's going to be able to improve. No, he actually wasn't even trying to improve. He just went straight into the pits. Now Leclerc again. It seems like he went off track in sector 2, towards the end of sector 2, turn 12. And he's going into the pits now. We have Russell and Sainz, the only one on track. Still a fossil. Each team has only one car, but they switch numbers, right? Yeah, I think they switch numbers and they switch the driver seats because every driver has different height, different weight, so different specifications. But yeah, they are not using different cars. That would be too much work. Ferrari has pit stop practice. So this is a new thing. Like this is something that they won't be able to do in FP1 once the season starts. So this is the only time that they can actually do a real pit stop practice. It's only allowed in testing, and now the car is being lifted and is going to be taken back into its position. Bortoleto, Sainz and Russell on track. Still no representative type for Norris. Stroll is not going to be coming out. Now we are with a replay of the lap of Leclerc. Going into turn 11, and let's see, he almost lost it here. That was really bumpy, but he's saving it. Yeah, that was turn 11. That's why you see on the screen in the mini sectors, you see some 2 mini sectors gray. So that means that he went off track there. Yeah, Ferrari has changed the wing to the old one. There's no the pancake wing. Nothing is ever the same, but being unprepared is always bad. The issues here are unique to this team. True. Yeah, I don't think Ferrari is gonna be getting the new wing. There's not enough time. I mean, less than 2 hours. They wouldn't want to spend time changing it, setting it up, and then going out when this is the last session. So I think yesterday was enough just to show us what they got, and they are still innovating and not just hoping they are gonna do well. If you saw the smirk on Fred Vasseur when he was asked about the flippy wing, you would wonder if he was trolling the other teams. Yeah, I mean, it could be a play. They just come out and now everyone is questioning why they did it. They are trying to test it for themselves, and he's gonna lose so much time of the teams trying to figure out if this is good or not. But it is what the teams do. That is part of the sandbagging, like trying to delay the teams from their scheduled tests and get their attention to something that maybe Ferrari already knows that is not working. Ferrari has changed the wing to the old one. Abdullah, yeah, this is the old one. Ferrari is on the old wing, not the flipper. And then Fred said the other teams can make one and find out if it works for them. Yeah. He's trolling the teams. I mean, he's a bit picking up with them and kind of, yeah. I like what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. Yeah, if you are watching the stream, answering questions, being in chat, you're gonna get the loyalty points. Liking, subscribing to the channel already, yeah, gives you some nice head start with the points. The Macarena wing needs to be something. It's just too much money spent on the budget just for the lulz. Yeah, I think someone mentioned that they had something similar in the past, so they are just building on that idea, I guess. So it's not for them a start from scratch, but for the other teams that might be start from scratch, and that might be a big cost, and not just costing money, costing time of the team. So We will see the first time that if they are going to use this on some track, all the eyes are going to be on the Ferrari. Now Norris, green sector 1, he is improving. That is a good sector 1. Green sector 2 with a purple mini sector in the end. Bortoleto setting the new personal best 138.959. Norris over the last corner. He's going to improve, but will that be enough to jump in the timing sheets? He sets 134.379. That is enough for P6 behind his teammate Oscar Piastri. 3 green sectors, and yeah, that's enough just for P6. 5 laps for Norris now, with 1 hour and 44 minutes to go. On track, we see Verstappen, Gasly, Bottas, Russell, and Lando Norris. No one pushing. Norris on a cooldown lap. Not much going on right now. FIA paid Ferrari for that wing just to increase the interest in these tests. Yeah, bold prediction, that one. I doubt it's true. Okay, Verstappen is now cooking. Purple sector 1, 29 seconds and 0.547. Verstappen pushing, green mini sectors in. I think this might be the fastest time of the day. Let's see. He's on a new medium tire, so he's gonna push. Green mini sectors, he's maybe a bit slowed down by Norris there in the sector 2. Verstappen with a green sector 2. He's pushing, guys. He's flying. That is a pole position lap. Yeah. Pretty quick sector 2, but far from the quickest. Through corner 14 and 15, and Max Verstappen, he's improving his time, but that is not enough to catch Leclerc. That is 0.7 slower than Leclerc actually. He has been fastest in sector 1, third in sector 2, and he messed up, I think, in sector 3, where he is 5th fastest. Yeah, so he lost a lot of time there. Well, he lost the most time in sector 2 actually. It's almost half a second. And he lost 2/10 in sector 3. If now Leclerc first, Verstappen second, followed by both Mercedes, followed by both McLaren. Is this maybe the picking order already? Leclerc and Verstappen fastest, Mercedes, then we have McLaren, and then we have Haas, which we have been predicting that they're going to be top of the midfield, and then we have Hajar. Some of you are saying that it's going to be enough if he's going to be scoring points around P8. So this looks suspicious. Suspiciously accurate to our predictions, mostly in chat. Bro, sounds like Toto Wolff. I don't think so, but maybe, yeah. It's not right, Mikey. It's not right. I'm not gonna crash my headset. That's for sure. Leclerc out with new medium tires. Red Bull did 340 kilometers per hour last week. Yeah. Well, yesterday 344 for Hülkenberg and 342 for Bortoleto. So Audi did more. Let's see. Charles is on a new medium. I think he's gonna push. He's on an outlap, warming up the tires. So let's see what can Charles do. Norris is pushing. green mini sectors, purple mini sector in sector 1. So he is going on another fast lap. I think we're into the power hour and 40 minutes. It's not going to be just power hour. And let's see, Norris, he improves in sector 1, green sector 1. Just open the stream. Did Hamilton not run today? No, Hamilton is done. Yesterday he was whole day and now it's Leclerc all day. We saw a lot from Hamilton yesterday, so it was a fun day for him. Let's see, Norris still improving. Sector 2, green mini sectors. He's improving his time, but is that enough to catch the leaders? Leclerc is starting his time. This is not going to be a fast time, I think, yellow mini sectors. So we're going to watch Norris. Norris with improvement in sector 2. That's green sector 2, 41.019. The third fastest sector 2 so far on track. Now going through turn 14, turn 15. A lot of green mini sectors there, and he's going to be improving his time to a new personal best, 133.999, and that is enough for P4. He jumps George Russell. So now we have Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes, McLaren, Haas, Red Bull. The first 8 positions. Hamilton is not running today, but I bet he would be there into the first 8 for sure. Yesterday he did 133.4, so everyone is bottling it in sector 2. Yes, sector 2 is going to be the most challenging one. They need to recharge the batteries, they need to be quick in the corners, but these cars are slower there, so yeah. Who is going to be best there, I think, is going to have the most chances to dominate this season. Sector 2 of Leclerc is on another level. That's true. Like he has done 40 seconds, 0.4 into the sector 2, and the second fastest there is Antonelli, 40 seconds, 0.8. Almost half a second. That's a big difference, and most of the difference is there, yeah. Because Antonelli was quicker in sector 3, and actually Antonelli was pretty slow in sector 1. But that is really good for Ferrari to be dominating the sector 2. Now with a replay of Charles Leclerc, and he just went straight in turn 1. I think he locked up. Yeah, let's see from the outside. Arrow is closing, and then the car starts locking up. Exactly the moment when the arrow is closing, the car starts locking up. See now Leclerc with some purple mini sectors, but he is not improving in sector 1 still. That's a pretty quick sector 1, even though it's yellow. Sector 2 not improving again, but that is the second fastest sector 2, so he might improve his time if he does well in sector 3. Let's see. Through the last corners and through the main straight, purple mini sector. No, he doesn't improve his time, even though he had the purple sector 3, 133.2, very close to his fastest time. That would be P2 if he's done for another driver. A lot of cars on track now. Gasly, Sainz, Russell, Bortoleto, Verstappen, Leclerc. We won't see Aston Martin again today. They are done for the testing, and we're waiting for Norris and Cadillac to come out. Yeah, there's a lot more to find in sector 1. I just realized I have been talking with my mic turned off, so I apologize about that. Probably you've seen radio silence for the last couple minutes, but yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, we move in silence. Yeah, I have been talking for the last 5 minutes, but yeah, sorry about that. I keep forgetting to turn on and off my mic. It's a really weird mic. You have to touch it from the top to be coming on and off. But yeah, I'm back. I'm back. So we have Norris out. Is Norris pushing some green mini sector, some purple mini sector in sector 1, and he is improving his time in sector 1. Green sector 29.723. That is the third fastest so far. He's improving in sector 3, sector 2 actually, sorry. Let's see how fast can Norris go. He's very close to the Antonelli time, so if he is improving, I think P2 is guaranteed for him, but I don't think that he will be able to catch Charles Leclerc on the first position. So, second sector, yellow. He is not improving there. He needs to improve only 0.2 to be P2. Still has a chance. Let's see if he's gonna go quick into sector 3. Yellow mini sector, another yellow mini sector. It's not looking like it. Is the improvement in sector 1 enough? Let's see. No, he doesn't even complete the lap, so he just hyped us for nothing. Yeah, he is doing this the second time today. Yeah, I didn't left. I was actually just saying that another person told to me that I sound like Toto Wolff, which was funny. Ferrari is genuine title contender at this rate. Finally, it's now Charles' turn for the trophy. Still too early to say. Still too early, but I'm bullish on Ferrari. Ferrari and Bortoleto, the only one out on track right now. Norris bottled in the preseason. No, still enough time for him. Hey guys, how is it going for Aston in these 3 days? Are they still a lastish car? Yeah, I believe so. Maybe in speed they are not last, but in reliability, in number of issues, they are definitely the car with the most trouble in this all, well, not just these 3 days, but last week also. But specifically for these 3 days, they had so many issues. Like and subscribe. Yeah, the animation is on screen now. I hope you like that. I spent quite a lot of time to make it, but I think it looks good. I like the pit stop animation. And you should see a Formula 1 car coming in and out of the pits. Hello fellas, Bolty, welcome back to the chat. I don't think I have seen you a lot in the chat these testing days, but I know last year you were engaging a lot with the chat, so welcome back. Others need to watch Leclerc sector 2, how Leclerc is gaining there. I don't think Ferrari is 0.5 seconds faster just on a sector. Leclerc might have some unique lines. Yeah, I think they need to be checking that, but also I would like to check the time in sector 2 yesterday for Antonelli. I think he was fastest, but I don't know if he was also fastest in sector 2 yesterday, because that was 1:32 time, faster than today's Leclerc. Some techs say Ferrari have sorted out the battery recharge and boost and all that stuff. That's a good news for Ferrari. Elia, the animation is cool. Thank you so much. Glad to hear that. Most laps, we have Lindblad with 136 laps. He probably is gonna break the record of most laps in one day. So far is held by Max Verstappen. I think he has 138. With still 1 hour and 27 minutes to go, yeah, Lindblad just needs to come out for 2 laps, 3 laps, and he is breaking that record. Which I think he's gonna come out. This is the last hour and 20 minutes, and everyone will be out except for Aston Martin. They have completed their program with 6 laps. And yeah, they say, off we go. They are ready for Australia. What's Lewis' best sector 2 yesterday? I don't have it in front of me right now, but I hope you can tell me in chat if you figure out. Roberto Carta, hello boys, I'm hyped for the season. Let's go Ferrari, let's go. I'm hyped that too. Even though I don't sound like that. Hopefully I will sound more exciting once we really have something happening on track and once we have racing quality. Yeah, because you will be hearing more of me during the season. Of course, Grash is gonna be here. Evan is gonna do some sessions when the time allows, and we will have some guest commentators, some YouTube stars, some data analysts. So make sure to subscribe, stay with us. There's a lot of exciting things gonna be happening this season on the channel. We would love to see you be part of that. Verstappen, Norris, Behrman, and Bortoleto are now on track. Behrman is actually pushing. He's improving in sector 1. Purple mini sectors in sector 2. So let's see what can Behrman do. He's P13 now. He's finally on a medium tire. So far he has been doing runs on the hard tire, so he couldn't improve that much. But now I think he's gonna jump, maybe join his teammate around P7. All green mini sectors in sector 2. He's going past Norris now, improving in sector 2 too. Improving in sector 2 too. Yeah, that's a hard thing to say. Wind is less gusty than yesterday, but they have a front wind in the main straight. Might be harder to get to 132 today. Yeah, I agree. And wind has actually picked up a bit since the morning. Verstappen with purple sector 1. He is pushing. Behrman with personal best 1:35.381. That is moving him ahead of Hülkenberg on P12. Let's see what Verstappen is doing. Green mini sectors in sector 2. He's gonna be pushing for that P1. That is the fastest sector 1 so far than everyone else. The key is gonna be sector 2. Will he catch Leclerc on this sector? Let's see. He comes to P3 on sector 2. So that's still half a second slower than Leclerc. I don't think he can threaten his time with half a second slower in sector 2. But he might improve his time. He will definitely improve his time. Max Verstappen setting a new personal best 1:33.607. Half a second slower than Charles Leclerc. Okay, that was a quick lap. Now Norris is pushing. Green sector 1, 29.7. That is the third fastest sector 1, right behind Verstappen and Leclerc. In sector 2, let's see. In mini sectors, he's improving in sector 2. He's getting very close to the time of Leclerc in sector 2, only 0.150. So I think Norris might be on to something. He might challenge the fastest time of Leclerc if he has a good sector 3. Through the fast corner, Lando Norris sets a new personal best, but that is just enough for P2. 1:33.373, and that is 0.2 behind Charles Leclerc. Times are starting to tumble. We are into the last hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, I expect them all to push again, maybe a bit later. Now might be a time for a bit long runs and then coming back for one last quali laps. Yeah, here we go, some quali times, performance runs. Leclerc is putting new boots on now to go out. Let's see. Leclerc is still not out. Only Bortoleto, Norris, and Verstappen, and they are not pushing, of course. Russell is coming out. I think he is gonna want to join the party and try to put some quick laps. Russell is on new mediums, So he is definitely going on an outlap and he's gonna push. Leclerc, Norris, Verstappen, now Russell. That's the party so far. And it's kind of what we were guessing. These are the top teams this season, guys. These are gonna be the same 4 teams. I don't think the midfield will be very close to them, but hopefully I'm wrong. Now we see a replay of Norris, a bit of porpoising. We haven't seen that in a while. Yeah, a lot of sparks from the back of that McLaren. It's just testing, it's just testing, it's just testing. We can get excited even if it's just testing. Russell on an outlap. No one else pushing. I think he will push now, and this will be a good time. I'm pretty confident into that. Let's see. Can you guys guess in which second is gonna be Russell's next lap? I would say into 133s. Let's hear what you say. Who's best of the rest? Haas, Alpine, Audi? We don't know. I am hoping for Haas, and yeah, I think Haas is gonna be best of the rest. But that's a bold prediction. Russell through the main straight, warming up the tires. Let's see. Leclerc is also on track. He might be pushing on a new medium. Now Russell is starting his lap. Is he pushing or is he gonna go into the pits? No, he's pushing. 317 kilometers per hour. Those are yellow mini sectors. Let's see also how Leclerc is going. He is pushing 328 kilometers per hour. Nor Leclerc nor Russell is improving their time. But yeah, they are going quick, but these are not. Russell a bit improving the sector 1. So 29.9, that is the 5th fastest sector 1. Still 0.4 behind the fastest sector 1 of Verstappen. He is improving a lot in sector 2, so we might see here a big jump for Mercedes. They have been particularly quick into sector 2 in the past days. Some green, some purple mini sectors. He's definitely going for it. Let's see now into turn 11. A green mini sector. Another green one, turn 12. And this is improvement in sector 2, 40.8. That is the 4th fastest. Yeah, that is still quite far from the time of Leclerc. But I think, yeah, Russell is going to improve his time significantly. He is right now 1 second behind Leclerc. This is going to tumble for sure. So Russell sets his new personal best, 133.795. He's jumping his teammate Kimi Antonelli for the P4 position. Now he's only 0.6 behind Leclerc and 0.2 behind Max Verstappen. Leclerc, Norris, Verstappen, and Russell. These are the top 4 positions. All right, let's see what's happening in chat. I have been a bit too much time on the sheets, but yeah, drivers were pushing, and yeah, I wanted to follow that through. Now Leclerc might be pushing. Green mini sector in sector 1. Let's see how it goes. Max Verstappen is going back into the pits. Leclerc is improving a bit some green mini sectors in sector 1, so we might see a push from here, purple mini sector. And that is a purple sector 1. Yeah, we see a replay of Max Verstappen locking up into turn 1. A very common place for locking up. But Leclerc is pushing. 29.4 is his time in sector 1. Now that is the fastest sector 1. He goes faster than Max Verstappen there. He seems to be... Well, I don't know if he's going faster or slower in sector 2. Yellow and then purple mini sector. Going around Limblad. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be improving much into sector 2, but there are 2 purple mini sectors. And all the others are yellow. That's a purple sector 2, though. Yeah, Leclerc is improving. Leclerc is going for 132s, I believe. Charles Leclerc, around turn 14, turn 15, a bit of improvement in that sector too. And will that be a new time? Yeah, 132.6. I think this is the fastest time of all session. 3 purple sectors for Charles Leclerc, and he is setting the benchmark very high. G's in chat, guys. G's in chat for Charles Leclerc. Now is the time. If you want to spam, now is the time to do some spamming. G's in chat. That's a mighty lap by Leclerc. Behrman is improving his time, 139.959. That is P6 for Behrman with 3 green sectors. Yeah, way to go, Charles. Leclerc wins in Australia. Okay, we go with the copium. Leclerc champion. Leclerc winning in Australia. Ferrari World Constructors. This is the lap. This is the year, guys. This is the year. What a lap, yeah. No, and Ferrari is not even running the flippy wing. Imagine with that one. What's gonna be with that one? 130s. I'm kidding. Don't give me hope. Alright, if you haven't already liked the stream and subscribed to the channel, guys, now is the time. With this lap time of Charles Leclerc, you have to hit the subscribe button, you have to hit the notification bell and all notification right now. Otherwise, Ferrari is not winning it. It depends all on you. We will get back to this stream and you will see. If you have the subscribe button on, Leclerc is winning it. Now, Lindblad, Behrman, Norris, Gasly, Russell and Bortoleto are on track. Haas just hit the 33s. Let's see, Haas. Gasly improved his time. 134.333. Yeah, Behrman 133.959. Yeah, Haas is doing really well. Over 2,000 people watching and 795 likes. Hit that like button, guys. Let's get over 800. And the goal for today is 1,000. It's a bit of a stretch, but I think we can make it if we try. Was that my eye or mistaken? Red hitting 390 kilometers? Yeah, that might have been your eye. I didn't see 390 anywhere. That would be a rocket. 800 likes. Thank you everyone for liking. 801. What does the blue mean in mini sectors? This is when drivers are coming out or in the pits. Norris now on a fast lap. Improving sector 1, 29.4. Some green mini sectors and there's a 1 purple mini sector. He is going faster in sector 2. Green mini sector, another green one. Let's see, he goes into turn 9, now in turn 10. He is not going into gear 1, going just with gear 2 there. So he's not following the example of Max Verstappen, but he is going fast. Green, yellow mini sectors. Let's see, turn 11. The sector 2 is going to be very important to know if he's going to improve his time. So far, he has the second fastest mini sector. He improves in sector 2, getting really close to the time of Charles Leclerc. Only 0.03. So Norris might be on to something. 2 green sectors. Now through the main straight, purple mini sector here. And Lando Norris is improving his personal time, but that's not enough to catch Charles Leclerc. 132.871. 0.2 behind Charles Leclerc. Who else is on a fast lap? Let's go. No one. Okay. We rest a bit. Roberto Carta, hit the like button, guys. I love the channel. Thank you so much, Roberto. And yeah, you heard the man. Did you notice he needed 2 warm-up laps? Yeah, that was interesting to see. Well, I'm going to bump a Haas up a bit more based on all the data. Yep, I'm bullish on Haas too. My guess, Mercedes and Red Bull will put a lap sub 132. Well, if they, I mean, Mercedes is already 132. Like this lap of Lando Norris has been 132. So now we are waiting for Verstappen to do the same. And maybe on Russell, who knows? Russell is now on a 5-lap old medium tire, but he's just gonna start his new lap. So let's see if he's gonna push. I think he's gonna push on for a new lap, but maybe with these 5-lap tires, it's not possible to improve. So let's see. Russell is pushing, but those are yellow mini sectors. I don't think that he might be improving. Carlos Sainz entering the pits. Yeah, I think if Russell wants to try to get into 132s, tires. But so far we have 2 drivers with 132 time. Yeah, yesterday it was only 1, so Behrman now is pushing. Green mini sectors. He's currently P6. I mean, if he improves a bit more, he will be over Kimi Antonelli and getting close to George Russell. So let's see what Behrman does. Doesn't improve in sector 1. Yellow sector 1, and he's hitting a bit of traffic. I don't think he's going to be improving. Gasly with a purple mini sector. Limblad with a purple mini sector in sector 1. Everyone is pushing now. We will see a lot of times tumble as soon as these guys pass the start-finish line. We are into the last 1 hour and 10 minutes, and everyone is going to be pushing, guys. Everyone. Behrman still setting some... Yeah, I think he went off track there. So he's not going to improve probably, but let's see. Limblad not improving. Russell now coming through the last corner. I don't think he's going to be improving his time. Next behind him is Pierre Gasly. Yeah, there were some purple mini sectors for many drivers, but no seems to be improving. Let's see, Behrman, yeah, he went off track, although I think that he was improving his time. But yeah, it is what it is. He will have a chance a bit later today. All right. All right, can you hear me now? If you can refresh the stream. Yeah, I think... No, I just needed to refresh. I think you can hear me now, but if you can confirm in chat. Yeah, that was GP2 internet and GP2 Streamlabs. I'm sorry about that. That might happen from time to time, but I think we are back now. No, we can't hear you. Yeah, that was answer. Okay, we are so back. We got so excited about the quick times on tracks that the stream got too excited too. Let's see, who is pushing? Bortoleto. Green sectors, green mini sectors, he's definitely pushing. Improving in sector 1 time, 30.8. Who else is pushing? Nobody, just Bortoleto. Verstappen is on track. That's a new medium tire, so I think we are gonna see Verstappen trying to get into 132s. Okay, TechRant is saying stream feels good, much laggier than before. Yeah, I think from time to time I just need to restart it, so sorry about that. And yeah, hope you have the patience to bear with us once that happens. So just try to refresh your stream and it should be fine in like 30 seconds or so, because I just need to restart. Now let's see. Verstappen some green mini sectors and he's not even pushing. Or he is. Yeah, he might be pushing actually. Bortoleto improving in sector 1, sector 2, Sainz improving in sector 1. We are going to see times going down. I think everyone is gonna aim for 133s except for Verstappen. Probably he wants to go into 132. Bortoleto improving 137.294. P14 yet. Max Verstappen going through the start finish line. He is improving his time 133.324. Still not getting into 132s, but that is getting him way closer to Lando Norris. Sainz improving. Green sector 1, green sector 2. Let's see. Final corners. Corner turn 14, turn 15, and goes into the main straight. Will Sainz improve? That's no improvement for Sainz. Yeah, I think he lost a lot of speed into sector 3. All right, now we see George Russell. This is a 9 laps old tire, 10 laps, so I don't think he's going to be pushing. He's just going to be doing some long stints and long runs. Bortoleto with some purple mini sectors, but I doubt that he's going to push more on that hard tire. Well, he might be pushing, but that is a hard tire, so he won't improve that much the time. He has a green sector 2, yellow sector 1. No one else pushing, but the track is getting very busy. We have 7 cars on. Behrman, Russell, Verstappen, Lindblad. Who is that? The Williams, Carlos Sainz, Leclerc, Bortoleto. Everyone is out on track. Aston won't be coming out, and we are missing the Cadillac still. The Cadillac only 21 laps into this last session. I don't know what they are waiting. There's 1 hour to go. Bortoleto is still improving a little bit, but yeah, not enough to improve his time. Leclerc is on fire. He is pushing purple sector 1, 29.4. In sector 2, improving a little bit. Let's see into the turn 10. Is he gonna go into gear 1? No, he's getting that with gear 2 and still getting a purple mini sector right after turn 10. Let's see, what can Leclerc do? He is on new tires, so this is definitely a quali lap, and this is definitely a very fast lap. Can he even go into 131s? I don't think it's possible, but who knows? Error in turn 1, yeah. So, he almost lost the car there, and he got out of the track. Okay, that was really good lap, but Leclerc only got us excited and then went off track. I don't know if he's gonna push again. Let's see. Yeah, he's not pushing. He's gonna go into the pits. Maybe get a new set of new tires and try again. We will see. Behrman is improving sector 1 and sector 2. Yellow sector 3, and that's a new personal best for Behrman, 133.9. He's still into P6, but his time is 0.004 slower than Kimi Antonelli. He is really close to the Mercedes this session. And Russell is not that far behind. Well, far ahead actually. Dragon Soul says he was going to put 132.3. Yeah, I think so. He was heading that way, but yeah, mistake in turn 11. Now Leclerc, is he doing some practice starts? Rajiv, what is recharging? Well, you have a lot to learn about this session. There's gonna be a lot of recharging through all the season, so bear with us and you will get it. You need to recharge the battery and then launch it into the straights to be faster. So in the corners, they are recharging the battery, and in the straights, it's like a DRS, so they will be faster. But now we don't have DRS. Let's see. I like these cars, seem more difficult to drive. Reminds me of the lower grip cars in the late 90s and early 2000s. Yep. So we are on board with Charles Leclerc. Let's see his mistake. Well, actually, his quickest sector one and then his mistake. Yeah, he lost it there. A bad entry into the turn and then tried to correct it, and he overcorrected and he went out of the track. Yeah. Leclerc on 2-lap old tires. So let's see if he's gonna push now again. He's on an outlap, going slowly. Yeah, Charles is showing hunger. This is good. This is really good. I agree. I hope we're gonna see Verstappen going into 132s. Leclerc and Verstappen are now one next to the other, so let's see if they're gonna push. No, Verstappen might be pushing, but Leclerc is going slow. He's letting him through. They actually might battle. Now Leclerc is going over Verstappen. We might see a bit of an action here. A reminder of the 2022 season. Love that battle between Leclerc and Verstappen. Yeah, this session, like especially the second half of the session, is really enjoyable, I would say. We see a lot more happening. We see drivers pushing a lot more. 2 drivers into 132s. Leclerc was pushing, made a mistake. Verstappen pushing. Russell has a decent time, but he still needs to improve to catch to the top 3. Yeah, now we see the Ferrari and Red Bull on track, very close to each other. Bortoleto lap history. Well, let's just first finish with the Gasly lap because he might be improving his lap time. Right now, P7. I don't think he is improving his time. Yeah, he's not. That was just green sector 2. Let's see the Bortoleto lap history. Norris is standing on the pit lane. Is this a practice start or he's just stuck there? Yeah, it's a practice start. Very weird position for a practice start. He's like on the commercials on the green of the Aramco oil. Let's see, Bortoleto, someone was asking. His lap times on the hards, quite consistent in the last 5 laps, 137.8.9. Previously in the 140s, another big stint with almost 10 laps, 139s. Yeah, really good, consistent stint for Bortoleto on the hards. Before that, he was on the mediums, again 140, very consistent. So yeah, mostly long runs for Bortoleto. A lot of cars on track now. 7 cars: Bortoleto, Lindblad, Gasly, Leclerc, Norris, Sainz, and Berman. See what is happening in chat. So we have to like make sure your battery is full. How long would that take? Every session is getting more like Formula E. Yeah, that is what drivers were saying. And they will have to be strategic with the battery because on long straights, it's not gonna last until the end. So you will see they will hit the top speed very early in the straight and then will start losing power and going slower actually towards the end of the straight. But still will be a lot faster in the straights and will need to brake even earlier to be able to make the turn. A lot of differences with last era and last season. But yeah, we're all in for it. Let's see how it goes. Maybe this is going to be a good thing. A lot more uncertainty, I guess, on track, a lot more strategy, a lot more driver ability will be needed, not just to put the pedal to the metal, what is called, but just to be strategic where to do that and where to lift off a little bit. Now we're on board with Carlos Sainz, yellow sector 1, going through sector 2, and we are in the last hour, 54 minutes to go. Lindblad is having some green and purple mini sectors. He might be improving. Yellow sector 1 though. Carlos Sainz improved his personal best, 134.963. Behrman going into the pits. Let's see Lindblad. Is he gonna improve? I suspect Ferrari would prefer to win races rather than the testing championship. Well, I think they won't mind if they win both of them. Yeah, Aston Martin said that they are done for today. They have planned only 6 laps. They did it, and they are already packed, I would say. They were dismantling the car like an hour ago. Lindblad, yeah, he has some purple mini sectors, green mini sectors, but he's not improving overall. The yellow ones are too yellow, I guess. Symbols to the pits. Are they going to do a pit stop or are they lifting the car? Yeah, the car is going back into the garage. It's new wing. I don't think we're gonna see the new wing from Ferrari. It is, yeah, 52 minutes to go. I don't think they have enough time to put that together and get out. They will want to put as many laps as they can. So Lindblad, 148 laps today. I think that is a record for the number of laps in one day. For not just for a driver, but even for a team, probably. Let's see. Yeah, I can't confirm the information, but I believe he's very close to tumbling down the both records. Now, I guess the cars are getting into the pits, preparing for one last stint or last push, because we have 50 minutes to go and only Bortoleto, Norris and Gasly are on track. We are alive, well, a replay with Lindblad on board. Let's see, did he had some troubles? Yeah, he oversteered into turn 10 and he kept it on track, but he lost a lot of time there. A bit of drifting. The Mercedes crew is working heavily on the car. I think, they're tightening the screws on the brakes, and they will probably be going out soon for another quick time for Russell. He's definitely gonna want to be into 132s. From I'm picking up Eastern European accent, or I'm wrong. You are very correct, Jan. And I think you are from Eastern Europe too. Slovenia, maybe? For you. Don't be optimistic about Ferrari last year. They were also strong during testing. Well, last year was Williams that was P1. So we can be optimistic, guys. This might be the only time that we get to be optimistic after we see the race in Australia. So let's use it. Let's be happy until then. Haas has done the most laps for the team. Yeah, do you know how much laps in one day? Because right now Lindblad has 148 and he'll probably get out on track. And we finally see the Cadillac out on track. Bottas is going out. He only has 22 laps this session. Very, very few laps for Cadillac. Perez did 61 in the morning session. And I think I need to sit down a little bit because standing all day, not good for the back. Looking at the calendar, we have 24 races again, some sprints. I think there's a debate, should we do more sprint races? Someone was saying 12 sprint races, but I think that's too much. What do you think? Should we have more sprint races, less, or as it is now is okay for you? I would like to hear your opinion in the chat. Yeah, finally Cadillac is on track. Okay, Haas has done 156 laps, and right now Lindblad has 149, and he is on track. I think he's gonna break that record. Yeah, there's 48 minutes to go. He will for sure break the record. Let's keep the optimism indeed. Just ordered an HP printer as well. Well, you are taking it to the next level. Moyo Techniques. Until today has had a combined total of 566 laps. Top was McLaren with 704. Yeah, I think McLaren and Ferrari are very close. At some point today, Ferrari had most laps of testing, but I think Mercedes passed them. Even in testing last year, Ferrari weren't that good, but it was as bad as they turned out to be. Not a huge fan of sprint races, okay? Well, we will see how sprint races will be now with the new cars. I'm looking forward actually to see that. And not everyone like trying to be safe. We will see. 6 sprints is enough, says Jan. Okay. Last year, Ferrari was compromised after China due to the height issue. More sprint races, 3 free practice is boring. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of free practices, and the less free practice we have, the more unpredictable the quality in race is going to be, because the teams are not going to have enough time to learn about the track and about how their car is performing on that track. So less free practices, I think, is a good thing. But let's see. If the alternative to free practice is have more sprint races, I mean, I'm all up for it. I'd rather see a sprint quali and sprint race rather than a free practice session. The HP printer is good. Yeah, I had Epson printer, not sponsored, in the past. But that was way in the past. Cadillac only need to work on race pace. Ferrari and Haas are proving the reliability and speed. Yes, now we have 8 cars on track. We have Lindblad maybe pushing. He has some green mini sectors, but he's not improving much his time. 150 laps for Lindblad. That's almost like he has done like almost 3 races today. His neck is gonna be in pain tomorrow, probably the whole next week. He's improving in sector 2, green sector 2. Russell, possibly pushing. He has 1 purple mini sector. Let's wait until the end of sector 1. Norris is right behind him. Yeah, Russell is pushing. Lindblad improving his time 1:34, 3:15. That's P7, getting closer to the Haas, and Russell is pushing hard. Into the sector 2, he has green and purple mini sectors into turn 10 now, going through it with gear 2. And he's gonna keep pushing. Yeah, Russell is going for improvement of his time. I think he might be going into 132s. A lot of purple mini sectors. He is improving sector 2 also. Let's see, the last main straight, green mini sector, another purple one. Yeah, let's see. Going through turn 14. Now turn 15 into the main straight. George Russell is setting a new personal time, 1:32.197, and he is passing Max Verstappen for P3. So that's still not 1:32, but he got very close to 1:32. Bortoleto improving his time, 1:36.022. And now Charles Leclerc coming out of the pits. He's on a new medium tire, so he's getting ready for another push lap. Hopefully no mistake this time, and we will see his time improve even more. Sainz is now pushing, improving sector 1. Improving in sector 2, green mini sectors. Behrman, new fastest time, 1:33.520. That is faster than Antonelli. Behrman coming to P5. Haas is doing really well today. 0.8 from the fastest time of Leclerc for Behrman. That's really good. Verstappen over the... Yeah, Verstappen is going to go into the pits. But let's see, Sainz. He's improving in sector 1, improving in sector 2, both green sectors. He's going through turn 14, turn 15 to the main straight. And Carlos Sainz is setting a new personal best, 1:34.342. That is putting him into P9, right behind Pierre Gasly. All right. No one else is pushing, but we have 7 cars on track. Norris is on a 12 laps old medium tire, and I don't think he is going to be pushing. Even if he does, that's going to be a very quick time. He's still on P2, the only driver into 1:32s besides Charles Leclerc. George Russell came very close, but not enough for him to be into the 1:32 team. All right, let's see the chat. What are you guys talking about? Cadillac only need to work on race pace. Yeah, I think I read that. You spotted the Slovenian name. Not many can do that. Most Slavs can do that. You would be surprised. I think most of Balkan countries can spot Slovenian name. I mean, Jan, it's very unique. Let's see if they up the power. They were really slow on straights. Okay, Leclerc is pushing. Purple sector 1. And that is quite faster. Gasly also set a new personal best. Leclerc, let's see, in sector 2, no mistakes yet. Now going to turn 11, is he gonna get it right here? Looks good. He's improving in sector 2. This is gonna be a very quick time. Purple sector 2. He's almost half a second faster than Norris in sector 2. Okay. Oh, a bit of a twitch. A bit of a twitch in sector 3. I think he made a mistake there. Will that be enough to improve his time? To the main straight, and that is faster even than his previous time. Leclerc stays P1, 1:32.2. Very quick one, and he made a mistake in sector 3. I think he could have gone a lot faster, like maybe even into 1:31s. I don't think it was going to be 1:31, but he could have gotten very close to that. 40 minutes to go, and Leclerc is pushing. Can you put the theoretic fastest laps? Well, actually, I'm gonna just take a look and let you know. I can put them now. So yeah, I can see them right now, but I will let you know later. The theoretical fastest laps, okay, I have put them now on the screen, but yeah, I'm holding the minimap. 1.9, 132, 1.9 is for Leclerc. And for Lando Norris, the theoretic fastest lap is the same as his current fastest lap. So no problems, fastest in is in FP1, FP2, fastest in quali, fastest in race. Yeah, who said that? Light full run over Verstappen, I think. Williams are overweight and they missed Barcelona, but they will get there. I have faith. Me too. Let's see. Bortoleto, purple mini sector into sector 1. Is he pushing? Bottas is pushing. He has a purple mini sector. Bottas with a time 1:35.3. That is really good for Cadillac. They are only 3 seconds behind the Leclerc time. Considering they have been like 6-7 seconds behind, that is an improvement. I'm looking forward to see more from Bottas. Russell, now with Russell, he's on a testing tire. I don't think he's gonna push. At least even if he's gonna push, he's not gonna improve too much. Yeah, Leclerc made a small error in sector 3. But yeah, I don't think that he would have gotten in 131 even without the mistake. Because his previous time was 22.7 in sector 3 and he went just a little bit slower than that. Limblad improving. He's already 153 laps. He's definitely setting the record there. But he has green sector 1, green sector 2. Let's see how he goes in sector 3. He's looking quick. Green mini sectors. Yeah, Cadillac is getting there. True, Matt Steve. Lindblad improving 134.1, getting close to those 133s. P8 for Lindblad. Six cars on track. "36 minutes to go." I think, yeah, everyone is running out of time. Let's see if anyone might be pushing. We see Behrman on new tires. I think he's preparing for a fast lap. I mean, if he goes a bit faster, he's going to be faster than Verstappen. He's 0.2 of the Verstappen time. I think we're going to see another fast from Russell and from Verstappen for sure, especially now if Behrman pushes. Let's see. Behrman preparing his lap. Is he pushing? Yeah, he's pushing. Norris is also leaving pits, but Behrman is not improving his times. Yellow mini sectors. Although he's pushing. Interesting. He's on a new medium tires. Let's see. Yeah, he doesn't improve in sector 1. Right, let's see how it goes. Some green mini sectors, but not much. Jason subscribed. This chat is great and not toxic. Thank you so much, Jason. Hope you stay with us for the whole season. And everyone else, if you have been liking what you're seeing so far, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and all notifications, and we will be doing this every session. This testing is based on engines, right? I mean, the pace is still to be determined, yes. They are all okay. Someone went off track. That is a McLaren. Yeah, he went off track. Bearman with purple mini sectors in sector 3. I think he might be improving actually. Yeah, Bearman set a new personal best 133.4. That is very close to the time of Max Verstappen. He doesn't change position, but yeah. Softs and using the 8th gear, Ferrari showing the winning hand finally. Ferrari will cook even if they don't have pole. Their race starts are excellent. Yeah, they have good race starts, and if other teams start to have stalling, it's even better for them. Now, who is on a new tire? Norris is on a hard tire, so I don't think that he's gonna be going for a quali lap. Verstappen is on a new test tire, so this might be the lap for Verstappen. He's going through the final corners. Let's see if he's gonna push. We don't know exactly what tire this is, but it is a new one, so it's expected to push. He's going quick, preparing his lap, getting to the top of 322 kilometers per hour on the main straight, but yeah, the mini sectors are yellow. I don't think Verstappen is gonna... Well, actually, there's a purple mini sector, green mini sector, so let's see after the first sector. Improving in the first sector, 29.3. That is actually very close to the sector of Leclerc. That was very close to be a purple sector, 0.06 needed. Let's see how he does. Okay, he's going into turn 10. Will he go in first gear? He's actually going there into the second gear too. Although kinda he was the benchmark for going into the first gear into sector 10, into turn 10. He's improving some mini sectors into... Okay, let's see what's his time. Green sector to 40.691. That is not very competitive with Leclerc and Norris, but still a good time. If he can improve into sector 3, he might be getting into 132s. Let's see. Verstappen improving his time 133.1. Still no 132s, but he is overtaking George Russell for the P3 position. Who else is pushing? Let's see. No one. But we have 7 cars on track. Russell is on track. He's on a 9-lap-old tire, so he's not going to be pushing. Leclerc is out on another set of new tires. Will we see another push from Leclerc? He really wants to get into 131s. Yeah, I think Leclerc is going to be pushing. Ferrari are doing a lot of quali laps this second half of the session. I'm actually surprised that they pushed this much. Gasly is improving. He's on P6 right now. 1.5 seconds behind Leclerc, green sector 1. But yeah, we will first go through with Gasly, and now Leclerc is starting his lap, hoping to be a fast one. Right behind him is Russell, but he's not going to be pushing for a fast lap. Let's see what happens with Leclerc. Gasly is improving into the sector 2, green sector 2, 40.6 seconds. into the turn 14 and 15 for Gasly. Leclerc, purple mini sector, purple sector 1. Leclerc is going even faster in sector 1. This is another push lap. Let's go. Improving in some mini sectors in sector 2. He's going into turn 9. Now gear 2 into turn 10. Purple mini sector there. Another purple one. Yeah, Leclerc is definitely pushing into sector 2. This is very fast. Hopefully he doesn't make a mistake and we see the 131s finally. Looking good so far for Leclerc. Car seems stable after turn 10. Purple sector 2. Below 40 seconds, 39.9. This is going to be a very quick time. Definitely 131s. No mistake in sector 3. G's in chat, guys. G's in chat. This is the lap. This is the lap to beat. No mistakes here too. He's pushing 131.992. This is the fastest lap of the whole testing, and I don't think anyone is gonna beat that. 131. G's in chat. Yeah. And hit the subscribe button. Now is the time. If you don't hit it, Leclerc is not winning the title. Kidding. 3 purple sectors for Charles Leclerc, and he's setting the benchmark. That was really quick on the medium tires. Great job from Leclerc and Ferrari. I'm getting all hyped. I know it's just testing, but if you don't get hyped now, maybe we won't get the chance later in the season. Grazie ragazzi, grande macchina. I think there's a lot of Ferrari fans in chat. Or maybe they are not Ferrari fans, but just like want Leclerc to do well. Great lap from Leclerc, 131.9. Yeah, I don't think anyone is getting near that. We will see. Now, is anyone on new tires? Bottas is on a new set of tires, testing tires, so maybe we'll see a quick lap from him. He's preparing his lap. Yeah, it would be nice to see Cadillac into the top 10 at least, I would say. Alexander Yelisavcic, do you think Leclerc can go even faster on softs? On softs, yeah, of course he can improve, but this is impressive time for the mediums. The pole position time last year was 129.8. This is almost 3 seconds from that time. Very quick. On the mediums. Just want Ferrari to do well after so many years. Me too. Ferrari already traumatized me, so I don't want to get excited because of his lap. Time to bring the trophy home. Let's be honest, we all want to see Ferrari perform. Fan or not, everyone is a Ferrari fan, even if they say they are not, right? Not sure Lewis Hamilton can get the type of performance that Leclerc has. Yeah, we will see. Hamilton has some work to do to catch Leclerc, but anything is possible. Ferrari car now is going to have the deserved rest lifted up and brought back into the garage. They still have time to come out one more time. 26 minutes to go. 2 seconds, you mean from last year's sport? Not yeah, 2 seconds. Yeah, sorry, that was my bad. So on the softs, yeah, I think they're gonna get very close. On track, Bottas, let's see. Bottas has some small improvements on some mini sectors, but I don't think he's improving much his time. The other one is Lindblad. He's on a new set of tires too, so he might be starting his push lap. Bortoleto with a green sector 1, green sector 2. Yeah, Bortoleto is looking really good. I think he's gonna improve significantly his time. Right now he's 4 seconds behind the time of Charles Leclerc. Bottas new personal best 135.220. That's P13 for Bottas. 3.2 seconds behind Leclerc. That's good for them. Now Bortoleto going into P9, 134.2. Audi is getting better every day. Carlos Sainz, what kind of tire he has? Let's see. That is 20 laps all mediums. He's not going to be pushing. Norris on track. That is 6 lap old hard tire. That's not going to be a push. Now Max Verstappen is leaving the pit with a new set of tires. I think we're going to see now Max trying to bring down the hopium for Ferrari. This is a test lap, test tire. Well, actually, it's not a new one. I thought I saw that it's a new. This is a 3-lap old tire, so maybe he's not going to be pushing. But Lindblad, I think for sure he's going to be pushing, and then Bottas is not improving, although he's on new tires. Let's follow with Lindblad. Max on an outlap, but this is not new tires. I don't know if he can do much. The great thing that Ferrari fast in all sectors means that they are ready for any type races. Yeah, and especially they are half a second faster in Sector 2. That is really, really, really good. Sector 2 is going to be key for this season. Lindblad, yeah, he went into the pits. We were hoping to see a fast lap from him. Right now, no one is pushing. 877 likes. Can we get to 900? The goal is 1000 for this session. I don't think we're gonna get it though. A bit of a glitch on the map for Bortoleto. He's doing well. That happened yesterday with Gasly. Leclerc is coming out again on new tires. Are they gonna push again? I think so. C4 tires. Okay, we are ready for that. The hype is up. He's preparing his tires, preparing his lap, and I think he might be pushing even quicker. Yeah, new tires. He's on C4 now. Lindblad 158 laps. I think that he has beaten the record for most laps in one session. Not just a driver record, but also a team record of Haas. 900 likes. Thank you, everyone. Can we get to 1000 likes before Leclerc gets even faster lap time? Let's see. We want 130s. No, I don't think we're gonna get 130s, but he is cooking. Let's see. He is pushing, preparing, starting his lap on the main straight. The top speed goes to 327 kilometers per hour. Yellow mini sectors, I think. Yeah, let's wait until he finishes sector 1 to see if he's improving, because so far it's looking like yellow mini sectors, but sector 1 yellow 29.395. That's still very fast, sector 1, so he might make up in the other sectors, especially in sector 2. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be able to beat his time right now, but he's gonna give it a try. Goes into turn 11. Yellow mini sectors. Okay, 40.2 is the sector 2 for Leclerc. I don't think he's improving, although this is the second fastest sector 2. So he's not gonna beat his time, but he might be again faster than Lando Norris. in P2. Purple sector 3 for Leclerc. He's not improving his time, but that's 132.2. That is still way faster, however 0.6 faster than Lando Norris. I'm a big Lewis Hamilton fan, but I can't see him matching Leclerc. Yeah, Leclerc is on fire. I think he is also thinking to himself, this is the year. This has to be the year. Lindblad needs 2 more laps to beat the testing laps in 1 day record. Thank you, Bubbles Goat. Lindblad is not on track. 159 laps for him. Well, if he comes out once more, and I think he's beating. Yeah, he's coming out from the pit, so that record is going to be beaten. Bottas now some green mini sectors, but he is not improving. Verstappen pushing. Verstappen, but he's on a 6 laps old tires. I don't think he can improve much, but let's see. Ferrari suspension is crazy, guys. No sparkles as low as it is. Yeah, there has been surprisingly low amount of sparkles below that Ferrari. We have seen McLaren, Williams having really high amount of sparkles, but yeah, Ferrari is doing really well in that regards. Verstappen is pushing, but this is not gonna be enough to beat his time. He will need new tires for that. Who else is on new tires? Maybe Bottas? No, Bottas is not improving. Yeah, Leclerc has great chance this year. Hope Leclerc doesn't crack under his own pressure trying to win the driver championship. Okay. Lewis yesterday didn't use 8 gear and he reached only 321 kilometers per hour. Now, right now, still Gasly is on top of that stat, 329 kilometers per hour on the speed trap, and then Okon 328 kilometers per hour right behind him. 7 cars on track. Bortoleto, Russell, Lindblad, Bottas, Sainz, Berman, and Verstappen. Let's see Russell. Russell is on a new tire. I think this is the push lap for Mercedes. He is preparing his tires. He is preparing his lap. Well, I don't know actually if it's a new tire. It's just a question mark. I hope it is a new tire, but we don't have the information yet. Let's see. Hopefully we get it soon. We also don't see them on screen. Yeah, no one else, I believe, is pushing. No one else. Actually, Leclerc is coming out again on another new set of tire. He's gonna go again, guys. He's gonna try it again. New C4. Ferrari wants to spend all the tires in the last 15 minutes. Yeah, Leclerc might have hit 330, but it was not on the speed trap. We're just looking at the speed trap. Let's see if Russell is gonna go for a quick lap, and later we're gonna see Leclerc again push, trying to beat his fastest time. So first let's go with Russell. But Russell is he pushing? No, he's going into the pits. Okay, we will wait for Leclerc then. Leclerc is the GOAT of this session. He has been the only one that kind of got us all excited. I think Lindblad will be special this year. We will see. He will have a lot to prove. 161 laps for Lindblad into this whole day. That's a record. Leclerc preparing the tires, going through turn 14. Now turn 15. George Russell is going to do some practice starts in the pit lane. Charles Leclerc, he's pushing 329 kilometers per hour on the main straight. He's pushing, but not improving the mini sectors. Charles Leclerc around turn 4. Let's see his time into sector 1. Yellow sector 1. But that is still the second fastest sector 1. So he's on the limit to improve. Let's see into sector 2. Can he go even lower than 39.958? Around turn 10 into gear 2. Now pushing forward. So far looking good. Even though he's not improving the mini sectors, he's very close to his best time. Around turn 11, now going through the apex of turn 12. Purple mini sectors here, but still this is yellow sector 2, 40.059. Still very close to his fastest time. I think, yeah, even if he doesn't improve his time, he will get the P2 time, I would say. .240 for Charles Leclerc. That is the second fastest time of the day. Nobody wants to challenge Ferrari. I hope that Mercedes and Red Bull would do some flying laps. There's still 13 minutes, but I think in 4 or 5 minutes we will start to see the red flag tests, and that would be it. So I don't think that, well, right now Bortoleto is on a fast lap. Also, Bottas might be doing another fast lap, so let's go with them first. Bortoleto is improving in sector 1. That's a good sector 1 for them. Now going through sector 2, that's gonna be green sector 2 improving there too. Yeah, Bortoleto might jump a couple of positions, well, maybe only Lindblad. On the timing sheets, let's see. Green mini sectors into sector 3. And Bortoleto is setting a new personal best. He jumps up through Lindblad and Antonelli on P7, 133.755. Good time for Bortoleto, good time for Audi, and they are once again proving that they will be a really good midfield team, I believe. Maybe even lead the midfield. Yesterday, Hülkenberg had a really good time. They have put a lot of laps. Had some stalling issues in the first day, but seems like everything is working well with the reliability. Bottas, what is Bottas doing? Yellow sector 1. So he kind of wants to improve, but is not improving. He's on a fast lap, but yeah, I don't think that he's gonna improve here. Who else? Behrman is out. We don't know what kind of tires yet. Behrman is on 7 laps old medium tires. That's not gonna be a push lap. Yeah, Bottas went out in sector 2, so yeah, I think that lap is ruined. The tire is testing tire, so we don't really know what kind of compound it is. Those are Pirelli tires manufactured in Turkey. Audi doing really well for a new engine. Yeah, there were some talks that they were surprisingly good with the engine, biggest turbo, and they were very close to the Mercedes engine in horsepowers. We will see, they will justify those predictions and rumors. I watched all the tech stuff to be prepared to talk to you guys. Thank you, Still a Fossil. You're providing really great information in chat, and thank you for that. You're like the chat commentator. Maybe we can even get you on stream. 928 likes, guys. Can we get to 1,000? We have 10 minutes to go. I know we can do it. You can do it, actually. 928. And if you haven't subscribed, now is the right time. There is 10 minutes to go. I'm guessing black mini sectors mean off-track invalid. Yeah, exactly, Zing. What's going on, Bortoleto? He's not pushing. 8 cars on track now, but Max Verstappen is getting in. I think any time now we should start to see the red flags, yellow flags, virtual safety car, just testing all the systems. They'll probably do that again, because they have been doing it for every session. And we will see some practice starts, hopefully with 10 cars on track. Audi will be best of the rest mid-season. They have the potential. Yeah, they have the potential. I agree. Covering the actual GPs. Yeah, Peter, we will be doing live stream for every free practice, every quali, and every session. So make sure to be subscribed to the channel so you don't miss those streams. Let's see now. Is anyone gonna be pushing? No one so far. No one on new set of tires. Red flag, and we are getting the test now. This is just a standard testing, so no one has done anything. Now everyone is gonna go into the pits. They will come out, do some formation lap, and they practice race starts. A lot of sparks of that McLaren. Lindblad with 165 laps. Absolute menace. All the Ferrari fans will be crying when they show up fourth fastest in Melbourne. We will see, we will see. Don't kill the hope. We are with a replay of the fastest lap of Leclerc. Great entry into turn 1. The car looks very stable. Then great traction through turn 2 and 3 for Charles Leclerc. Clipping into turn 4. Yeah, I'm just watching the replay of the fastest lap for Leclerc. He kinda didn't hit the apex on turn 9, I guess, but that provided him with a better entry into turn 10. Good lap from Charles Leclerc. Ferrari is looking good. This is now the only one on track. He's gonna go into the pits because of the red flag. Now everyone is in the pits and we have green flag. Race will resume at 18:55. So that's right now. Everyone is waiting. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 or 8 cars waiting to get out on track. We are just waiting for the signal. I think the temperature is going down, so it's not possible to make some fast now. Yeah, they are not going to be going for fast laps. This will be an out lap, probably do a practice start and then extra formation lap and another practice start. I think all of the cars are out except for, of course, Aston Martin. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars. Norris is out, 9 cars, and Bottas is out. So we have all the 10 cars. This is going to be a standing start. Let's see. I think this is the first time we see all 10 cars doing a practice start. Yeah. So they will line up. They won't be able to line up right one behind the other. There will be an empty line between all of them. And then they will do an extra formation lap, and then they will do another start. We will be able to see again the blue light before, which will indicate 5 seconds until the red lights. So it's kind of an extra indicator now for the start. So once you see the blue light, that means there's 5 seconds until the red lights, and then we'll see the lights going off, and away we go. We see cruising from all the cars. They're warming their tires. I think these are gonna be good launches. Let's see if Leclerc will have a good launch like Hamilton yesterday, and Haas had a good launch too. The Mercedes is first, followed by Charles Leclerc, Gasly, Williams, Bortoleto, Verstappen, Lindblad. Then we have Behrman, Norris, and Bottas as last. It would be great to see all the 10 cars in here. On the front row, I think this will mean someone won't be able to start because they need to leave one row between the others. Now it's gonna be fine, but yeah, the Mercedes is alone on the front row. Looks good. Everyone is lined up. Let's see. Will this be a start or it's gonna be an extra formation lap? Yeah, it's gonna be extra formation lap. We have a great camera on the top. I hope we get that when we have the start. Extra formation lap, guys. Extra formation lap. Hopefully now they line up perfectly. $972 likes. 28 more until 1,000. I know you can get it, guys. Click the like button. Subscribe. You like what we do. Why not do that? It's free and it helps the channel a lot. Yeah, formation lap, full procedure like in a real Grand Prix. Thank you, Andre. Same as every day, system checks and extra formation lap, and then we'll see. But I don't think we ever saw 10 cars on the track doing this practice start. Hopefully they line up as they should now. Leclerc will go into the P2 position. Not to be afraid of the front row. He hasn't had any luck starting races from front row, right? He hasn't been winning many races from front row. Be good to see Mercedes and Ferrari starting from the front row. How will they launch? 992 likes, 8 more, just 8. Warming up the tires, everyone through the straight. Audi kinda doesn't care about warming the tires. They are doing the Kimi Raikkonen warm-up. Similar for Cadillac. I'm glad I get to witness the next generation of cars and drivers. It's truly fun to watch all the spectacle. True, still a fossil. Same for me. Okay, they are going now through the main straight, lining up. Let's see. This is the last, let's say, couple minutes from the broadcast until Australia. So, oh my God, Bottas went into the pits. He doesn't even want to do the test start. Why? Why wouldn't he do that? Everyone is kind of watching on the fence. Yeah, this is their treat for all the work these 3 days. All right, Bottas is disappointing us a bit, but let's see. I think they're lined up properly now. Let's see. Okay, no one in front row. Only the Mercedes. Charles is allergic to front rows. He's like, I can beat you from the back of the grid. Too fast for the front row. Green flags. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights, 4, 5, and lights are out, and away we go. Good launch for Mercedes. Great one for Ferrari. He's chasing Mercedes. This is great. On the outside, yeah. Oh my God. I have missed this, and I think it's going to be so exciting in 2 weeks. No one stalled, so that's good. Yeah, George had a really good start. Ferrari also started pretty fast, but he was starting from P5. Yeah, Ferrari came from 5th side by side to George. And on the outside, George went defensive. Yeah. Yeah, Ferrari gets to the battery sooner and gets there from lengths back. Okay. If this Leclerc run is still sandbagging. Red flag, yeah, of course. We get another red flag, and now everyone is going to be going into the pits. I want to thank everyone who has been watching with us these 3 days and last week and in the Barcelona Shakedown. Thank you for watching with the channel. Thank you for liking. Thank you for subscribing. We will be live for Australia Free Practice 1, so you'll actually be taken now to that stream. So make sure to like that stream, subscribe to the channel, and I will be seeing you very, very soon. See you.